fast and hot together. right, how we doing? Whew, it is slow out, eh? Very slow out. Hopefully you guys had a good day, good night. I slept like a rock. I didn't sleep that good last night or Sunday into Monday. I got up like around 3:45. Couldn't really get back to sleep. It was back and forth and just eventually just got up. And then it was a very slow, boring yesterday. Boy, last night I passed out and I don't think I woke up until my alarm went off. It was great. I think I was still sleeping in the office here. I'm still just like, oh my God, I need to go back to sleep. Sleeping like just like a baby. In small cap space, very small. Very small little movement. Very small little movement today so far. Kind of looking around at previous runners and seeing maybe if you get something there possibly today. Like an ASPC could possibly pop. What's up, Smoke Tuna? Yeah, it's just slow. This is slow though. This is very slow. You know, you're talking about you've gone from 760 to 815 in an hour and 15 minutes. Almost an hour and a half now. And that's it. Look at this. What is this? What is this? Where'd you go, AEHL? It's kind of ugly anyway, but it's another top gainer because it did close way down yonder in the Chattahoochee yesterday. If anyone pays attention to where it closed at, well, that's why it's up so much today. But it's ugly. That's ugly. But you don't have really any movement. It's really slow, really slow, really slow. Not surprised at all. We haven't had a really good all-day runner, and any runner we get just never holds its gains. ASPC could be one that we could possibly get in market today, like a mover that maybe starts to move other tickers. Just slow. Very slow out. All right, so here we go. All right, very slow out. Not surprised at all. Not really getting a runner to hold its gains. We're getting some decent runners, but nothing that's... And it's going to just take that. I mean, going through the years, we're eventually just going to have a... It wasn't QMs. Forgot what started the party in September, but I don't think it was QMMMMM. Something before that, if I'm not mistaken. But that's what it's going to take. We need something like that kicks the party off. SMX kicked the November and a December party off, and you can tell since then we had that like 2-3 weeks ago where everything just started cracking down and really nothing was holding its gains, and you're getting that more so now. So just small cap space. If I had to put money on two plays a day, it's going to be EKSO or ASPC coming back to life and from the dead again. Not really dealing with anything too crazy low and float. The only one was ONTF was the only one, but that is a like acquisition play. It ain't gonna do nothing. We do have Fly as a really low float, but that is dumped down really severely. I'll go over a little bit because we don't have a lot to go over today, but other than that, then there's really not a float out there that I wouldn't say timid of, but that could move. Now, your most recent mover that is popping up that's a good mover here over the last, and I would say hour or two, sub $1, and we've had these, is AMIX. So AMIX, if I can talk. And those are your top gainers. So we'll go through some of what's moving, and but just slow out. Very slow, very little movement so far today. And most likely, I mean, like I've said over and over and over, we're going to stay this way through this week. I don't see anything changing. Tomorrow's a half day, so anyone that is around listening right now, tomorrow is a half day. So tomorrow's a half day in the market. We saw last Friday, or last Wednesday was not that great, but then Friday was great. So maybe we get that this week, where the day after, New Year's Day, so January 2nd, Friday, we spice up a little bit, maybe. And Friday was not bad for you guys. There was some love there. I think it was mostly former runners. There may have been a new one. I can't remember. I took the day off. I will again this Friday. Just not expecting much movement, and definitely a pre-market. There's a person over on the Stock Rocks chat. This is hilarious. They have like a very fluid chat. Nene Vicky, Nanny something Vicky. I'm so bored I could just faint. What, you could faint? I've never heard that before. I'm so bored I could just faint. Faint? That would be like something dramatic happened, right? Like you walked in and your parents doing it, or you see blood, one of those people, or someone robs you. I don't know, something dramatic, right? You know, like you see in movies where a guy sees maybe a girl's assets for the first time, right? I mean, come on. You're so bored you could faint? Like, huh? So want to go to sleep, so want to go do something else. Oh boy. All right, so we'll go with the top gainer so far as AMIX. AMIX, Amex. We've seen this one run in the past. Amex, of course, it reminds me of Amex, which, of course, the E would be in there, but the, American Express. It's not American Express, but that's why it's called Amex. We've seen this pop back in July. I've got, or actually late June, I've got still a trend line in from a day that it popped. I see a big upper shadow from July when it popped, and I've got another trend line, and actually from November from the last time it popped, and I guess we looked at it a little bit when it gapped up, which would be November the 17th. Another 52-week play, a 52-week low play we're looking at. Yesterday was a 52-week low. I cannot tell you, team, we have seen 152 of these mother truckers over this year. I would say since this summer, I am not kidding you, we have probably seen 100 plays that are in the 52-week low. I'm not kidding you. We've seen so many. And on the way up here, so Amex resistance is super heavy at 135 into 150. If that play got anywhere close to 135 to 150, short NATO that mother trucker. Now, it's going to have some really strong resistance at $1 naturally, but also that's an old floor that we formed throughout the summer, August into September, and actually into October. Now, on the way up truly right now, before we get to those levels, we're going to have some trouble at right around 80, which we almost hit, right around 87 cents. Over 87 cents, watch for a pop up to 95, and then $1. Over $1, 110. And then over 110, that 130 to 150 area. The other A play, I wouldn't even worry about AEHL unless it somehow got over $2. It is gapped up today. It's a decent gapper. It is number 2 top gainer, but it's doing nothing in pre-market. It is absolutely doing nothing. You could go look at it. And the reason it's up is because look how it dumped off. Did this have an offering yesterday afternoon? No, it just had a crazy severe sell-off there in power hour. The last hour of the day went from 150s or 140s all the way down to $1. Bounced off $1 and then came back up in after hours. Was in the 150 back up to 195. Talk about manipulation at its finest. Very careful with this play. Now, over 2, that's where you could maybe this play gets a little spiky Juice City here, and we get to running. Over 2, target would be 235. Over that, then to around 275. Over that to around the 340, 330 area for AEHL. Again, very ugly, and it needs to hold that pre-market and pretty much the bull flag from after hours low, right around 150. 150 is the base of this. What I'm going to do is put Amex over here. AMIX. We'll go 1 minute time frame. We'll put that there. We're going to go over here to AEHL and put that over here now because that looks absolutely like trash sauce. But I will leave it on watch just in case. Put that on a back burner. All right, now let's get over to EKSO, the kind of the better mover, I would say, but still, it had a great move in after hours, went from around 550 to about 1035. Here in pre-market, had a nice little head and shoulders form. We cracked off, and now we're truly just in a trend line, uptrend channel. You know, the trend line starts right around 7:30 or so Eastern and is running up right now currently. Bounced on it again right around 8:30 or so Eastern, and now we are sitting my trend line right around 790. Uptrend channel of resistance rolls right up with it, which we're actually testing right now, which is right around 820. Over 820, watch for a move up to around 840 to the 850-ish area. And over that, then we have room up to 875, 885 area. Now, over 885 in that pre-market high has more resistance, not too far ahead of it at the 920 mark. Over 920, watch for a pop to 975, and then to 1035 and pre or after hours high. If we get over 1035 and after hours high, got to go do some digging here to see exactly where AEHL can go to. I would say watch for move up to 11, over 11 to around 1225, 1275 after that. Could even see 14. I don't know why I mentioned it, maybe because I'm trying to give this baby some good luck here today. There are your levels for EKSO. Now, on the way back down, support, where is it at? Major, great, beautiful support at 760. Right now we have support being built up right around 7. We'll call it 8, right at 8. So under 8, watch for a pullback down to 775 and then down to 750. 750 is the gatekeeper of holding this play up, or she does start to die off. Drama Mama here, DRMA. It's never a fun one. It usually is a great short opportunity, kind of like yesterday. Well, what was yesterday's play? That's always a great short. Oh, what was it? Yesterday? What did it, I think it came up after the market opened, because yesterday I didn't have it. I forgot which one it was. But there's a play that popped up yesterday. They're always good shorts. DRMA is another one. You can see what it did in after hour. After hours, almost the same thing in pre-market. Pops up, kind of a bull flag, cracks the bull flag, flattens out. Same thing. We pop up today, form a bull flag right at the VWAP, crack it, come down, and flatten out. Support's at 225. If it cracks that, it's probably going to die off. Over on the way up, 250 resistance, over 250. Watch for a move up to 285 area in pre-market high. Over 285. Oh, here's yet another 52-week low play. Count them on up. Watch for a move up to around the 320 area for DRMA over pre-market high, if this thing can even get over there. Last but not least, we do have CETX today. I'll alert it. It has after hours now pre-market double top resistance right around the 310 mark. Over 310. Oh, wow, okay. Over 310. Over 310, watch for a pop to 340. 340 to around 365. Over that, then we have nice strong resistance right around 420. Over 420, we could pop up to around the 480 into $5 area. And there are your levels for CETX. Now, on the way down, that is, what do we have support at? Well, we haven't seen it touch yet, but 280-ish area should be support. Trying to come down to it. But this 285 area that we've been bouncing at probably is going to be that 280 area. Now, but down below, I'm sure everyone can see, pre-market low 260 to around 250 has support. Now, again, gatekeeper there. If that cracks, you can count out CETX. Could still U-shape and do some move later in the day. Won't ever do, can't completely count plays like that out. But at least for the first hour or two of the day, if it does crack 250, whenever that does happen, it's definitely going to be some strong support. If it cracks, resistance, just going to be hard to move after that. Yes, there was Walk, but there was one more. I guess Walk was the one that died off, but I swear there was another one that popped yesterday. That was another good short. Anyway. All right, that's it for small caps besides ASPC. So ASPC, by the way, EKSO is popping out of its uptrend channel right now. So it's finally up and out of the uptrend channel. So we're going to keep our eye on EKSO. But ASPC, this is the multi-day runner, kind of the new SMX, so to speak. It probably has one more round left in as they talk about to traders, coming back for leftovers. It needs to get over 35-ish, 36, kind of yesterday's high of day. If it does that, then it's got that chance to roll and can move, and so I give today a better shot than yesterday. And of course, remember yesterday I was like, I just did too much here already in pre-market. Today it has not. So that's why it has kind of my high watch for a potential back burner. Oh boy, don't forget about this one. And so keep it on watch over that 35 to 37 corridor, and that's where it has a chance to run. Typical numbers, 45 would be on watch, 50 would be on watch, 55 or 56, essentially the high from Friday, would be on watch. Take your profit. This play does not like to hold its gains. Going back to the first day it ran was the only time it held its gains back on December the 9th. Held its gains, but that was later in the day when it ran. It wasn't a first bang out of the gate and go. When it did that on the Wednesday afterward, it tanked. When it did that Tuesday before Christmas, it tanked. When it did it Wednesday before Christmas, a small mini guy again, it tanked. When it did it again on Friday, it tanked. When it did it yesterday, it tanked. Catch the theme there, team? Take your profits if you go long on ASPC. Yeah, I just thought there was a different one, and maybe it is Walk because we just my brain here over the last week or two. I was like, I cannot believe we're almost at the last day of the year. I cannot believe we're almost at the last day of the year. History on back burner watch. Yeah, yeah. Scratches all in. All right, cool. For small cap space, that's it. You know, overall, that's going to be it for me. Watch for other previous runners here potentially. CETX is not getting any movement right now. EKSO is slower, and Amex. So those would be your three small cap plays that I would keep on watch besides Drama Mama. Could see Fly potentially pop back on up, FLYE. It's just died off and no volume there. And then your main baby, of course, it's more of a mid-cap play now, is ASPC. So those would be it. Now, maybe we get, and there's AHL too, but they're all just really slow. I would say, again, my best bet would be on EKSO. Then after that, second place would be ASPC and Amex. Third place would be CETX and Drama. And those would be my kind of the top 1, 2, 3, and who would take the places there. Was he a man? Yeah. Yeah, Sopa was. I think that was the one too. If I remember now, yesterday, before I keep changing charts around, since I have to go over here for large caps anyway. Yeah, because I didn't like the bounce that much, and it came down and bounced right at the area. Oh, Sopa popped up today. I didn't realize Sopa was up today. What? How does that not? Oh, because it's probably just not up that much. Why am I not seeing Sopa on the top gainers board? That's weird. I'm not seeing Sopa. Why am I not seeing Sopa? But yeah, I remember I talked about this yesterday. The dip. Oh, there was this one. There was another. Yeah, I think it was this series. Yeah, I think it was this. There was a couple different ones that I talked about for a dip. Dip's been where it's been for me. Sopa's another one. I didn't see this one on the top gainer board. I don't know why. It did have a great squeeze early in pre-market, where all the action always is. We do have a shelf being built in at 310. Crack of that. Watch for a move down to around 280-ish area. Under 280, definitely strong support at 265. Under 265, this play will die off, especially being up as high as it was from yesterday into today. That'll be the gatekeeper, in my opinion, for more continuation on this. Now, if it cracks that, watch for a move down to 240, 235 area. On the way up, strong resistance is right around the 350 mark. 350 is strong resistance. Over 350, watch for a pop up to 370. Over that, 395, and then the 420 mark. Over 420 in pre-market high. Watch for a play to move. This play, in my opinion, to move to 5. 5, over 5 to 550, and then could see 635. So this would be 1-2 on high watch today. Again, it's come down quite a bit, unfortunately, in pre-market. It'd be nice if this was back over 350, so it's still got a lot of walls to get through, a lot of red light, so to speak, to get the squeezy. But this one's on watch. I don't know why Sopa wasn't on my radar. Was not on the top gainers boards, the one I'm looking at. SLV, yeah, I'll go over that one real quickly then before I go over the large cap plays. SLV. Man, nice up. This is nice. Gee, golly. Little up trim play there, eh? Jiminy crickets. Need to catch one of these bad boys. Let me catch one of these suckers. All right, on the way up here, 69.40, resistance over 69.40. Get rich, watch for move to 69.85. Over 69.85 area, watch for a pop to 70.30 to 70.50. Over 70.50 for a move to 71. Over 71, we go to 71.75, and over that to 72-ish area would be your way up today. Now, over 72, if we do get the pop, it'll run its way somewhere close to 73. On the way down, support's going to come trying to build in at 68. Under 68, watch for a crack down to around 67.75, but I really like this soak on its way down to around 67.40. Under 67.40 down to around 67. If we crack 67, we're going to right here in this juncture at 66.30. Under 66.30, we'll probably go much lower down to around 65.85 to 66. Under that, then we go down to about right here in 65.35. Under 65.35, to 64.25 to 64. And those would be the levels. I in my opinion, we stay in between these two today, and we kind of consolidate for at least into tomorrow, maybe even into Friday, being tomorrow's a half day. So I bet we stay today, in my opinion, between 73 and 64. Most likely. Mims, what's it? What's up? All right, let's go through large caps. Oh, wow. Whoa. Whoa. No reports today? I mean, yeah, we had the house index. Probably wasn't. Just no movement? The fuck? Ow. Finally. A day with not much movement. I like this and like it a lot. Oh, man. What have I not put in yet? All right, well, the first thing I noticed is across the board in large caps is, holy moly, we haven't moved today. Yeehaw. Wow. Well, can we do this more often? Yeah, all that movement in pre-market sucks. Look, go back to Wednesday of last week and look how it was like very little movement. And then we went for a nice squeeze of rum on the half day we had. I like a little bit tighter days. Now, again, Friday's a terrible example. Friday, not much movement. A lot like today in pre-market, kind of a choppier channel. And Friday was ugly. So, 687.30. Strong resistance, or support, I should say, into 687 area. Under 687, watch for the move down to 686 and yesterday's low of day. That'll be my normal low of day, 686. Under that, watch for move then down to 685.35. Under 685.35, down to 684.25. I'm going to stick with that for now as my ultimate low of day, 684.25. Ultimate low of day there. If it does get any lower, now then we're going to have a move down to 683.50. But I'm going to go with my 84.20 area for a normal or ultimate high of day. On the way up, strong resistance at 688.20. Over 688.20 area, watch for a move up to 688.50. Over 688.50, watch for a pop up to 689. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day, which is yesterday's high. Over 689, watch for move to 689.35. And then over that, that's where we'll get a decent burst. And again, up to around 689.80. 689.80 to 690. 689.80 to 690, ultimate high of day. Still going to stick with around a $3 day. AEHL's, or not AEHL, this reminds me of that, just ugly. Apple here, not a very pretty chart. Again, I'm going to not alert this. Watch this over 275 for the move up, but still probably gets in the channel from 275, 276 up to 280. Very tight, ugly chart on Apple. This is one you just don't day trade it right now. I'm telling you right now, it is untradeable. Now, AMD did a good reversal yesterday for us. Now, again, right at the bell, if you heard my alert, which was taking a short from 215 to 216, I think it came all the way down from those highs. $4 all the way down to 211, 50, 40, whatever area. So it was a nice, good reversal, but it's still really overall stuck in that channel. Yesterday, I was just kind of going through and giving you levels. So watch this today watch it over that today. Over 216, we'll call it 75. Over 216.75, that's where this gets a good pop for the move up to 218.75 to 219. That'll be my normal high of day. Ultimate high of day, watch for a move into Monday's high right around 220.25 for your ultimate high of day. On the way back on down for Google, it's trying to hold 215.70, but the good strong support's at 214.90. Under 214.90, watch for a move down to around 214. Under 214, watch for a move down to around 213.35. 213.35 to around 213, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 212.35. And under that, then down to 211.20. 211.20, the bounce play from yesterday. Ultimate low. I'd leave Babo alone as well, again, until it cracks under 145 or somehow can get back over 153. Just in a tight channel right now. It's not been a great play here recently. I know there for a while I was alerting it. I would say that's your play if we can get back under those levels, especially we're closer to 145. Really, it's 146.85, but so under 146, 146.85, watch it. You know, that'll be on high watch for a nice, good short. Today, it looks like it wants to pop, has better chance too. Back over 149.50, so watch over 149.50 to 150, over 150 to around 150.80 for your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes up to around 150, 180. B has been honestly so ugly over the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days now. That's a long time. It hasn't been sexy since last Friday. No, Friday. That would be Friday. Yeah, Friday before Christmas. Wow, Friday before Christmas. Just going back now, we're flying through days here. So that was back to the 19th was the last pretty day. Then we're ugly on the 18th, pretty on the 17th, and then back to kind of, it's back and forth. So recently ugly. I would just leave B alone for right now until it cracked under 85 or broke back out over 95. Over here to Google, another one of these plays that's been a little tough to trade here recently. Like I said, looking for double tops, looking for bounce plays. You know, that's really where we're looking, you know, finding those charts to form in market because we're just not getting clean-cut movement a lot of these days. 313.35, great support there. If we crack that, watch for move down to 312.35, under 312.35. Watch for move down to 311.85. 311.85, yesterday's low of day, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 310.25. Google has been moving a lot smaller here recently, kind of back to old school Google days when we moved $2, $3, $4. I'm going to stick with that theme right now. I'll go one more level down and say ultimate low of days at 2 or 309.20. 309.20 area, ultimate low of day. On the way up, strong resistance at 315 into around 315.50. That'll be my normal high of day. Ultimate high of day just goes back on the top of this channel. The high from Tuesday, 316.30, then a little bit higher than that, than 316.60, the high from Friday. That'll be my ultimate high of day, 316.60. What's up, Elise? How we doing? Aussie chick. Mims. Very slow, very slow, very slow, but we're still cool. You know, we still got to work. We still got to come to work every day, you know. Meta, it's ugly as shit. It's bounced right off yesterday. I have a line in at 654.35, 654.35. So watch for that. Looks to be a new line in the sand there for Mr. Meta. Now, Meta, look for that today, be a great bounce play. I'll go through levels on it real quickly, but it's ugly. On the way up, we'll go down. On the way down today, 658 support. Under that 656.50 area. Under 656.50, watch for move down to 655. 55.50 area. Under 55.50, 55.65 area, watch for that move down to 54.25. So 654.25, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day, if we crack that, watch for a move down to 52.20, 652.20 area. I'm gonna go 652.20 because when we break these levels, we still don't get good movements. Like you think you would just continue to dump, but we have all this charting behind it. So that's gonna be my ultimate low of day, 52 to 52.20. On the way up, we're gonna have 660 resistance over that. Watch for move into 661.30 to 661.65. Over that, then we move to 662.20. It's over 62.20. We get a good move. Finally upped into 664. That'll be your normal high of day, 664. Ultimate high of day then moves to 665, and over that then to 666. I'm gonna go 666. Ultimate high of day. It'll be last Tuesday's high, a week ago today. Man, it's slow. All right, over to NVDA. Dun, 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 dun. Has resistance here. I have a line in at 188.60. These lines are working out. I put them in yesterday or the day before. I put them in sometime recently and said, let's see how well these work. Could Could have been even last Wednesday. I don't remember when I did these. 'Twas last Wednesday. Over 88.65, watch for a pop up to 89.25. Over 189.25, watch for a move to 190.15, 190.20, normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day then goes to 191, and over that to 191.60. 191.60, ultimate high of day. On the way down, support major at 187.50. Under that, watch for move down to 186.50. 186.50 down to 186, normal low of day there. Yesterday's low support area. Under that, watch for a crack back down to 184.80 to 184.50 area for your ultimate low of day. Over to PLTR. Very tight this morning. I like this back under 183.50. Under 83.50. Not a lot of charting to hold this up. Watch for a move down to around 82.75. And then down below that, then to 81.70. 181.70, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 180.20. And I'm going to go 180.20. I'll go one more level down. Under 180.20, watch for move down to 178.50. 178.50, 178.75, ultimate low of day. On the way up, 185 resistance. Over that, watch for a pop up to 185.65. Over 185.65, then we get a good move up to around 186.80 to 187. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day over 187. Watch for a move up to around 188.50 to 188.75. And I'm going to go one more level up then to 189.30. 189.30, ultimate high of day. It might see and touch 190. All right, over to the Qs here. Really tight, really tight, really tight, especially from yesterday. Does have an uptrend channel from yesterday's lows in through this pre-market. So our trend line would be right at about, we're on it now is my point, and it's right at around 620. Under 620, watch for a crack back down. Really soaks into yesterday's lows, really for the most part. So somewhere right around 619 to 618.75. I'm going to call that in case we stay stuck normal low of day. Under 18.75, watch for a move down to a whole dollar down to around 17.75. So 617.75 to around 617.15. 617.50 if I can talk. 617.50. I'm going to go there. 617.50, ultimate low of day. On the way back on up, 621.25 resistance. Over 21.25, watch for a pop to 21.65. Over 21.65, that's going to be some strong resistance there. And I'm going to call one more level up for normal high of day, and that's going up to 622.50. 622.50, pretty much right at yesterday's high of day, my normal high. 622.50 to 22.75. Ultimate high of day takes it to 623.20 area. And then over that, watch for move to 624. 624, ultimate high of day. We are testing that trend line, though, right now. And lastly, Tesla here. 620 or 6 I'm flipping numbers around. 462 support. Got a line in there. We're holding it beautifully. Under 642.15 is really where that line's at. 640 or it's not. I do this I think the most from SPY to Apple and then the Qs to Tesla. And I don't even know why. I don't know why it's those. All right, lastly here, Tesla. Have a line in at 462.15, 462.20 area. We're holding it beautifully. Under that, watch for a crack down to 460. Under 460, we go down to around 457. I got another line in that we held in after hours, right around 458, we'll call it. 458, going to be some strong support. I'll call that normal low of day. Under 458, watch for a move down to 452 for your ultimate low of day. We may stop at 456 first. On the way up, 465 resistance. Over that, watch for a pop up to 467.50. Then over that, the 468.75. 68.75, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day pops through 470 to around 471 for your ultimate high of day. Nothing really for me, in my opinion, to trade at the bell. I know these plays are tight, but we're running right back into charting. So Tesla not bad there. It's holding up that 462 mark. I do like that for a quick little short out of the bell. Qs as well, cracking that trend line for a potential move on down. Working my way back through these tickers. PLTR back under 183.50 for the move on down. That looks pretty decent. NVDA, I would say watch because we're tight up on the 188.75 resistance. Watch for that squeeze up to 189s, even into the 190 mark. Meta's the one I would leave alone at the bell. Nothing really there out of the gate for Meta. Google as well. Leave Google alone. I don't really like anything there from Googtown. B, leave it alone today, although it's really tight. And I don't see how over 89, my line I have in 89.10 area, 89.20 area, that doesn't get a good pop. And then AMD would be your last one, in my opinion, to keep an eye on. Over that 317 for the squeeze, a Rooney for AMD. Those are my favorite plays at the bell. Being that we haven't moved that much, and we're kind of moving to at least a few of these plays that we, now again, not major movement, we're talking probably $2 to $3 hairs that you would get out of these spikes or cracks. I don't think we're going to get the old school, or like we got out of the gate here on some of these plays here, like say a couple Fridays ago. I'm looking at, Friday before Christmas is my point. We got huge spikes out of the gate across the board for the most part. And that was an old school theme where we could get $5, $10 out of the gate. If you remember, if you've done my morning alerts and been with me long enough, you remember the days where we would get 2 to 3 minimum, and usually maybe get 5 or 6. Now it's, we get maybe 2 to 3 max. And so these plays at the bell, again, if you get a $2 to $3 move out of the bell in your direction, take the most of your profit, hold little small runner for the continuation. And lastly, right here, team, is EKSO. Finally popping its way up here. So we have one little runner here. And like I said, this is kind of where I put my money on, would be EKSO. And then I would put SOPA up there too. So EKSO and SOPA would be my top two. I would be looking at. My round twos would be ASPC, CETX, and Amex. I will move CETX a little bit up again to AMIX levels. And then Drama and AEHL would be your back burner play. I say, of course, other plays to look at. I have ASPC as a back burner play too as well, but those would be the levels of what I like the most. EKSO, watch with that pop here out of the bell. 885 resistance, 875 resistance over that watch for a pop to 930 or so, and then you use my levels. And there's the opening bell. What's up, Starling? How we doing? Elise, how you doing? Everyone else, good morning, good morning, good morning. Trades out there, put the alerts for you. All right, sweet. SOPA is popping. All right, so we got SOPA popping here. So this is the other one here. It's popping into resistance here. We talked about the 350 mark. Very strong resistance. Very strong resistance there for SOPA at that 350 mark. CETX. I was like, what was the other one here we're looking at? All right, so still watching CETX, and this one's starting to try to get a little bit of the pop here now. Sell off there big time from EKSO at the opening bell there to 885, pre-market high, getting that nice good double top, finally selling off there, coming back down where the old trend line up, old of resistance, I should say, the uptrend channel, the top resistance portion of that. You got to love seeing that. That's why I say put your lines in and trade them, and then keep them in case they do start to play and work out. Right now, your best bounce play for EKSO is back down here at 760, but again, now that it popped up to 885, probably be a while till you'd see that again, right? So you know that's the clear defined support demand area. It's not going to happen right now. So now you're going to come up like we know, Snakeskin Randy. It's out of the opening gate. Traders want to trade this. It's usually going to be the last breakout area. So essentially, 835 is going to be the main support right here. 835 here. 835. CETX is starting to get the pop now. So we do have CETX starting to get a little bit of a pop. AEHL is not doing anything. SPY is completely sideways right now. SPY is completely sideways. Tesla getting the crack back as I alerted. So there you go, J-Web. There you go. There's the Tesla move. I alerted there. The AMD go up. Nope, it's set sideways. So did get the pullback there on Tesla. So Tesla is the one that's working out of the gate there. Wow, Meta with the huge move up. So Meta with the good squeeze out of the gate. Google with the good squeeze too as well. So Google with the good squeeze. So couple of plays here out of the bell for you guys. Google and Meta, nice good squeeze plays again. Little not great, but you're getting a little bit bigger movement. Google up now around from the 314, 313.50 mark to 317. So about a 350, almost $4 move there. Other good moves out of the bell I wasn't expecting, but Meta here, good $5 move now, almost now, actually more than that now. We're up about $6 out of the gate, so right around 558 to, or I should say 658 to 665, so about a $8 move. So there's a banger. And then Tesla, which I did alert and is giving you kind of, it gave you pretty good confirmation. Did start to crack right before the opening bell, but it did give you pretty good confirmation there in the 3-minute time frame at 61.15. So you're talking 61.15 down to 56, so about a $5 play. So nothing crazy, but that's big and nice compared to what we were getting. And this is kind of what I was just talking about, saying, hey, we weren't getting a lot of those. So if you did get it, nice to see there. So there's 3 good plays: Meta, Tesla, and Google. All right, so SOPA is taking the mob. And for small caps, sell off from EKSO, and SOPA's taking the mob. So SOPA and CETX. So CETX and SOPA are taking the mob right now in the small cap land. Trying to get a little pop from Drama, but again, too many tickers here in the same price range. CETX, Drama, and SOPA, only one of these will take the mob by, an hour from now. All right, so we are getting Amex to die off here, so I'm going to put CETX on watch. Actually, I'm going to put Drama on watch right here. It's a little bit slower mover, so we'll watch Drama there. We're going to watch CETX here. Nice good squeeze from CETX out of the gate there. Nice good move from CETX. Bounce play potential there. This can move up further. I don't like it now, but if CETX can go up to around 350, 360, I would like a bounce at around 310. Bounce play for SOPA right now would be right around the 310 mark. Tesla was good. Did you get that, J-Web? Still just not sold on large caps right now to be taking trades out of the gate, unfortunately. I just haven't been a big fan of them, but Tesla was great today so far out of the gate. Tesla was absolutely amazing. Meta was great too. Meta now went up $10 there from a little dip down to 658. Areas where it started, it just hit 668. Google, oh my gosh, check out Google, team. This is where I'll just have to start trusting lines. Check out Google right here. Look where this failed at. Look where this failed at. Check this out. Tell me this. Look at that. Look at this line. On the dot. On the dot. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, that's money in the bank right there. You know, this is what I'm talking about. This is what we have to start trading. No, not trusting if what play is going to get the move, but wait for it to get into an area that I know I've got a line in that's pretty strong. Beautiful short right there from good. Look at the move now. Oh my gosh, all the way down to 1492. You kidding me? Christopher Columbus hitting the freaking. Oh my, no. Oh, what a reversal there. Gorgeous move there from Google. See, this is what I'm saying. I'm doing the morning alerts and telling you guys. That's what you need to start looking for in the morning alerts. Yeah, you got to let it go right now, Jay Webb. It'd have to pop back on up. I've got a line in at 58. It's 458 for Google or for Tesla. We do have AEHL trying to take the mob right now. AEHL trying to hit new high of day. AEHL, nice good pop up here. So AEHL, nice good squeeze play out of nowhere. Big two candles here in the 1 minute time frame. Went from 170 to 205 there. I don't know if that's a chat room pump of sorts. That nice good move though there from AEHL. Nice good move there from AEHL. ASPC not getting the love there. AEHL getting the runner now. AEHL, okay, so why you can't count any play out. Moving through after hours high, that 195 mark is AEHL right now. So what we'll do is Drama Mama really slow. We got EKSO falling off here a little bit. We're going to put AEHL on number one watch right now. AEHL, nice good squeeze play here out of nowhere. Good reversal there from Google. Still continues to climb down even more. We can see more fallback here from EKSO. The one thing I'd be looking for is a bounce play today. Honestly, like we've seen a lot of the time here recently, those plays work out and continue to climb and make good moves. Today, the bounce plays are going to be 315 on SOPA, the 760 mark for EKSO. We do have AEHL exploding right now, so 185 to 190 would be the dip buy area for AEHL. Absolutely burning right now to the top side. So again, old resistance, new support. Be looking to get orders in 190 into this, this 190 mark. Even some down into 175 area would be good for AEHL for the dip buy. So watch this now on AEHL. See if we get filled here. I'm going to start putting some orders in around that area. All right. Got some orders in there. We'll see if they get the pull back down. My first order starts at 192. Got in at 187. Got one at 182. And then one at 177. See if we get filled on the dip buy. Finally have a ticker here. Moving. Finally got a ticker here. Finally got a little bit of a ticker. And you know what's crazy? Is that AEHL is on the list. AEHL is on the list. And from the last time it ran, which is so funny. It's a top gainer on my list now. So I'm going to add some other tickers here. Oh, SOPA. There goes SOPA. I took my eye off of it. So there's your dip buy on SOPA. 315 area. 315 dip buy. All right, so there we go. Got her in there for AEHL. AEHL, we are ready to rock and roll there. All right. Let's look at the, again, large cap tickers here. We get anything good, anything sexy here from the large cappies? Tesla, good move out of the bell there today. So Tesla was a good short so far, about $7. It did slow down though. Google's reversal ends up being a $4 banger from high of day reversal. It literally teardropped right off of my line there. Check this out. Just wow. Talking about a freaking banger. $4 move in 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, team. Whoa, that hurts the heart a little bit. Just going through other, Meta's kind of sitting up tight, not really doing much. Apple, why I didn't alert it today, absolutely ugly sauce. AMD to start today, ugly sauce. Google, we already went over it. B, again, the breakout was there, but now it's back on down. Why I was kind of timid to trade, say that Babel we did not alert for a reason. Meta got the squeeze as we talked about. NVDA here. Whoopsies. NVDA here. Looks like NVDA, obviously. But NVDA, not great. PLTR, I think this is another one that's actually had a decent move out of the bell. And is on a main major support line that I mentioned, I know, in pre-market. There you go. Look how my lines work here, team. This is why I say put your lines in and trade them. Get better at putting your lines in. If you need help putting your lines in, come do one-on-ones with me. Right now, you can do one-on-ones with me for pretty much nothing. Well, bounce play on SOPA was money. Nice bounce play. If anyone did get filled, he would have had to have those orders already down there. I would have probably had 2 orders filled. I probably would have put one at 323, one at 317. So maybe the 317 got clipped and I would have gotten 2 filled. Then I would have had another one like at 311. So I would have done like 3 orders there. Wouldn't have only been filled maybe at most, in my opinion, 1,000 shares. I would have done 3 500 increments right there. So 300 or 500 at 323, 500 at 317, 500 at 311. So at most I would have been filled 1,000 shares, maybe only 500 shares. Still good play. Target 1 would be 350 area. Target 2, 375. Target 3, 420. Looking for the dip buy still on AEHL. AEHL still looking for the dip buy as of right now. This is the few tickers that we have to trade here in the small cap land. We're all over it. We're looking at them. We're all over it. Running through the ringer here too, just like you said. Like I said, I'm just kind of going through different tickers, small cap wise, see if we get any other different movement there potentially that I'm not seeing, and just going through different chat rooms, so to speak. We're not missing anything. Amex is your number one top gainer. That's on most people's boards. Could be AEHL. It's not on other people's boards. EKSO, right? So we're all over the top gainers on the day. We're all over what would be the top gainers so far. Amex, again, I've moved over here because it was just it just never got over $1. I'll still leave my lines in here for the dip buy here for AEHL. You know, I'm still going to leave my levels in to see if we get filled 190, you know, the 190 mark, 192 area like I talked about, into the 175 mark, 177 mark. Still leave those in. Again, 192, 187, 182, and 177 is where I have my orders to get filled at for a dip buy and move back on up here for AEHL. I will go over and join Trade the Pool. Don't forget, here in about 15 minutes, 10 minutes here or so, at the top of the hour. I'm with them for 2 hours today. And then you guys got me again for lunch. So today we'll do lunch, and at lunch we'll do what we normally do. I'll kind of do a 10-15 minute breakdown of lunch, see if there's anything moving, go over plays for you guys. That usually will start around 1:30 Eastern, and then I will always right around 2:30 Eastern, I will get into doing afternoon commentary, break down charts, you know, put in levels for you guys, you know, break down a play every day, you know, at least go over stuff so you kind of get a little mini lesson in. Oh my gosh, I swear on shits on rice if this bounces here at freaking 2 area, which I saw this little lower shadow, and I'm like, that might try to come hang it up. Just have patience, sit back and wait. Merlin getting, he's like, oh man, I'm getting a little impatient. I maybe want to take a bathroom break soon. Really tight action out there. There's a little pop from EKSO. There's your red to green move from EKSO. There's a little red to green move pop from EKSO. Another fail. Good bounce play on SOPA, small one, you know, but at least still would have gotten, you know, if you got filled there, at least some shares at that 315 mark. Not a bad 40-cent, 30-cent bounce, somewhere in that range. You would have easily gotten the, you know, there's a tight spread there. Go across the board and see what people are doing, see what people are trading here. I think everyone's looking at what we're looking at. Just going through the different movers today, team. We're all over it. We're not missing anything. I'm just going through and I rewind the streams. People that are live right now, I start rewinding their streams to see if they're, you know, what they're trading, what they're looking at. GVH BNAI from yesterday, not doing much. I forgot to bring up BNAI today in pre-market, but hell, there was almost no point to. Didn't do shit. This is about that time of the day on these slower days like today. I usually like to go over and start trying to find some sort of mid-cap to large-cap play to trade. There goes that EHL's bounce play. I'll still leave my orders in for the foreseeable future on this play. Seems like it has most of the mob up 90%. Essentially, our 100% gainer that we do have for the day is here, showing its face. I was off, by, a little bit. I wanted this to come back down into pre-market highs area and after hours highs and get bounce plays into this. It's not bouncing off of 2, nice whole round number, not coming quite down to the old resistance areas, but there's your bounce play. And this is exactly why I was trying to trade AEHL. Any questions you guys have that are out there right now still with me? Anything? Jay Webb, Sterling, Elise from earlier. I know you guys like to sit back and really soak up, it seems like, more so than anything than ever ask me questions and comment, which is fine with me. But I swear, like, every time I go live, it's like that. It's like everyone's like, I feel like it's at school and everyone's listening to the teacher. Aussie Chicky, Elise, though, Mims, if you're out there, get rich. Mr. Lion, anyone else this morning, Smoked Tuna. It's been slower. Cosmic Race from earlier, if you're still out there, Wallflowering. It's been slower, gonna be slow. It's a half day. Tomorrow's a half day, why we're gonna have a lot of fun. Right this time tomorrow, I'll be getting into the giveaways and the year-end confessional New Year's resolution. So come join me tomorrow. Year-end confessional. Talk about the things that you've messed up on this year. Some of the things for the New Year's that you need to work on and like to get better at. I'll start the party off. And then it's time for you guys. The first couple of years, it was like, it went for almost like an hour and a half. I mean, people just kept coming in and pouring in. Of course, I was over at TradeCaster, so I had hundreds of people that just kept slowly but surely coming over. And I was on YouTube as well, so we just had a lot of people back then. Well, I won't go for an hour this year, but it's fun. It's good to really repent, so to speak. Merlin, will you lay down? Why do you always do this? Stop. Lay down, please. I hate. It's like probably my biggest pet peeve, and he's the one that does it. Like, Groot never did that. L kind of does it, but they'll come over and they'll put their head on top of my arm. And then it's drooly. His jowls have these, like, his lips essentially have this just slobber. Oh gosh, it's annoying. And then he puts it all over the desk. That's one thing I'm going to work on. Merlin turns more like into Groot. But anywho, come over. It's good. Just talk and like we've done on the TTP live stream, when the call-in show, when someone calls in and talks about something, so when you come over and confess your stock trading, sins tomorrow, someone else that may not have that courage, unfortunately, to talk about what they failed at or what they've struggled with this last year and what they need to get better at, but it's going to hit home with them. That's awesome. I'm going to talk about stuff that may hit home with someone, right? When I go first, come over tomorrow. It's really beneficial for you as a trader to do this, to get these things, to talk about what you're going through, the struggles you're going through, how you're going to try to make yourself a better trader, moving forward into 2026, which is crazy to think. 2026, I think the first year I did this, we were moving into 2023. I think. Crazy. Absolutely nuts how time flies. But gotta get ready for 26. The market changes. How does it change? How do you adapt? It's a key. Super key. So come over tomorrow. We'll be talking about stocks, of course, at first, and going over levels and trying to find a play. Still like an EHL for a bounce play. Other than that, you can see, and we're going to be that way tomorrow, while we're going to have fun. It's going to be slow. Tomorrow's a half day. Getting back to my original point of that was tomorrow will be slow. Pre-market has been absolutely horrendous recently. Like, really slow. Really bad. Most of our movers coming in after the market opens. Like your AEHL spike today, right? You're getting, you get some movement in pre-market. Like, I guess we got some movement today in pre-market. SOPA had a little move, EKS, but it's nothing great. You're not getting a lot of good technical sound setups. And it's just going to be slower. Your top gainers are going to be up, 30, 40, 50, 60% again, if that. Just like what we're dealing with today. So expect tomorrow to be a lot like today. There we go. I'm holding and looking for a rejection again on the AHL. Gotcha. Yeah, this one looks like a good squeeze. I would just be careful there, honestly, with this downtrend. So if you go up top on this play, I would just be careful. It does have this inverse head and shoulders forming. definitely a good sign for, could be a reversal from 230 to 240. But if you do take this, that would definitely be a little bit smaller size. This one has the reekings of could pop and squeeze. I did take the RK Elise short for $2 more. There you go. Good job, Elise. Look at that sweet dog trying to show. Oh, yeah, well. If he would just stand there, it'd be one thing. But he comes over and he likes, like, my arm's here on the mouse, or it's typing, you know, it's right here. And he just sets his hand, or head, right on my arm over and over and over. He does love me a lot, Elise. He is, yes. Trust me, I know. He's like, you are my new dad. I mean, all the animals, they're in love with us. Like, they are obsessed. Like, because most dogs that way. They've done studies, right? Where, like, well, I've seen a recent latest study where they showed that dogs love their owners more than they love, like, their food. Like, they've, like, test this, like, their levels or whatever. Like, you know, they did this study, and they would, of course, like, they point being like when the owner would come home or when they would go on walks, their excitement level, their heart rate, or whatever it was, however they did the test, was like at the highest. Food's high, you know, but like the highest would be the passion and what they're showing to like their. I mean, Elle tackles me. Like I said, it's a lot going on with her, in my opinion. What's going on? It's a long story short, but you know, just some reincarnation. It feels like with her, with other Great Danes that have passed that are in her, you know, and they're just like, I mean, she'll tackle me. Like the other day, comes up, paws right. And I'm on the couch, so she's standing on me at this point, really. She's on her hind legs, you know, and she's on my shoulders, and then she's just all weight on me, just making out with me, kissing my face, kissing my face, kissing my face. And eventually to where I'm just kind of like give up from holding her, you know, holding that with my, you know, strength, and I just fall back on the couch. And then she just falls right on top of me and just making out, kissing my face. You know, it's just like, you are obsessed with me. I absolutely love it. You know, I love how much they love us. You know, it's cool to see. It's cool. Yeah, tomorrow, exactly here. Tomorrow, here. Thanks, boss. Just putting lines in on the tickers for pre-market and amazed how they hit. Soaking on. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I mean, that's why you just want to keep things simple at first. There's a lot of, you know, things that you can adapt and adjust your trading to different things, but that's the key at first, and just how well it works for most traders that have been successful for so long. I mean, look at the Adrian Manns guy I talked to, and I'll still need to edit his dual string Friday, you know, that I had on with him and Love Chip. I need to get his out there, but I mean, all the guys that have been doing this for so long, and how they say and do exactly what I teach and preach to you guys. You know, they're not using a lot of different indicators. They're using pretty much the chart. They may, you know, it's very simple. I'm like, wow, this is awesome. This is what I teach all day, every day. This is what I trade. This is how I trade, right? Like AEHL, I wanted a bounce play. I have orders in on, you know, on my, like I said, I have orders in at 192, 187, 182, 177, right? They're just sitting down there. Well, there's a reason why this play would have a good bounce. It was the number one top gainer. It's the number one mover with all the mob. This is where traders are at to go long. You know, so this is why I was sitting back and just waiting for this bounce play. Didn't come to fruition, unfortunately, but you can see the potential. And all it was just finding and doing what I've done day in, day out, and watching these tickers. And once you do it enough, of course, you get good at finding support resistance and you know where to put lines in. But then secondly, you get that intuition gut of just knowing, hey, here's what's going to happen with this play. This play is going to stay bullish. This play will see a bounce play, and that bounce play is most likely going to go back up to high of day and test it again. That's exactly why I traded AE, or wanted to trade AEHL. You know, it was a beautiful move. Same thing kind of for EKSO. I said 760 area, you know, for the dip buy. I didn't quite get down there. It got to 780. But that was why, like I said, I liked EKSO. I said, hey, we're looking for a bounce play. Here are the two we're looking at. SOPA's even another one. You know, you still are in the green and never, ever, ever were fucking red in the bounce play. This is why I'm trading bounce plays, because if you look at the bounce plays I alerted today, 2 we didn't get filled, but if we did get filled, we weren't red ever. We never would have been red. We would have been barely, you know, green. I get it at first, but we never would have went red. You know, if this would have happened in our support area down here, right, we're just kind of sitting in zero land, as in not green, not red, but then boom up. And then from, like, how long we've been in the green. Same thing for SOPA. Same thing for, you know, EKSO. This is why I'm going for bounce plays and dip buys. There goes SPY. What's SPY doing? I did a little pop-up, yeah. Little pop-up. That was Before the top of the hour there, but still tight and stuck. This is why I went with smaller, tighter levels on the SPY today. This is why I went with tighter levels on the SPY today. I just didn't see the move coming, in my opinion. Maybe out of the belt from some of these tickers like we got, but then what we've seen, we just kind of stay trapped and caught and don't really move too much. Lunar's running. Yeah, nice little move from Lunar today. It's kind of like DJT when that was moving a couple of weeks ago. You'll have these little days out of nowhere where you'll get these bigger moves. Lunar could do a lot like what it did yesterday, just kind of looking back at what we did yesterday, which was a pop up, came down, chopped around, then sold out. So it has a lot of yesterday written on the board, honestly, out of the gate. A lot of what we did yesterday written on the board out of the gate. Now it's crashing all the way back on down to the VWAP. Any questions? Any last questions you guys have? Again, any last questions before I head over to trade the pool? All right, team, I'm heading over to the Trade the Pool stream. Yeah, it's just range bound. As they would call that, range bound there, Elise. It is range bound today. Just like the one from earlier with Get Rich Together. I forgot what it was in pre-market. She want me to break down the levels for. Just range bound. It's not going to be moving out of those levels, most likely. And really, right now, it looks like EKSO is kind of the same thing in small caps, where we just kind of get stuck in this range and just moves in and out of it. This is exactly why I told Detmar. I don't know if Detmar or Sterling, if you're around. This is why exactly I said be careful shorting AEHL at the top. It's staircasing up. This has bullish, inverse head and shoulders, look to it. This is why I wanted the bounce play. Careful, careful, careful there for AEHL. All right. All right, cool. Yep, you have a good one, team. I am, if you're out for the day, have a good day. I am heading over to Trade the Pool and go live with those guys. See what we get there. Here is the link for Trade the Pool. I'll put this out there for you all right now. TTP live stream. Boom, boom, and boom. I will see you guys over there for the next 2 hours, and I'm back here for a commentary for the rest of the day. So I'm going over to Trade the Pool. After that, back here with you guys. All right? See you guys in just a bit.
Don't trade the should. We always, make sure we're managing risk on a CTX popping up a little bit here. The adjusted stop's going to be up at the highs on that. But there's been a couple other decent plays. How's y'all's morning been? And traders in chat, good to see you guys in here. Sid U, yeah, Sid U, couple of those. What's that space play, right? Sid U, and then
Took a little
ASPC.
trade on that. Yeah, so far it's been great. We've made a couple changes to the system, shown those live, and they've been performing up 200 or so today on the system. Just trying to dig back, make some changes, build more, that type of thing. Just kind of cool to see some of the same trades come through.
I
Again,
know, that's awesome.
completely different methodology,
PAVS.
but seeing the same
And look
things
at
like
both
SOPA, for
PAVs,
example.
yeah.
It's looking at that failed spike, right? That big spike that it had earlier in the day, and then
Mhm.
just kind of collapse from there, showing
Right.
that right
Yeah.
there's some people out there who said enough, right? I'm just going to take that and go. I've been back testing some stuff that will be, I think, close-ish to your style of things, and we'll be talking about that a little bit more in the new year. Because if this, again, like I said earlier, I said if this works or if it doesn't matter. Is that hangover trade is the next one that I
Oh,
really
it'll work.
wanna
Look at
go
GVH.
after.
GVH, this I mean, this was hangover. There are a couple others to study from. GVH from yesterday,
Yep.
great hangover going into today, and then PAVS as well was another one. Yesterday I tried this. It was kind of light, but working out today so far. But I mean, exactly the same
Cool.
setup, just pattern recognition. So I'm excited to see what you can cook up over there with it.
Yeah, I've got some game plans. Again, importing the data seemed like it was the hardest part. Each of these back tests, if I run them for the full year, take
It's good.
or the full 5 years, take over an hour to run every time, and my computer is just screaming at me the whole time. So it's a lot of data, right?
Sid U looks good, traders. Who's working this? I mean, it's Sid U. The last 5 6 days, it's definitely gotten accumulated on these sell offs. But when it sells off, it's a significant profit taking event
Yeah.
when it does get going. But yeah, she gets bought back up. But yeah, right now it's just kind of testing out a little trend line's been on the last couple days, pulling off not bad off of the 310. But Money Mitch, haven't seen you since before Christmas. How'd the twins do Christmas Day?
Not bad, man. It was a good time indeed, and been pushing and pushing. So it's been a fun time. Got a new house, man, and got to
Oh,
move, but that wasn't a bad little gift for the boys. But guys, I'm still playing in Gush. This thing hasn't wanted to break the opening candle low, the open, and that tells me something. It's like, hey, if you don't want to break the open and you're just hanging out, that means oil might want to go higher here. I'm trying to play it. We'll see if it gets that nice little lift.
You're that tells you the annoyingness of just playing. Like I hate for some reason the minerals or not minerals, oil and that kind of stuff. It just
I mean, XOM was a
like
nice breakout though, and that's
TRMC.
why I think the monthly candles are important here.
yeah.
Everyone kept pointing to daily candles on XOM. I think you look at the monthly. You have to
Oh,
be
yeah,
in on the
no.
right spots.
Too choppy to trade short
Speaking
term
of
on oil.
speaking of
anything,
minerals,
You're going to hear this, and you're not going to hear this probably anywhere else. Look at XOM on a quarterly. Look how pretty it looks.
At some point
You
it goes,
heard that,
right?
a quarterly
You know,
chart. A quarterly chart.
yeah,
When have you ever heard that being mentioned?
once it's hated enough, right? Once oil's
actually,
hated enough,
It
will
might just be
go.
the time, man. It might just be the time.
uh,
I don't know if can I set up that chart. Let me see if I can set up that
we'll
chart.
reduce the risk, CTX guys. I don't want this thing curling all the way back around.
Let me see if I can set
But there are a couple. Like speaking of minerals, HYMC is not a bad setup, traders. I went over this in pre-market analysis this morning. HYMC, I think it's some kind of mining ticker. But
Yeah, this is the one that AMC owns like 30% of.
oh, that's right. We were in here. Look at this chart though. A gorgeous chart. I mean, this head and shouldered, and the neckline was 24. It was opened right on that. It retested that 24 neckline today. It rejected off of it, and there's a lot of room down. With the RR is really good on a play like this. So I mean, it's right at 23, over under 24 with a couple point. You know that's good risk reward. So I'm thinking about short on that. We'll see how the price action goes, but CTX SOPA it right now. I do like that play, and then EKSO. Nos, you were speaking on the wick with what was it, SOPA, yeah, like looking for those wicks, and where
Yeah.
traders are like, okay, I'm done with this. EKSO, very interesting small cap play this morning because they potentially are like there's some kind of merger that they're presenting to APLD. So when you get a low float small cap presenting a merger with like an actual reputable company, that's what brings in some hype, and that's why we're seeing EKSO with this
Yeah.
gap up. Now she did that move like you're talking about. The red to green move, you'll see the big wick, and that's a great level to risk off of as a short. That's what shorts salivate over, traders. You see that wick, failed red to green attempt, it's the highest volume candlestick on the day, and then it provides great risk levels to risk off of on the shore after they capture their liquidity. And clearly here, if you would have taken the short 860, 70, we dropped all the way to low eights before bouncing back up. But
Speaking
Well,
of which, APLD definitely taking a down move off of that conversation. It did a fake out to the upside and went
see,
right back.
I didn't study that news too much, but I was like, is EKSO presenting that to APLD? Is that the headline? It's like APLD doesn't. They're not in the conversation piece. They're just going to reject this entirely. Like we don't we don't want anything to do with this merger. I don't know.
well, I'm just glad you were talking about that EKSO because the robot shorted it because of that wick as
We're
well.
like
So I am,
3 for 3.
yeah, so I am short that one. Great that most of the ones that you're talking about are being looked at anyway. Part of me, and I'm going to go through the
Let's
data when
go,
it happens. But part of me just wants to do this just from the short side for now and master that. And
It's
then,
going to be
and then start
easier
doing longs.
just because
That's
it's going to be reacting to the volume. Like it sounds like that's what it's picking up anyways right now. It's like where is price action and volume?
I'm a little scared on that EKSO. It does look like a developing chart off that $8 spot.
Yeah.
I will say that $8 alert that I had because I set it in pre-market and it came back and hit it. Oh, that would have been the perfect buy. I mean, it went down 20
Yeah,
cents.
both sides of it. But I agree. It's forming a high or low.
This is what I see, right? It's a bigger time frame, but no, wrong chart there. There we go. Here you go. This is what I drew in the pre-market. I already had this drawn, and it's just continued, right? It went above this, it broke out, reloaded right on that wick. Wicks are tricks on the downside here. And then you would need to see it eat with a golfing and Kindle back through like 920s. And
What time frame is that? That's
This
a
is
nice
a
time frame.
30
Oh,
minute.
it looks really good. Yeah, that's a clean time
It
frame.
looks
right there.
clean. It looks clean. And that's why I think it's sometimes as a 1 minute trader, if you could have a 15 to the next to the side of you or a 30, and then you can time those moves within themselves, right? And that just tells me more and more. And that's why I would set the alert at 8 because I could see this downward trend line. And I was like, it runs right into $8. If it undercuts that, it could be that nice little fake out to then drive it right back up. So
Yeah.
it's just a dangerous one. I think a dangerous.
Yeah,
first
it
trade
feels
for
50-50-ish.
SOPA
Yeah.
though. I think that's perfect. Like that's a perfect trade, right? And we've seen SOPA before come right back down, right? So we'll see what happens on that one. EKSO, can it get above 880s is really where you start seeing the spike, and we'll see if it really starts driving through 9. I'll put an alert there at 897. Let us know. All right, looking around out there, guys. Just been that mixed day, right? But look where the SPY is at, right back on the lows here. Let's see what happens. Do we undercut it here? And this is what I've been talking about, guys. And this is why I'm also long on Gush, right? You guys see me long Gush. You guys see me long Rocket. And these trades have just slightly gone red, and that's why I'm just hanging out in them. That tells me something too. They don't want to really wash me out. They could have already done it, guys. Oh, and there's that EKSO alert. How long did that take?
CETX guys rejecting the Magic 20. My stop's right over 20, but just FY CETX. And then what did EKSO do? Oh, straight up, yeah.
It already started to hit 9 already, guys. There's the break, right? There's the recovery.
Yeah,
this was a beautiful pattern.
Oh, CETX cracking, guys, cracking 320, guys. If you don't know, now you know the 20-cent area. You got to pay attention because the 20s, for some reason, matter a whole lot.
Everything above 310s has been a sell. Everything above 310s.
Let's go, CETX selling off, guys. CETX coming down to lows.
So on the 30-minute here, Kevin, you'll see it also from that same chart, CETX. What do you see there? A lot of wicks above 310. So the
Yeah.
sells are above 310s constantly, right? The buys are around what? The
Yeah.
260,
There's your liquidity.
270.
Where's your supply? Where's your demand? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And those are the things that you really need to sometimes, as a, let's say, beginners out there, really establish where the resistance and support is. It's not the 1 minute resistance and support. It's a deeper time frame, especially on these bigger penny stocks that are making big moves. So if you can catch those areas, then let's say this morning, if you were trading in the 260s, you feel like this is a nice area, right? Because you looked on the left, you saw this bunch up area. That's going to be where the support is going to be. Then you can create another layer at support, right? I mean, you start to break this resistance, right? So there's a smaller resistance zone that's right here, in between here. And sorry about that, trying to get the square to draw again. And then right through that, you start to break what? This prior.
But this, higher low here around 820. It's kind of like a little ABCD ish pattern, ascending triangle against the open, breaking that out. So if you're going to trade EKSO at this point, I mean, my risk out on the long side would probably be 850 ish. Under 850, 870. It needs to hold above that, but that's where everybody's stops are going to be, right there, 870. That's where it broke above. That's the open. So I give it a little bit more wiggle room. And then 920 incoming. Now I know Mr. Josh is in here, and he's an expert on this as far as when you get to like this 875 $9 area, isn't 10 almost a magnet? We see that. Yeah. There it goes. Yep. Yeah.
Agreed, Josh. Agreed. Right, developing pattern from this morning, and that's one that just spoke to me really quickly. Like, yeah, this looks like a one that can make a move today.
Man, yeah.
A lot of accumulation.
Good,
Also, the volume's good. It's also not in your $3 area. It's above, so the margin on it for these big boys like these gurus, they can get tons of EKSO today. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a redhead trading EKSO.
Yeah, that margin
I'm
that
not.
margin is important. It's why I like, and
redhead.
it's something I'm going to explore as well. These magic numbers that aren't really magic numbers, that they're systemically important, right? $1,
Exactly.
$5, right?
You can
Things
have
like
a
this.
$1 magnet strategy that actually exists, guys.
Yeah, I know Neil, I talk to all the time from Trader TV, does just that, right? He trades that kind of idea of stocks near a dollar getting to a dollar, right? Stocks
This is,
away from a dollar, kind of failing at a dollar.
Look at
And then the
EKSO,
20.
man. That
Make
got
sure you
to
look at the-
950, guys. And where did it start to
Yeah.
get hot? The
Yeah.
880 zone, and then 9 comes, and boom. And then look at the wicks. Wicks are tricks, guys. Tricks are for kids.
And then
Don't
also
beat
with the
that guy.
system, utilize the 20 cent, because look at this chart, guys. If I would have had this, I specifically put 321 intentionally. 21 cents. If I would have had this stop at 320, I would have been stopped out on CTX, but 321 gave it one more penny. One more penny made all the difference. CTX. So looking for that to continue to flush down, maybe get under the open. SOPA is testing 20 cent area out as well.
Starting to get a
Working
pullback
those
in
and,
oil, guys. Might have to cut out of oil. It's just not really doing much.
SOPA testing.
That's oil.
325
That's oil for you.
325 is the open on SOPA. But yeah, Mr. Josh, what have you been looking at this morning? Oh yeah, AHL's good. Yeah, yeah, AHL still in play a little bit here. Yeah, maybe 230, 240 ish, holding up on it. Yeah, looking at the past chart history, AHL, it doesn't look too bad, traders. It's coming down to VWAP under 220.
IWM bleeding here a little bit, so we gotta
Yeah,
focus
the
up
small
there.
cap sell off is this
Oh, my.
part of the New Year trade as we start to see that come right back into play? IWM coming right back down. Everyone that was celebrating the IWM is gonna be a little bit pissed off.
Yeah, I don't know how much of it's beta right now. Right,
Yeah.
IWM is always going to moves more to the upside, moves more to the downside. Really, it's just
it
as
can't
I
keep
go through
going.
these charts, everything is just so range bound.
Yeah.
Q's inside yesterday's range, SPY inside yesterday's range. It seems like we are waiting. We're waiting for the big guy, the JPOW, to come out and give us a little shake.
There's a biotech that I haven't really paid attention to, but it's going parabolic. It's SLS. I don't know if you guys talk about that one, but man, that thing does not stop. These are those hidden daily charts in the penny stocks that some people can find if you do the good scanning. But that stock does not want to stop. I don't even know what that stock does. But holy moly, I
Yeah.
like the chart. Like that is beautiful. That is like I don't know if they just discovered that a new gold, but their chart looks like it. I don't know what biotech they're into, but whatever they are, there's a reason why.
And that's the kind of chart you want to see from biotechs. Not an insane pop that
No.
gets retraced quickly, but this slow, relentless grind higher. That's
Here's another
that's
one.
how institutions buy, right? Slowly.
GLSI. You want to see charts like this with the daily chart? What is it? It's just literally straight up. Literally, it's just straight up. It's crazy, but
Yeah.
I mean, it's just straight up. It's like these are the ones that you can have that approach of even the strategy that we talked
Yesterday.
about, where you're just dip buying in the mornings and selling into the rips, right? Dip buying, selling into the rips, dip buying, selling into the rips, because the pattern's there for you. So it's not always the sexiest names that make the move and consistency, right? So sometimes it's
What
finding
sector
it.
is that? GLSI.
That's biotech. I'm just looking in IWM and I'm looking at like runners by like RSI. Like, so I'm like looking at the names that are on the high RSI and just continuing. And these are names that are high RSI, but they just keep moving to the upside. That's how it shows you sometimes that high RSI is not always just a definition of turnaround. It also shows definition of strength, right? So there you go.
And
2020.
that was positive news. Damn.
158 I have as the high, 158.07.
Come and see. Right.
That's wicked. That's wicked. Um, I might be able to see it on this.
Yeah.
It doesn't-
Well, and
AEL.
it just goes to show the difference is always in what the market expected versus. So it could be great positive news, but if the market wanted more positiver news, then yeah, you get these drops that if you just look at the headline makes no sense.
Drama,
You look at
baby,
it and go, oh,
drama.
they've already priced in that this thing was going to occur, and it was, even though it was good, it was just less good than kind of everyone thought it would be, right? And yeah, it's funny how that works.
Do you know about the drama, guys? What do you know about the drama?
Yeah, I was just looking at that one too. Coming up towards this opening high, DRMAI.
Pretty on the hourly, just building up 230s. Looks like it wants 3. Let's see if it gets there. This looks bullish to me above. Might get to the 320s and come back to you, but definitely looks like what? Repeated patterns, guys. So repeated patterns, right? You just look at the pattern. Is this a repeat? Does this look the same? Right? Repeated patterns. Find the repeated pattern. Jump on the repeated pattern. Right? It's literally telling you that it's repeating. So why not just try to play it that way? Right? And what was it? It came back all the way to support and then made a move. Right? So you look for the same kind of action. Come back to support and then make a move. Boom. Repeated pattern play, guys. Sometimes, like, that's why I can break these down so simply. But the key is, can you trade that, right? So you got to either build a system or learn how to execute fast to come after this. And this is a deeper time frame, 15 minutes again. I'll state again, you don't have to use the 1 minute to trade pennies. Like, isn't that what everyone else is doing? Trading it with the 1 minute? You might want to be the guy that trades it with the 30 minute, right? You know what I mean? The one guy that's like, you know what, forget all you guys on your 1 minute. I'm going to go on the 30 minute. I'm going to attack these supports, look for repeated patterns, attack supports, try to sell on rips, right? And I think majority of people that buy penny stocks, they try to buy the rip and sell the rip. That's very difficult, very difficult.
Well, I think that's important too, just knowing, like, just looking at it and saying, well, if everyone, there's a big thing in trading where people are like, well, everyone does it this way. Everyone looks at this moving average, so I should look at it too. Then I'm like, well, yeah, but most people fail, right? So, maybe look at things a little bit different, or look at what people are doing and try to find a way to fade that, or something like that. That's kind of the genesis of this strategy that we're testing, right? It's not doing amazingly yet, but that's the idea behind it, is that if most people are buying pre-market high breaks, well, let's find a strategy to short pre-market high breaks and take those trades and see if that
It's
works out.
often less the edge that I think traders struggle with, and what happens thereafter, where traders struggle. What are you doing with the trade after you take it? Are you taking it too early? Are you letting it work for you? You have an ultimately uncommon patience, uncommon discipline. It's what's going to separate the best from the worst. It's like that. You got to have the edge, and obviously trade that, because random trading is going to equal the random results. And if you're just trading any and everything, that's not putting the probabilities in your favor. It's trading predictions, but then you have to have the consistency over time to compound that, risk management to protect and preserve it, discipline to trade just that. But you guys will be. Yeah, I used the 5 minute on GVH yesterday. I'll show you this chart. Yesterday on GVH. GVH was I took a long. You guys might be kind of proud of this GVH. It was on this trend, but yeah, just right on this trend. Like, I kind of like the risk is essentially null. I mean, it's like if it's bouncing or it's not, right? There's not much risk here, so just take the long off of that. And then this was the 5 minute time frame. It looked really clean, but this was an example, guys, of Mitch, what he's saying, where you can reduce the noise with a little bit bigger of a time frame. And I like to do that in the mornings for pre-market analysis when I'm identifying hangovers. Look at 5, 10, 20-day time frames. It cleans it up a lot, reduces a lot of the noise in the trade. But yeah, that ended up, volume came in, bouncing right off of that, ended up being a decent long, and then took the short, as that thing popped up. So being objective can work both sides of the trade. Right now, guys, EKSO is doing what Josh and I were suspecting. The 10 is a magnet. It's pulling up towards that 10. We want to see what she's going to do over under 10. But it's kind of stair-steppy right now.
Yeah, I think this thing has gas written all over it. And you could see 11s and 12s even on a name like this. So what can you do? What is one way of measuring the extension, boys? What do you guys like to do for extension? Do you guys like to measure the flag? What do you guys like to do on that end? You guys do anything like that? try to kind of measure the expansion, right? So you can use like fib expansions, or you can measure the flag. So there's different ways of doing that, guys. So I don't know if you guys do things like that, but of course, there's one way of doing that, right? I'll show you guys for newer traders out there. We're taking a little learning lessons, right? So if you use the ruler tool that you have right here on the left-hand side, you can do that ruler, and that's 458 on the flag. So $4, and I normally calculate it.
Halting up.
Yep, you seeing it right now. That last little flow, 1060s. Money Mitch told you guys $8. $8 on this one.
Whoa.
That would have been a nice entry if you got $8, right? And rewind the tape. I even had the alert set at 8. There's a reason why. That's what you do with these pennies. You set alerts. Let the alert tell you. But from $4 from the $8 spot, right? Or maybe it's $8.50. That's $12.50, right? And even higher, right? So
Well, and then once you're confident in those alerts, they can just very easily become stop limits. And then, right, you're automating your entry. You slap an OCO order on that. Well, now you're automating the entry and the stop loss, right? And then eventually,
Boom.
you're just doing your analysis. That's the baby steps in the systematic trading.
get on it, traders. Get ready for the next year.
That is that we speak on a year experience there from 795. I mean, it's just excellent to sit here and watch, and just watch ETSO doing what it's doing.
Your mic's going in a little bit and out. I don't know if it's me.
Yeah, no, it's a year too.
Okay, I'll reset.
Oh, there you go.
I think it got you. It just it was just coming in and out. It was the noise gate.
Okay.
You're good now.
Yeah, but that uncommon patience discipline, traders, I'm telling you, I think it's what separates the best from the worst. When I see the best traders do it, they're sitting patiently. They may even size, like Money Mitch, has been teaching as well. You size the winners, not just be so eager to take the profits off, but sizing even the winner.
The truth is how many winners in penny stocks are you gonna get? If you don't know how to step up, that's the problem, right? Because you're not gonna get many. You're maybe getting 10, 20% in the winning column. So if you don't step up on those 10 to 20%, how do you bend that equity curve in your direction?
Right.
Now, of course, when you're systematically going about this, it's a little bit, I think, even more difficult than doing it subjectively, but you could still do it. You can just use moving averages, things like that. So a lot of times I tell you guys about the 9 EMA moving average, how you can just see expansions away and come back to the 9 EMA. So maybe that's where you're doing your ads systematically, right? And then you're still stepping up to the plate. And then maybe after 2 ads, it becomes break even, right? Because I have too much size. Now I need protection, things like that. Or you half the stop, right? You bring up the stop, right? You're still risking an amount, but since you're double sized now you want to bring up the stop halfway. So you're still risking the same amount. These types of things are the types of things that you guys got to be weighing in and building your systems on.
Well, yeah, and there's also, are the ads equal, or are they ascending or descending is another way to look at it, right? So, for example, if you took 200 trades in the first, or 200 shares in the first trade, do you take another 200? Do you take 300? Do you take 100? Right? These are very important because they're going to give you different things, right? If you take a larger, then it's going to move your, if it's more conviction, it's going to move your stop up more. If you're taking smaller ads as it goes, then you're just adding a little bit to it. It's not going to move your position around as much. And I know you guys were just talking about DRMA, and then there's the robot shorted, so we'll see what happens there. But all of that juicy profit I had earlier today, it's the bot gave most of it back, and now we're sitting short. So we're sitting a little bit under, so we just kind of see what happens from there. Quick roundup in the market, just right, the SPY. You could say it's down. It is technically at the low of the day, but this is yesterday's range. We haven't gone anywhere today on the SPY. We haven't gone anywhere today on the Qs. Even the IWM, which is the worst, is barely under yesterday's range. It is kind of full chop, right? It's full force. Holiday week, right before FOMC minutes, right before all these things. So just, again, I don't believe, I said this earlier, right? When we were down here, I didn't believe it. When we were up there, I didn't believe it. Now that we're back down here, I still don't believe it until after this whole
Traders
FOMC stuff goes away.
EKSO. Sorry to interrupt. EKSO
Yeah.
is going to open up at in like 30 seconds. It's opening up at 10.74.5 resume price. In about 25-ish seconds, EKSO is going to be opening up. Sorry.
No, that's right. It's always important to alert those when they're happening. EK. Yeah, what an insane push. This is why, again, the beauty of, I was short this. Right? You can see the trade right here. Short, out for a little loss, and now it's just ripping, right? And this is the benefit of being systematic and taking is all these trades that don't
We're
really
open,
care.
pushing higher. 1070s, 1060s. Yeah.
You can always, right, if you're small enough, like 100 shares. So, 100 shares and the thing goes to zero, right? You lost $900. Like it's like, it halts and it never reopens again. You're out on $900 and it sucks, but you're not like, you're not outside your house holding a cup for that point. That's why I always love trading smaller than you think you need to, because it really does open up that mindset. We do it all the time where we'll just for jokes take like 100 shares or or one share every now and then. It's very freeing just to go, I don't really care what happens to this trade.
Honestly, like via back testing, I find that to be so true. Like if be in a share size that you don't need to look at it, because there have been trades I'll set the orders out there and like go on a run or something, and I might be up a ton or it might stop me out, but I'm less getting in the way. Like if you can take a trade with share size where you can think with clarity, or just you identify your edge, you take it, but you don't get in the way, right? It's like Crow, your trade you're working right now. Just take the trade and like get out of the way. Because the patience you've been demonstrating has been great. You're killing it on that trade because of that. So oftentimes we get in our own way in trades,
right?
And that's
exactly it. Yeah. Someone asking about SIDU not allowed by Trade the Pool. Works. I took a couple trades. They were all losers today, but I took a couple trades in SIDU, which is why I think I may transition, and this is something I have to have a hard think about today, the strategy to a short only strategy, in which I'm just trying to short these, because SIDU, right, it undercut early and then it rallied, and that was a long setup. I got to go through the numbers to see, but this thing obviously would have been a better short. SOPA, I'm short. DRMA, I'm short. Again, MSTU and TNXP were accidents, so I just need to watch these closely because they shouldn't have come through this particular trade. But yeah, so we went from being up like $250 today to down 50, which is not ideal, but it is what it is. Right? It's a lot of trades. So again, that's the point. Is we want to get a lot of data, and to get a lot of data, you got to take a lot of trades, which is why I always think it's better to take a lot of trades small than just a couple trades, big.
Yep, detach from the outcome, Crow. Absolutely, got to detach from the outcome.
And the more data, the better, because then you can start to actually parse through it. It's one of the advantages of day trading, I say, over swing. Probably the biggest one is that you have so many more at-bats, I guess you could call it, that much quicker if your strategy is working or not. Where, say you have a strategy that holds for weeks, it takes a lot longer to really get the confidence in doing that, because you don't get a single at-bat more than once a week. where with day trading you get multiple at bats every single day. So again, it is something to keep an eye on if you're interested in doing that. Is that, yeah, it's a different beast entirely. Yeah. Yeah. And it's the quote I always like to use, and I'm just stealing this from my podcast co-host directly, is he just calls it his path to confidence. At the end of the day, you need to have confidence in your strategy and what's your path to get there. And in most cases, this is why I'm so big on back testing, is I think back testing is a bit of a superpower when it comes to it. That path to confidence becomes, for my swing trades, I have 25 years of data. I've seen every bear market in theory with the back test. I know what's potentially going to happen, and that's my path to confidence. And then for discretionary traders, it just might be more, screen time, sitting there and seeing the same thing kind of over and over again. But however you got to get the confidence somehow. So it all depends on how you're doing it.
We might get the next penny runner here. I know that you had that CETX. Are you still in, my friend? I don't want to go long on you, but
Yeah, I was just looking at it. I didn't really like that spike right there.
yeah, this looks like it wants to hold 3 now. So I'll take a small amount here on the long side, see if it wants to go and be the penny sympathy play. Another play could be EKSO off the $10. That's if you guys want to play that, right? So
SPY is coming in just a little bit here.
yeah, SPY has been just kind of leaking there. Like I talked about, guys, I don't think we're getting the Santa Claus rally. I don't think Santa's coming to town this year, guys. So
Well, if we don't go
Santa
anywhere,
Claus is not coming to town.
as long as
Whoa.
we don't go anywhere, we're already here. We're up what
CETX.
from the 24th? Yeah, very barely. We're up 0.5%. So that would be a little less. Again, it's about 1 to 1.5%, depending on when you start to look at. That's the average.
Yeah, SOPA and CETX both kind of curling around a little bit on me. DRMA back up towards 250. She's still a little penny play in play, and then of course EKSO now kind of sideways off at 10. So be mindful of that, traders. And yeah, SOPA. That's SOPA and CETX.
There's SOPA. Yeah, short that one. And then well, yeah, and don't forget that, we have the big guy, right? We got the dude coming out. We got the J Pow. The man, the myth, the legend. He's going to be, I don't even think he says anything. I think it's just a press release. So that's
No,
a 3.
Yeah, it's the minutes. Yeah, you'll get the minutes at 2. 2 p.m.
2,
Eastern,
sorry, yes.
3
That's
your
my-
time, right?
3 my time. Yeah.
But
so-
yeah, wait for that 2 p.m. You might get some movement off of that. What you're going to hear is Fed talk about what? The forward outlook, right? How many wanted to cut more than what was already cut, right? That's going to be the conversation and the focus forward. But I think you kind of know where monetary policy is going, right? You always want to know where it's going. it's rate cuts, right? It's the question is how many rate cuts, and that's more of what your interns from Goldman Sachs are trying to figure out.
Well, and it's the job application, right?
That's what it is, really.
You know, who's going through and trying to, who wants the job bad enough that they're out there screaming as loud as they can that, hey, yeah, I'll make them negative. Why not? I'll just turn the rates the other way. Just do Japan. Just make the rates. It worked out well for them.
Yeah.
Their market didn't go anywhere for what, 2 decades.
Yeah, CTX went ahead and gave Mitch a little money on that one.
Thanks, bud. No worries.
Oh yeah, good. No, good trade.
Nah,
DRM.
Not even a good trade. It's not a good trade until you make the cash, because the next thing you know, you're losing and I'm losing. Then we're not winning.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, it's the most annoying thing. When everything starts reclaiming. SOPA's big picture for me, so I'm going to kick back there. I laddered the stops a little bit up through 3, 4s, and 5s, but SOPA with the offering, a little bigger picture for me. EKSO back around 10. What you thinking, Mr. Josh? Okay.
All right, now CETX back above the 320s. At this point, I could go break even and just look for 340s breakout. And if it gets up there, it'll probably continue. If it doesn't get to 340s, I don't think you even touch the 350 real kind of gas pedal. Let's see what happens on it. And there you go. We'll see what happens next level from there. If you can break 350s, I think you have room to get towards 4s and 420s. So, haha, pun intended. Let's see what happens. Whatever happened to rescheduling? Did that ever happen, or did Trump just hit the pen too much and forget about it?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about it. Right, there was those rumors, and then nothing.
And then it just goes all dead. Buy the rumor, sell the news again on cannabis. It's crazy, dude.
It's
crazy.
Yeah, it's one of those things that the whole news cycle just shifted, right? Just shifted completely over to this whole Ukraine Russia thing. It's all I was actually, as you were talking, I was reading Walter Bloomberg there, and that's the whole area is just more and more of that, just over and over and over again. Yeah, just Zelensky says this, and Putin says this, and Trump says so. It just shows that there's nothing really from more economic side of things that's happening. It's just all this nonsense with, right? The media's got to talk about something, and if there's nothing, then they talk about whatever thing they can think of.
XOS, EXSO. Sorry about that. Before I get dyslexic here, cup and handle pattern on the 5-minute. So I think that's another attempt if you want to come after it. So that'd be an undercut of 975 here, or like just an undercut of 10, and then a recovery coming back in. So if you're looking for it, that's what I'd be watching. 5-minute cup and handle pattern with last night's action. I don't have the 5-minute chart, so I can't show you on Trader Evolution, but I have it above me, and I kind of looked a little closer in to see where the pullback could be. That's the area where I see pullbacks, 950 to the 975s.
So now, a concern I had for EKSO looking at the past chart history was like the daily chart suggests like when this thing does have a gap up, it has a full body like red candle, but I mean it probably didn't have the APLD news to go with it back then. But a few big days were just full bodied red candles. So just bear that in mind, traders. This where
Yeah.
obviously gap ups and
Gordon, someone in chat, they were talking about the holiday tomorrow, but
Ooh.
someone in chat said we're open a full day tomorrow. I asked Perplexity, agrees that we're open a full day tomorrow.
What? That's not from.
AHH shows.
Where'd it get that from? Fidelity's websites. Yeah, they got it from Fidelity. It's saying it opens open till 4, I think, and that it was just
The
Christmas.
day
And
before Independence Day. Normally it closes at 1, but let's see if AI is wrong here. I'm going to confirm it right now for us. I love
be interesting.
I love how the New York Stock Exchange already took off 2025, so I can't even see it.
that's what when I went to the website, that was my
Idiots.
problem, right? Is that
Idiots.
I'm like, let me. It's not done yet, man.
Yeah,
I'm like,
dude. Like, you didn't have to boot it one day early, dude. You know what that was? Dev is not going to be in the office tomorrow, so he was
Yeah.
like, "Yeah, we're putting this live right now, dude.
so he pushed it forward.
We're gonna."
Yeah.
Oh,
It's usually a
DRMA,
half day.
250.
It used to be a half day.
Traders
Okay, well,
DRMA, little bit of a sell off right there. I think it's a good risk level now. 250. If we are snapping like that around 11 o'clock, we'll see if buyers step in. Any pop here, I kind of like the short on DRMA against that level now.
good. I'm already short that one, so I hope you're right.
So they're closing the bond markets early. Haha. They just said, you know what? F you. You don't get the day off.
That's pretty much it.
That is as messed up as can be, man. It's
I know,
New
what do
Year's,
you-
dude. Like people
Yeah,
want to
come
go
on,
and
guys.
drink a beer.
Like, well, but it's also the difference between is the market open or is the market going to be active, right? It's certainly not going to be active on a like 2 o'clock on New Year's Day. So that would be a very much I would pull the plug myself manually if I was a discretionary trader. There's no shot I'd be, because you got to imagine that every move is going to be completely faked out unless you've got some real in play like micro cap crazy dudes. That's just not a day that I would go crazy on at all. Yeah. Well, yeah, because you always have to weigh. There's way more degens at home, right? Not doing anything. So, that's important. Important to note as well that there's these guys who are like I talk about the dentist or the lawyer or something like that, and they got a day off and they're hanging out by the computer and like, you know what? I should really YOLO some garbage stock because why not?
Because why not?
Uh,
Why not? Go celebrate your gains for the year, bro. The gains are done.
Get or give them all back, right? Depending on how
it
crazy you
depends.
go.
For Michael, it's done today, right? I mean,
Yeah, well,
looking good, guys.
yeah, the bot will be on. The bot will always be on doing the same thing it does every day. Doesn't matter a random day of the week or how much I'm up or down or any of those things. And look, remember I was telling you that I don't trust the sell off in the market? Just right back up. So high a day, right? We hit yesterday's kind of high right here, and then we sell, and then we get close to yesterday's low, and then we rally back up. So up, down, up, down, up, down, right? This is why there's not a lot of commentary on the indexes right now, because that's the index, and it has done absolutely nothing all day long. So just don't, this is a day to stay in your lane and just kind of focus on what it is that you're trying to accomplish and shut out everything else. If you're a low float trader, just hang out with those low floats.
What you do? I got I gotta make some confessions.
Well,
I need to be clean from my sins. Just give me a good old slap, won't you? Hey, give me a good old hallelujah, baby.
Hallelujah. Amen.
We'll see what happens, guys. Looking around, EKSO now starting to drop there. You might get that 975 look, that 950 outlook there where it comes back. So we'll see if this comes back ramping. CETX got up there to the area where I talked about the 340. Try to break out. It's just trying to reload. There's no one really stepping up too big. A couple people in the 320s, but just kind of sitting there.
yeah, this is one of those
Sitting day.
times, right? Just everything just stopped. And it's funny, my P&L, it went from being what? I was up like 200 at one point to being down 70, 80 at one point. Now I'm down like $20. So it was just everything is just doing that. And again, that's just fine. It's perfect. It's data, and that's what you got to look at it, is that every day that you survive is more data that hopefully you're applying to something in the future. And just trying to make yourself a better trader that way, as opposed to really trying to swing for the fences. My MSTU, this was again the accident trade. I'm going to raise the stop up on it because it was an accident, but it's starting to turn a little higher. So that means we might want to take a look at an IBIT or something like that. We might be getting a IBIT breaking through new highs of the day. So we have Bitcoin doing a little move, getting a little crazy there at the end of the day. And, that will kind of be my summary, is just pay attention. When the markets do nothing, things under the hood can actually get a little bit interesting, and they can do something. So, make sure that you're focusing. You're not staring at the stuff that's not doing anything, which there's a lot today. Make sure you're staring at the stuff that has something going on.
Yep. One name that's interesting that just came up on my scanner a while ago is Rare. RARE. It's a mover, at least for today. You're talking, again, in the biotech space. This is a common theme that we're seeing. But crazy move out the gates. This thing had just gotten a huge gap down. It's starting to come back, but it's definitely a dead cat bouncing. Question is, can it get another love move back above the 2260s? But it's not a bad-looking pattern there. We'll see what happens from Rare. And then there's a bunch of these other smaller names that are continuing to look there. Let's see what happens here with EKSO to see if it does the bounce off of that kind of cup and handle look. You see how this cup pattern, right? So then it would be the handle coming into play and then breaking it out above the 11s. I talked about 979, 975 area. We got right to it, right around there, 977. Let's see if we now go for the 10 break and back towards the 11.
All right, guys. Well, it's good to see you two again. Won't see you on Thursday.
Guess what? We'll see you guys in 2026.
Hey.
Yeah, see you next year. There's that lame dad joke.
Haha, my dad joke of the year. Get it?
See you guys.
Later, boys. Take it easy. Have a good one.
Appreciate you guys.
Take care.
Take care. All right, Mr. Josh. I know. It's very festive time. A lot of days off in the market. A lot of eating. Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. I know. Just go ahead and call it. Yeah, so traders, I laddered the stop on SOPA. One of them hit, but I still got the other stop, 348. She's I still like SOPA bigger picture. A lot of the plays I've been with today, Josh, have reclaimed, which hasn't been the funnest. But yeah, yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. What were you looking for a little bounce play on it? WOK? Oh, you couldn't get the entry. Mhm. There was a clean bear flag set up on it. I did take that, but I scalped it, dude. Like I teach leftovers, but that's so often so difficult for even me to do. Especially when something just straight up like dumps. It's like, oh, profit. Like, let me take it, and I try to fight that urge. Like, okay, just set the orders and don't get in the way of the trade. Uh, but yeah, walk was. I mean, if you left that on, that thing paid out yesterday. AEHL traders, AEHL's kind of maybe giving a sloppy entry. That's kind of coming back to 220. A lot of resistance overhead. Oh no, 1 penny, 1 penny away. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, somebody asked about that recently. That like, when do you in my Discord? They were saying, when do you utilize markets versus limits? And that's an interesting conversation. I mean, there's so much to trading, and that's one of them too. Like when you have these high flyers, like EKSO that you're mentioning, sometimes you just have to. I mean, you're not going to get involved in them. For the hangovers that I trade, I'm oftentimes market ordering into those because there's no buyers present, to take me out. So I will just hit whatever the bid is. But outside of that, I am looking for limit orders on good entries on some of the other setups. Like AHL slow enough, probably throw a limit order on that. And it just depends on the trade. It really depends on the trade. There we go. So EKSO is given the long risk levels 980. Now getting a little bit of a pop here from 10, but 9.8. Yeah, this is what happens, traders too. So we pop up through the 10. Josh and I called this magnet the 10. It popped up towards 10, and then it retraces and comes back under 10. It's just that's where everybody puts orders, like up and over 10. So your support, like if you're looking for a dip on this, your stop cannot be like right at 10. It's that's why when we say over under means, is it gonna crack under and hold under, or is it going to be like just a liquidity move where it will spike up and over 10, retrace back under, and then when it comes back down towards that dip area, that's the over under. It's like where it's more so not a hard stop right on the 10, because that's where everybody's hard stops are. You got to do what everybody's not doing in relation to that. CTX. Yeah. 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 So many times, yeah. The gut just screams at you, and then sometimes we just don't listen to the gut, like, it's executing on that gut. Yeah, the experience being the best teacher, we go over that. Experience, guys, is the best teacher. I think it's really important to have mentors too, but experience overall will be your best friend, best teacher. That gives you that gut, like Josh is talking about. The gut says, "Oh, we know this is a magnet, and 90% of the time she gravitates towards it. Let's get involved," and then it just poof, it happens immediately. And so it's challenging. CTX, guys, uh, halting up right now. Oh no, fake halt, fake halt, fake halt. Wow, there we go. 1050 up through the highs, squeezing up. Yeah, EKSO, this is the New Year's money, it looks like. This is where all traders are. With that APLD news, dude, just saw that small cap, low flow, rep, like actually some decent catalyst behind it. It just with the experience we have, we knew there was going to be volume here today on this. It was a fake halt up, traders. Let's see what she's going to do at 11. Right now, I'm in two boring plays you guys may not want to hear about. I'm in draw. Oh, I was just looking. No, I got stopped, but I was looking at it for maybe a re-entry. CETX is just. I'm I'm getting aggravated with the price action on it today. If I'm being honest, like you look at the chart. This thing's just straight up, straight down. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I like the risk levels here, 330, but there's just what it's been. The price action on it today, I'm not a huge fan of. And then the other plays I have, I like just not a lot going on. I mean, if they started selling off, would be some decent money there. Drama, I got 1,000 shares on that against like I laddered the stops 240 to 250 after Drama cracked its trend. So Drama's pulling back a little bit right now. Looks good. I like how slow it's getting. Those are what I identify traders. Try to find these the liquidity moves and then the slow bleeders. So just that and SOAP, but not a lot of action on them right now. Drama, the orders are stacking on the ask though. And then EKSO monitoring the price action here. And then CETX maybe I'd take a trade there. And then AEHL nearly gave that entry off of the Magic 220 pop right up there. Good short, a lot of resistance levels to risk off of, but the range not not a crazy amount of range on that play. Yeah, yeah. Whoa! Is it halting up this time? I know. I'm sitting here thinking, "Woo, might need to like scale a little short here against maybe even 13 just for a little flush on it back to that 11." Uh, right, right. It's like how I would trade those is, like 100 share lots. So you just hit like the 112. If you guys watched Garage Day Traders Funded interview, he does a really good job of that. The 112. So you would do like 100, 200, or 200, 200, 400. You ladder it like that into the euphoria. That's his approach. Which 93% win rate, 93% win rate. Just the losers can be big. That's everyone's. Oh, here's SOPA working. SOPA's coming back down. I did get stopped. I may size back in those shares. SOPA's pulling back down. Yeah, they offering at $2, and it's has kind of the hangover-ish setup from the last few days. So I was real interested on it, especially with the offering on it. CTX. Trying. I'm trying CETX again, traders. CETX again off. I like the. I give it to the 330. Try. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We'll go live. We'll go live tomorrow. Uh, yeah, yeah. I appreciate you jumping in there. All right, EKSO traders nearly hit. Did it hit 12? Pulling back a little bit off of the 12. EKSO 11. uh, I'm down 6K on the year. Let me get it all back. Oh man. Oh yeah. Drama, guys. Good drama. I got a cup Sopa and Sopa drama finally working a little bit again. CTX gonna be my arch nemesis, but that's all right. Uh, right. Yeah, oh. No, you're right. I mean, the best idea is to lock something in like half, 2/3, and leave a piece to like for the walk. But they're not always going to do that. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It's just that's my main trading struggle is that. So I over exaggerate it to a point where I just try to let things run as far as they'll run. Because like for several years into the trading, I would take everything like immediately, and it just the equity curve was not get going where it needed to go. So at this point in the journey, yeah, I try to let things play out a little bit further than they should. Oftentimes, I had dude, there was like a hell week I had because everything reclaimed. It was Josh. It was like the reclaim week. I was like, it was like a week where I was green every day, but I was red every day because it was like it was the worst week of my trading the entire year. Um, not doing exactly like what you're saying, not locking things in along the way. So drama, we'll see the 230s now. We'll ladder the stops, guys. It's not a bad idea to do this. This is something I've been working on a little bit lately. Is like I have 1,000 shares on drama, so rather than just putting and honestly, this just worked on SOPA. Like SOPA, I top ticked a stop at 339, but it was only half the position. So imagine how painful that would be, your full position. So I try to ladder stops, like you can ladder entries. I know your CR trader does that very well, uh, ladder in his entries. So, but you can ladder the stops as well. So I got 500 here, 500 there. You could break it up 250, 250, 250. And I like to do that with the stops just so I'm not like top ticking something, you know, with my full, allotment of shares. Something maybe you guys can put into practice as well. It's not a bad idea. What's EKSO doing? 11:15. She's sitting at. All right, 11:15. Yeah, you call. Yeah. SOPA look. I mean, SOPA looks real good, guys. My chart's kind of rough on it, but this when I get over convicted on something, you'll know it. My chart will. I'll go over. I practice not over leveraging, but I'll. That's what happened at the start of the day. I don't know if you were in here. SOPA, I top ticked it at 3.8. All right, here we go, SOPA. Let's come on back down, like Mr. Bob Barker used to say. CTX. CTX going to take me out again, guys. It's like swing a couple times. If a ticker's not cooperating, just I blacklisted at that point. I'll leave it alone. I'm not going to sit there and take L's all day on one ticker. Tried a couple times. That's pretty much my role. CTX just stopped out of again. I'll give it two swings, and then, as they say in baseball, you're out. Just take it off. You're fired. Exactly. Oh yeah, you taxed on what you buy, what you make, what you sell, everything. But with oh, I saw that, dude. Yeah. No way. No way. Mhm. Oh, man. Did you? Well, we would have never heard from you again, huh? Yeah, we'll see you on Shark Tank. You're just making it. Oh, see. Oh, yeah. I mean, the fun in it is like, that you're not really gonna win, but the fun is buying, like, the curiosity of what you would do it with. It's yeah, I never play it, but once it gets over 1,000,000,000, like, I might buy a few. It just for giggles, yeah. Okay. What's the most you had numbers? There were Oh, man. Yeah, yeah. You can. Yeah, yeah. EKSO. What was your order at? Oh my god. That was exactly the perfect place to put it. I mean, right under 11. It did the exact same thing, guys, EKSO, that I did at 10. Pulled back to 11, came under it a little bit, held those levels, now spiking back up to the 12 high. ECHV. ACHV had a random pump at 11.17. They came out with some just fluff news, it looks like, but it's pulling back right now. 493 is good, decent high. 11.17. Hunter Brook Media issues report on the company. They say they long. Hunter Brook Capital is long ACHV. That's all. But just alerting that in small caps, guys, for fifth ACHV. Yeah, it does something to you. You know, your soul to help give to somebody else. You know, that'd be sweet. Yeah, yeah, we're a family over here. Yeah, we're a family. It's a good group. EKSO new highs, traders based at 11. Are we going to base at 12 now? Crow, you still holding? You still holding Crow? Yeah, this is yeah, Crow and chat. He was in it from like 7 something and just kicking back. Yeah, it's a great trade. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's the under 12. Under 12, probably some orders, sitting there to buy it. Get a little lower shadow, signifying some buyers are stepping in right there. So let's 1185 now is where it pulled back to. Let's see if that's gonna hold. Huh, okay. Yeah. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Mhm. Mm, yeah. Southern traders. EKSO, let's see what she's gonna do here. 1220s. Holding up a little bit. I mean, she's been stair stepping. Yeah, where's your order? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we've seen that over the years. It's just and the same thing generally with every week. Like, are you putting your best PR out on a Friday? Likely not, right? No, we're gonna wait. We're either gonna Josh, we're gonna wait for the reverse split and then come out with the PR. You see, that actually happened a lot last week. I think it was like PCSA started that off, and then with some other plays thereafter. But yeah, they'll do that to create a higher demand with lower flow, creates bigger rip. But they got some tricks up their sleeve. But yeah, Friday, oftentimes you'll see a lot of the big PRs on Mondays. Mondays with the then the reverse split and news thereafter. Sluggish. Yeah, you call it right when you said sluggish. Had a hard reject there off of 1240. I'm taking a short against that. I'm taking a short against that 1240. Just real tight. Just real tight off of that reject. I want to see how heavy we get. I may size it a little bit here into this sell off, depending on how aggressive this sell off profit taking is. we're parents of 2 little kids, so, yeah, there will be plans, but probably not the plans you're thinking of. Uh, what about you? Oh, well, yeah, they go to sleep, like, between probably, like, 8:30 or 9. We'll probably crack open a fancy bottle of wine or something, and yeah, yeah. What about you and Avery? What are you guys gonna do? Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Uh, it's it's one of those little throwables. Pop, pop. EKSO guys looks like it might have a next leg down. It's kind of little bear flaggy off of that 1190 crack. Uh, so just monitor them. Yeah. Oh my god, reminding me of soap. Right, right. Yeah, Crow with the good trade on EKSO and at the pub. All right, at the pub, 11:48 over here. What time you got over there, Crow? Oh, he might be in Europe, so it'd be like what, 5:48 or so. Father. Father AK. Yeah. 6-pack. Crow's already over there with a 6-pack over at the pub. Guys, EKSO looks like it's in about something's. If I rub the crystal ball on EKSO, something's about to happen here. She looks like it's kind of bear flagish. I see the head and shoulders Josh talking about too. Just monitor this. 12 is an important area, and then of course 11. 11 very important too. We see it really based out around 11 earlier. A lot of candlesticks on and around 11. So let's monitor those areas. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Ooh. It may have a fake out breakdown and squeeze. I mean, this is a trickier kind of trade with the low float too. So oftentimes some of these patterns are just traps. Like I could see it snapping down and just reclaiming levels quickly. It's with the low float. Yeah. As I'm saying, wow. Okay, this thing's. I did just take it off break even on the short side. Wow, that's hilarious, Josh. 11:30s. I'm like, I could see it happening. I could see this happening. EKSO may go up into another squeeze, guys. It's holding this 12 now. 12's in. I mean, Larry Boyd, absolutely. Thank you for being a part of the Trade the Pool channel. If you guys have any questions before we wrap it up, let us know. I just got Drama and Sopa on right now. They're both working out all right. Outside of that, just kicking back. EKSO, that's too funny. I mean, it's like, as I was saying, oh, this could be just a trap leg down and then bought right back up, and there she went. Yeah, so that's what happens with the lower float plays. You have to be mindful of that. They're trappy. Everybody, traders, can recognize. I'll show you guys that trade. Yeah, I was in here on the short after that little like pop and rejection right here to 1240s. I need to take this stop off. And then yeah, it was in the little bit of this bear flag. I mean, you can see it right here. So we snap lower, we crack under this trend line here, and then bought right back up. I noticed that invalidates the trade. as far as I'm concerned. So I take it off. That's something with trading experience you'll develop over time where if your thesis is incorrect, guys, like you can adjust your stop. My stop was a little higher than this initially, but if the trade is invalidated based off your theory, take it off early. That's fine. You don't have to stay in the trade. So right now, just working Drama still on the short side. She's looking to see if that can crack into 220, and then Sopa's back. Sopa a little bit to learn here. I over leveraged it, kind of messed me up today at the open, but Sopa's working out right now. Just have to size them appropriately, depending on the account you're working to, and what's your max loss on the day, and do you want to give an individual ticker? Like how much room do you want to give an individual ticker? Do you want, because let's say your max loss is 500 on the day. Like I don't necessarily, the way I trade, I don't want to give one ticker $500 of risk. I want to trade probabilities, not predictions. So there's going to be that's going to stop you out from trading the series of trades that we go over. I know Tack brought up blackjack. Blackjack, the house has positive EV over the long run. If you look in the short term of blackjack, yeah, there's more variance. And so if you go the odds are over a million hands, the house has the edge, right? But in the short variables to it, like you could come out winning on a session going and playing blackjack because maybe it's 51-49, right? But in the long term, that's how I want to treat trading. Like you're the house of this casino of trading. You're the house. You should have the positive EV aligned on your side. And that's going to be based on the series of trades, not one trade. Like Josh was saying, whatever you're down on the year, maybe you're like, I got to get that back in one trade. It's like that. That approach is never going to work out. Trade at the P&L. Trade in the P&L, yeah. All right, here's EKSO back on 12. Tricky trade. At this point, when she's up this percentage, and then can be a little trappy. So just yeah. 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 There you go. That's good. That's a good point. It's a good point, and I echo that too, bro. Like no. Oh, good lord. CTX, yeah, she's looking. Yeah, well, just like know where you're at. Like with in regards to EKSO. I mean, at this point, this is where a lot of chasers are going to get involved, like on that fourth breakout. You know, this is where people miss the move and they're like, I want to be involved in this. I mean, sometimes it works, but a lot of times it doesn't. It ends in tears, as they say. So yeah, recognize if you're not, what do they say? If you're not first, you're last, kind of thing. So back down under 12 EKSO. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, lunchtime. And then family still on Christmas break, kids. So about to go hang with them for a little bit. But yeah, AHL selling off CTX. Oh my God, CTX. Oh, I can't bear to watch it. Oh my Change of plans, Josh. I'm gonna punch my drywall in. First, I'm jumping out my window, but I'm on the first floor, so it won't be too bad. CTX with the offering. Oh my goodness. Oh. All right, CTX. What did the offering at? What price? 2 million. Okay. There's still meat here, though. There's still meat. I mean, man, traders. It's a good. It's a good setup. Yeah, I mean, of course, you got 320 as the risk levels now on CTX. Any pop here, not a bad short. You know, with that offering, going to be down there in the 220s. Oh, that's so painful, dude. Oh my gosh, the nearly top like that. Yeah, Well, the idea you have it right. It's like we. I'm getting involved with it right now. It's getting a little pop. See, slow scale this towards like three is the idea I have on CETX at this point. But you're right. It's like we've seen this. We've seen these so many times. Like it's so nice when you're short in something and the offering comes out. It's amazing being involved in those. But I mean that's not going to be every trade. It's not going to be every day. And then sometimes you're going to top tick them, and then sometimes you're going to get out, and then they come out with the offering. It's the nature of trading. Every day there's going to be something for you to be upset upset about. I mean, that's just trading. Josh, like he had his entry out and missed it by a penny. So it's like every day there's something, but you gotta in the face of the adversity that is the market, like we're facing ourselves, we got to master ourselves. Master yourself, you master the market. Like I said on the event that we did, that was just a huge success that we did. I watched yours too. Josh did a great job in the debate, but I was speaking on like the losses that you have in your reaction to them is what is so important, maybe the most important thing. And or missed entries, like, and put that in the mix, put that like missed entries, like your reaction is the most important thing to the market, not the market itself, but your reaction to the market. The market's just printing information. So yeah, there's always going to be something every single day. Every day there will be something you can get pissed about. Yeah, that was the quote. I mean, absolutely. Quote it, write it down, put it on the wall. But yeah, yeah, guys. I mean, that's the best deal they've ever had. So get on the saddle, get started with Trade the Pool. You get that half off 5K and Crow. Yeah, it's tough to host the show and trade. I mean, Josh and I, we've been doing it so long. It's weird when
whenever
I'm not
you're
hosting. I'm just find myself talking to myself anyway. So I love the community. Love the community. I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm having a blast. I love Trade the Pool, the opportunity they've given me and Josh just to be on here and help other traders and trade and teach, and it's just such a good time. And it's the passion. I love helping you guys out and love trading live and commentating. Been doing it for 10 years, and I'll be doing it if I would have won the Powerball, I'd still be doing it, Josh. And when I'm elderly. Uh, I trade Tesla, as you. I trade Tesla. Yeah. Oh no, it's a we'd be involved to a degree. I mean, we would certainly be heavily involved with Trade the Pool and everything going on because the passion, I mean, is here. It's this. Oh man, yeah, you'd be surprised. Yeah, I mean, have you seen that meme before? It's like they're a couple laying in bed, and the wife's like, "I wonder what he's thinking about." Yeah, over there, he's thinking about another girl. No, I'm gonna be thinking about C. Yeah, exactly. It's hard for me to let him go. I'm addicted. I'm addicted to this. The just the show, guys. The passion, the excitement. What we're doing here. It's great. It's great. I can't wait to see where we're going to go this year, traders. 2026 is going to be a great year at Trade the Pool. So stick around. A lot of exciting things are coming. Come on, come on. Come on, CTX. Trying to milk her down. She's heading back down south, guys, to that offering level. So, yeah, guys, CTX, keep it on watch. Offering level down the 220s. Drama, SOPA still with those EKSOs, Josh said. Guys, trade well. Let the trades come to you. Don't force the action. This is Trade the Pool. Stick around and you guys chat it up. We're going to have the scanners up until Steve gets on here for Power Hour. So great work today, trades. We'll see you guys next time. All right, sweet. Good work, Josh. Oh my. Okay, turning attention. Turning attention. Okay, so what's kept that up is like shorts have been oh, this is halting up. So, well, what's happened, I've been studying this chart for a little while here, is I shorts are it's been so illiquid and they have to pay the overnight cost. So what's they're just covering. Like the thing has stabilized up for so long. Shorts are like, I cannot keep paying these overnight borrow costs. So they're I believe the shorts are was keeping this thing up. Ta- tag tag said for it. Tag said, "Forgive me, Josh. I've sinned. I bought high and sold low." Well, maybe speaking on EKSO. EKSO is back at 11, but the joy in it, like there's so many headache, like a top ticked and so many headaches on the day. But I think what keeps the spirits high is like I love, just love helping other traders in here. It's fun. AFG. No, yeah, yeah. CETX in the 250s now after that offering. So I mean, still I milked a little bit. I didn't go miss after it being down that much. Didn't go crazy heavy, but milked some money there. Yeah, yeah, I know, I know. I know. That oh, it happened. AFJK opening up at 75.12. I'll alert them real quick. $76.50. 76.50. I yeah. I think they have a good time, especially, like, seeing the emotions live too, or it's like just the authenticity, like, "Oh my effing word," like, you missing your entry by a penny, it's like, "Dude, this is so painful," and then miss like, the offering. There's all but that's so relatable for traders. Every I think that's why they love it because there's so many rooms out there that just hide that authenticity. Mhm. EKSO bouncing off 11. AFJK, this thing is nuts, man. I mean, looking at the last couple weeks, just straight up, straight down, straight up, straight down, straight up, straight down. You don't see it often. You don't see that often. That's why we say don't stay wrong, because 77, it's gonna open up 77 is what it looks like in about 30 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm monitoring it carefully here. Open. Oh, oh, spready too. It's tough to get involved there. Mhm. Yeah. So the wife's working, I'll be with the kids because 'cause they're on summer break. So tomorrow's gonna be a little yeah, it might be I might only be on for a little while because 'cause I'll have the kids. But what time are you I can probably hop on there just for, like, a few maybe 15, 20 minutes or so. Okay. You said around 11? 10. Okay. 10 to 11. Okay. Are you having a lot of people on there? Okay. Okay. Hmm. Yeah. 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 All right, man. Yeah. Look forward to it. Appreciate you. Yeah. Both the stream. Oh, on mine and yours. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, between the 2 of us, we don't miss anything. I mean, it's just a matter of sizing and top ticking and all that. Alright, man. Take care. See ya.
All right. I'm back at it here, team, with us. Here we are live. We do have AFJK going crazy. EKSO starting to get a little lazy. SLV, nice little pop up that was brought up on the Discord there from Get Rich Together. Smells like coffee. My wife just made some coffee. I can tell that's the case. That's the case. All right, any questions you guys have? Any questions at all? Anything? Let me know. Otherwise, I just was jumping on the mic real quickly to break things down for you guys. Right now, EKSO holding up this $11 mark, as you can tell. Next support area on the way down is going to start somewhere right around this 1060 down to around the 1020 mark. And I do have orders to get filled there for a dip buy on the way back on up. AFJK, it's just popcorn material. I wouldn't be trading that. And then we have other small cap tickers from earlier in the day that really just aren't doing too much. ACHV popped up, cracked down. You can tell not a lot going on right there. CETX was another one. Of course, the offering came out, killed that play, so it's not doing anything as well. Drama Mama, dead out to the right. It's a lot like SOPA as well, dead out to the right. So those plays, Drama and SOPA, not really moving. Your best play and best bet, we're already looking at it with EKSO. EKSO is going to be your best mover for the day. And then we do have CETX that had the offering. Could provide for a little more movement now. SPY's trapped. SPY, minutes meeting this afternoon with JP. Or the minutes data gets released or whatever it is. So that's another reason why we are range bound in this $2 range. 88.50 tops, 86.50 bottoms. Any questions you guys have, let me know. Any questions you guys have, let me know. We'll go over them. I'll answer those for you right now. Otherwise, we are covered, rocked, and rolled. We nailed it today. We had great calls and alerts. AEHO was the other one. That was right. AEHO was the other one. Didn't get filled at 192. Canceled my orders. Wouldn't have mattered anyway unless I market ordered in. It did become a bounce play, as I talked about, of about 25 cents, 30 cents or so. And that was the only other play that I was looking at today, and that's still kind of moving, meandering on out. Not really moving a lot, though, with EKSO being still your number one top gainer moving forward for the rest of the day. Again, any questions you guys have out there, put them out there now. Thank you for joining the TTP stream if you joined over there today. I appreciate that. Each and every day you guys come over and join me on TTP. No TTP this Thursday. Of course, we are off New Year's Day. And I thought tomorrow was a half day, and I did this last year. I remember that now. And the correction, no, tomorrow I think it is a full day, Josh. Oh, and I went and Googled it. I'm like, wow, when did they stop this? Because I then Googled it. I remember going a search of where in the hell? I swear we were it was a half day. New Year, there was always a half day around New Year's, Christmas, Thanksgiving. The major holidays always had a half day somewhere around it. I remember it was always the day before Thanksgiving, the day before Christmas, and the day before New Year's. So I don't know when that stopped. But tomorrow is a full day. So tomorrow, most likely still... We'll treat it like last Wednesday. Go live, get levels out, try to get a trade in, do the giveaway, have some fun with the year-end confessional, New Year's resolution, get some Stockaluyas out. Probably, no afternoon commentary tomorrow. I mean, I'll be around because I'm not going anywhere. It's New Year's Eve. I'm not going anywhere. But I'll jump on the stream if something's happening. If nothing's happening, then I'll just have the live stream up and going and just kind of run like it always does throughout the rest of the day. But I'll be around is my point. So if something is popping, rocking, and rolling, I'll jump back on the mic and alert it for you guys. Because again, I'm not going anywhere tomorrow. I'll be around all day long. BOGO sale, don't forget, team. BOGO holiday sale is rocking and rolling through the new year. Again, just like Trade the Pool, I'll keep that going through New Year's, essentially. And there's my Instagram and YouTube. Go follow me. So again, the BOGO holiday sale. If you want to join my live stream, starting on Monday, back to where it's paid and not free every day. It's $70 for my live stream for a month. But what I'm doing is throwing in the morning alerts for free for that full month and throwing in one-on-one. A session with me. These are 1-hour Zoom sessions. These have helped the traders the most. Going over your trades, going over levels and charts. And there's so much we do in those one-on-ones, making you a better trader. If you get the 6-pack of the live stream, so 6 months of my live stream, I'm throwing in 3 months of the morning alerts for free and 3 one-on-ones. If you buy the yearly live stream, I'm throwing in 6 months of the morning alerts and 6 one-on-ones. You catch the theme. Whatever you get, half of the time, you're going to get something else. So 6 months of the morning stream, live stream, you're going to get 3 months of morning alerts. 12 months of the live stream, you're going to get 6 months of the morning alerts. 1 full year of the live stream and the morning alerts, that saves you $200 from monthly payments. Instead of paying monthly, this knocks off 2 months of each. I'm throwing in the $875 pack for free. So that would mean every other week you have a one-on-one with me for a full year, or every week for half a year. The 4-pack, I'm throwing in one one-on-one, or one, I should say, month of live stream and 1 month of the morning alerts. If you buy the 6-pack, that's right, 6 one-on-ones with me, the 6-pack, which I will be giving away one of these tomorrow and one of these tomorrow. But if you go buy the 6-pack from me, I'm throwing in 2 months of the live stream and 2 months of the morning alerts. If you buy the 12-pack from me, I'm throwing in 3 months of the live stream and 3 months of the morning alerts for free. And if you buy the $875, the 23-pack, that's 23 one-on-ones with me, I'm throwing in a half year, 6 months of the live stream and 6 months of the morning alerts. So again, whatever you get, you're getting everything together. So if you get the live stream, I'm still going to throw in morning alerts in the one-on-ones. You get 6 months of the live stream, you're getting morning alerts and one-on-ones. You get a year of the live stream, you're getting morning alerts with it and one-on-ones. If you get the combo pack, I'm throwing in the biggest combo pack I have of one-on-ones. If you buy one-on-ones, I'm throwing in the live stream and the morning alerts. If you buy one-on-ones, I'm throwing in the live stream and morning alerts. So whatever you have, you're going to have morning alerts, you're going to have the live stream, and you're going to have one-on-ones. Again, that I noticed the traders that have this, they get better the fastest, the quickest when you have everything. You have me in the morning to go over levels in the live stream beforehand. It's during the live stream as well, though. But you can go back and test your knowledge on 15 to 20 tickers every day. Where are my levels at? Where are Josh's AK levels at? Do I see the same levels in the lines? Do I have the same thought process? Do I see a good trade to be had? And the huge thing, again, with these morning alerts, which is crazy to think, I have a guy up $5-6 million or more on morning alerts alone. He started these in March of 2024. It's less than 2 years, to be honest. He said 2 years, but regardless. 950K account to 4.3. IRA is even better. 92% win rate. Just from my levels that he named as Sellboat levels. That's $30 a month. He's probably invested about $500 from the morning alerts and turned $500 into $5 mil or more. Just from my morning alerts and levels. So it's giving you where to trade, why to trade, etc. Right? So now you know what the levels are, but then you also know what to trade and why to trade it. Then you move into the live stream with me after the morning alerts, and I'm alerting plays all day long on the live stream, going over levels, going over trades, helping you out with other trades that I'm not looking at, keeping you completely glued to the screen and know up to date with what's moving, what the top movers are, small cap to large cap, what looks the best, putting you in the right trades, eliminating all the noise and all the gross tickers and saying, here's are the tickers we're trading. Here's why you should be trading these tickers. Helping you through trades. Of course, you're banking with me, taking live trades with me. And then on top of that, when you do one-on-ones with me, so we can go over your charts, I can test you, I can quiz you on charts. Where's your support resistance lines at? Where's your downtrend line? Hey, I see a trend line here in the first hour of the day. Do you see it? Where is it at? Put the line in. It's like you're coming to school every single day. You get, the tutor and levels and what to look for in class. Then you got in-class work with me, and then you come do homework with your tutor. Does that make sense? You see what I'm saying, right? Is that overall starting to click a little bit now, right? You have the morning alert, so you have morning quiz homework to do, essentially. Where are levels? Why should I trade? What should I trade? Prepare you for the class. Then you come to class. We do homework together. We learn together. And then you come see me in the afternoon, and we go over your levels, your lines, your trades, your charts with your tutor. You get all three of those, and that's where you become much more successful faster. CR Trader is a prime example of that. I swear I cannot believe I should have left my 1090 order in. I would have gotten filled at 1090. I only had one order at 1092, I think it was. And then I had an order in at 1080 something, and I canceled those and moved them lower. But they are working out right now. So this area is working for the dip buy, although I went a little bit lower. But again, CR Trader in chat. I can go through the list of my top traders. They had everything. They had the morning alerts, they had the live stream, and they had the one-on-ones. When they did all three of those together, they started to click faster. The light at the end of the tunnel got bigger, quicker. I'm going to take a break off the mic. I will be back here in about an hour to see what we're doing at lunch. Break down things for about 10 to 15 minutes. Do exactly what I just did in about an hour from now. I'll see you guys back in about 1 hour, okay? I'll put some tunes on in the meantime.
"2026 is your year, but not because a hope and dream is going to get you there. Hope is not a business plan. Hope is not a plan at all."
Welcome to the Bedros Keuilian Show.
How would you like to have a blueprint to win in 2026? And I mean win big. Guys, welcome to the Bedros Keuilian Show. My name is Bedros Keuilian, and today's episode is a byproduct of a post I put up on social media that ended up going viral 2 weeks ago. And so I want to share that post with you, the caption that I wrote, and you'll see how that kind of inspired this particular episode of the BK Show. And if you're like, hey man, I am ready to win in 2026, I'm ready to do better, earn more, become a better person in terms of fitness and health and relationship and capacity and finding fulfillment, this is the episode for you. By the way, 74% of you watching this on YouTube are not subscribed. If you're getting any value from this show, please do me a favor and subscribe. All right, so here's what that caption said on that post. I said, here's the undeniable truth for men. You can become fulfilled, purpose-driven, financially successful, and a healthy man in 2026. And here's what that looks like. I said, that man is disciplined and not extreme. He's focused and not frantic. He's grounded, not numb. He's ambitious, not empty. And he's driven by standards. He doesn't wait for clarity. He builds through action. He builds clarity through action. And that is an important point for you to know. And I ended the caption by saying, and he lives by a code and moves through life with certainty and purpose. Because when you live by a code in life, you kind of move through life with a different level of certainty, like this level of confidence. You know where you're going, and you know that the destination is on the horizon, and the journey is just as important as that destination. And to have that certainty and that clarity is a really good thing. So how do you guys win in 2026? Well, maybe 2025 wasn't the best year for you, because maybe you just went into 2025 with this hope and dream that I hope things work out. I've got these dreams in my head, but you never put it down on paper to create a plan where you can execute, right? And so you have these dreams and you, of course, hope that it comes to fruition. 1 month leads to the next month. Before you know it, 2025 is over. Between the inflation and the cost of living and the economy, you realize you're making less money, you're more out of shape, you're probably more addicted, things didn't work out in your favor, and you're like, 2026 is going to be different. Well, if 2026 is going to be different for you fellas, you got to have a strategy. Here is the 6-step strategy that I have for you to make 2026 infinitely better for you than 2025. And this is how you win big in 2026. Strategy number 1, I need you to shift from preparation mode to action mode. Look, I love that there's so much free content out there between all the social media platforms and then long form content like YouTube and podcasts. There's more information out there than ever before. But if you decide that you're going to start going into information gathering mode, it becomes an endless endeavor. Like you find yourself in this constant and perpetual state of preparation, and you never really get into action. So I'm here to tell you, you got to shift from preparation to action. Odds are most of you are as smart as fucking ChatGPT. You have enough information for whatever it is that you want to do in life, whether it's making money, improving your relationship, getting right with God, whether it's your health and fitness, whether it's kicking bad habits. You've done enough research. You've prepared enough. There is no shortage of preparation that you can do because content now is infinite. That keeps you in a perpetual state of preparation, and therefore you're always gathering and never really executing, right? So what do you do in 2026? You draw the line at some point and you decide to do, period. You decide to do. Winners who win do and not just plan. Because here's what winners do that losers don't. Winners focus on the whole idea of ready, aim, shoot. What losers do, who are always gathering and preparing and planning and strategizing but never executing, they do ready, aim, 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 and then eventually shoot. And by then it's too late. The window of opportunity is gone. Sometimes most don't even end up shooting. They're just stuck in ready and aim, right? In that preparation mode. So I need you to shift from preparation to action and go right into decide and do, period. Strategy number 2, I want you to develop meaning and purpose. Notice I didn't say find your meaning and purpose. It's not lost. You can't find it. You have to develop meaning and purpose. Meaning is very simple. By the way, when people go, well, what is the meaning of life, Bedros? I go, I don't know the meaning of life. I know the meaning of my life. And that is to serve. So how do you find and develop meaning? It is to become a servant leader, servitude towards others. Like start putting others first, do for others. What can you do? What skill do you have, knowledge do you have that you can transfer to others, even if it's free? There's just some kind of universal bank account that exists that when you start giving and doing for others, you end up getting more back in return. And look, man, I'm not a woo-woo person at all. I don't go around doing sound bowls, hugging trees, and doing interpretive dance. I don't. That's not me. So I know this, servitude to others thing sounds very woo-woo, but it's not. I really believe there's a universal law where when you serve others and when you give to others and when you show up for others, the universe and the world and God will show up for you. That's just how it is. So meaning is a byproduct of servitude to others. Most of you are living a life that is selfish, that is self-absorbed, and that is focused on what's in it for me. And you need to go back to what's in it for them. How could I serve them? How can I give? How can I be a servant leader? And if you start doing that, you'll start finding a greater sense of meaning in your life. So then what about purpose? Because Bedros, you said strategy number 2 is develop meaning and purpose. So now that you understand how to develop meaning, how is purpose developed? Well, simple. Purpose is this. It's what you are good at, compounded by what people need, compounded by what you're willing to suffer and sacrifice for, right? So if there was a 3-way intersection that's going to meet up, it's what you're good at, compounded by what do people need. Ideally, what you're good at is what a group of people need. And then, of course, that's multiplied by how much you're willing to suffer and sacrifice for. Because you will never develop purpose just by going, all right, I help people develop great websites. That's what I'm good at. So if anyone has a business, a small business, a big business that wants to develop a website, you're my customer. All right, this is my purpose. I'm ready. Go. It's not like that. You're a great web developer. So are 100,000 other people out there. And they're marketing and they're creating content and they're trying to get attention just like you are. So if you already know who's the people that need my help, because I have a solution that can help them, the next line of this whole purpose thing is you have to be willing to suffer and sacrifice for an extended period of time. I don't know how long your level of suffering and sacrifice needs to be, but I can tell you that purpose is a byproduct of suffering and sacrifice, figuring out what you're good at, who you're going to be good at for, like who you're going to do this for, and then prolonged suffer and sacrifice until you get the reward. And that is how you find the essence of purpose. You're never going to find it otherwise. You develop it. Strategy number 3. I need you guys to start understanding the ways to build financial success, right? It is not go get a good job and, save some of that money and invest it in this and have a 401k, and then you're going to have financial success. That is great if you'll have a retirement plan in the future, but you will live broke and paycheck to paycheck right now. Like, you can save your way to retirement for the future. But imagine working in your 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s just so your 60s and, 65 to 75, 85, right before you die, you're like, all right, I saved up enough money and I've got enough 401ks and some stocks and, index funds that I could cash out on. All right. Just when you're about to die, you have some kind of security for that period of time. What about now? Right? So I need you to understand that strategy number 3 that I want you to deploy in 2026 for yourself is to build financial success. And how does this happen? It's not just a strategy. It is an identity that you have to take on. And this is the problem. When you guys are out there always looking for strategies on how to be successful financially, that's great. You go, okay, I need to create a product or a service that solves problems. Then I need to find a group of people who have that problem and who have the money to afford that problem, to afford that solution or the thing that I have, right? Okay, great. And then I need to make like organic content and I need to collaborate and I need to get on other people's platforms. I need to run ads and then I need to have a funnel. Those are all strategies. Marketing, lead generation, systems, processes. Those are all strategies. Do you know how many people out there have a strategy and they're still broke? And that's because they still have this identity that tells them that they're supposed to stay broke, that they're not worthy of financial success, that they don't know how to achieve it. People in their life once had it and lost it and squandered it. Think about this. A lottery player has a strategy of financial success. Every day they buy the Powerball and they play the lottery, the scratch-offs, and every week, they lose until one day they win the lottery. And then what happens? Their identity is not aligned to a financially successful person's, and so they squander it all. This is why 87% of people that win the lottery within 2 years are broke again. Think about that. Their identity is not aligned with a person who's supposed to have an obscene amount of money. So you've got to do the identity work. How does the identity work look like? Well, you got to stop thinking like a consumer. Most of you think like consumers. You want to have everything else that everyone else has, because you want to compete with everyone and you want to show people that you don't even care for and who don't even care for you that you're able to afford that watch, that car, those new clothes, that handbag, that wallet, whatever the thing is, right? So stop thinking like a consumer, number 1. That's an identity shift. Stop trading your time for dollars. Like, develop that mindset that how can I do something at scale? How can I create something where through software or automation or through other people, I can have other people delivering the product or the service that I've come up with so that I can trade other people's times for money, right? You can multiply yourself through other people, right? Think about my HQ here. I've got lots of people who work for me here for the various companies. And what we do is we scale through people and processes and technology by delivering, franchise service through Fit Body Bootcamp and True Lean Wellness Shots, through our fulfillment warehouses across the country, and my coaching services through the different masterminds and coaching programs I have. Everything we do is scalable. And we understand the concept of not trading time for dollars. Now, obviously, someone in your organization is going to have to turn turn the machine on and get the machine lubricated and get the machine working and pooping out money, they're going to have to trade time for dollars, but it doesn't have to be you. It doesn't have to be you. So let go of that idea of trading time for dollars. You also need to stop avoiding financial responsibility. Most of you, the way you balance your bank account is by looking at the little receipt that the ATM machine poops out, and you go, well, I think I have enough money to live for another week or two. That's it. You balance your finances by looking at the receipt that comes out of the ATM, or you go on the app, you open up your app and you're like, oh, okay, we have enough money for another 2 weeks. That is not financial responsibility. Financial responsibility is, how much money am I making? What is the percentage of taxes am I paying? How can I alleviate some of the percentage of taxes? Who can I talk to? Is there a YouTube video I can watch? Is there a chat GPT that a prompt that I could put in to figure out if I'm paying 28% taxes, can I go down to 25% taxes? Because if I can, that saves me 3% of money that I could then put towards some kind of investment, maybe towards crypto, maybe towards stocks, maybe towards some kind of 401k that you've got, right? Maybe towards some kind of course or education that you want to purchase to develop yourself into a better human, into a better entrepreneur. So financial responsibility is figuring out, how much money am I making? How much money can I save from giving to the government legally and ethically? How much of that money is being used as a consumer on things that depreciate in value, that I don't even need, that I don't even want? I just bought it because it was everyone else is buying it and doing it, right? I know there's those, I don't know if you guys know the name of the little plushy toys that hang off people's purses and backpacks these days. Labubu's? Labubu's, Labubu, Labubu, right? The fucking Labubu's. Like, I see all these people walking around with Labubu's, and from what I understand, they're pretty expensive, and you start stacking fucking Labubu's off your backpack. First of all, you look like a retard. And secondly, the fuck is that? Like, my era had Cabbage Patch Kids. We had Cabbage Patch Kids. And now I don't even know what happened to them, but I know people were like, all the broke people had Cabbage Patch Kids. My family and I, we were so broke, we didn't even have Cabbage Patch Kids. I had to steal someone else's Cabbage Patch Kid just to have a Cabbage Patch Kid, but then I got beat up and they took it back, right? So man, I'm telling you this because you got to have some level of financial responsibility. How much am I making? How much am I paying in taxes? How can I pay less taxes? How much of it is consumerism on things that I don't want to need, but I'm just getting because that's what everyone's buying, the Labubu, right? Fuck, man. And once you do that, then you go, all right, as a responsible financial person, how much of this can I invest? And where's the best place to invest if I'm just investing a little bit at a time? There's some called dollar cost averaging. Can I invest a certain amount? Can I invest $5 a month, $10 a month towards something that's going to compound in interest, right? And once you start becoming financially responsible and actually taking responsibility for your income, where money is going, where the best output for money is, how can I create and produce more? What is the greatest amount of value I can add? How can I scale myself, right? And so that next thing is, in terms of shifting your identity where money is concerned, start solving problems for people who actually have the money to afford it. That's it. All of you have social media. All of you have a skill or two that people need. And if you have a skill or two that people need, a solution to a problem, you have social media, you can start marketing it and promoting it on social media and making a simple ClickFunnels or WordPress sales page, attaching a PayPal link to it, and bam, now you can accept money, send traffic to that page, accept money, get people on the phone, close them, and take money, and then service them, make their life better, improve their life, solve their problems, right? That's the mindset that I want you to develop. And then once you've done that, you're like, shit, now I can probably get some other coaches under me. One of my top coaching clients, Rachel Shear, awesome human being, man. When she started coaching with me way back in the day, I don't know, 5 years ago, she was making like 9 or 10 grand a month as a registered dietitian, working in a little clinic environment, right? And then she was like, hey, I think I want to invest in coaching. I want to invest in myself, and I want to start scaling this thing. So we started doing it where she's, running her business online and putting out great content and building leads and helping those people with their gut health, because she's really good at solving people's gut health. If you have gut health issues, just go look up Rachel Shear. She's really awesome at this stuff. She's a registered dietitian and she's like the best at it, right? So she starts helping a lot of people. Soon she gets a lot of clients online from all over the world. Soon we're like, hey, you have so many clients that we need to bring in other coaches to go work under you. And now she's got 5, 6 coaches who work under her. So she gets the traffic. she and her team convert that traffic into money and then hand those people along to the registered dietitians who work for her. And there's some kind of a revenue share model that we put in place there. And now she's able to scale through other people who are just as educated as a registered dietitian as she is. And they're able to add value in exchange for money, right? Like, talk about creating financial freedom for yourself. And that's what you can do for yourself as well. So strategy number 4. Hey guys, quick interruption to the Bedros Keuilian Show. It is cold and flu season, and I want to make sure that you have a strong immune system and that your body is fighting off inflammation, because right now lots of people around you have the cold or flu, and you want to make sure that, one, you don't get it, and if you do get it, you want to get over it as quickly as possible so you can go back to dominating your day and stacking wins, right? So most of you out there are probably taking a whole bunch of supplements like vitamin C, vitamin D, echinacea, ginger, turmeric, astragalus, B12, zinc. And while all these things are great for building your immune system, one, they cost a lot of money, and two, the quality of the ingredients in here are not great. So I want you to throw all these away, and instead what you're gonna do is you're gonna get the Truline Everyday Wellness Shot. It tastes delicious, you can feel it working, you're gonna boost your immune system, fight off inflammation, have more energy, and keep your body hydrated, because we recently added pink Himalayan sea salt for sodium and potassium and magnesium to keep you hydrated. So here's an offer that you can't refuse. Go to Truline.com, use my name Bedros to get 50% off the Truline Subscribe and Save offer. Plus, you're gonna get free shipping and a 30-day unconditional money-back guarantee. This product is so good, such high quality, strong efficacy, and third-party tested that I want you to try it out at no risk. So use my name Bedros to get 50% off, plus free shipping and 30-day unconditional money-back guarantee. Now back to the show. I want you to start prioritizing your health and fitness as a daily discipline and not just a phase you're going through. In 2025, think about how many times you went through this phase of eating clean and working out, and then you fell off the wagon and you started eating like an asshole again, and then stopped working out, and then you got back into it and you went back through the phase of eating clean and working out and exercising. Look, man, your health and fitness should simply be a discipline that you have, a standard that you've developed, and nothing else. It is no phase. It's just what you do. I mean, hopefully, I hope this is true, but I hope that you guys brush and floss your teeth on a daily basis, right? It's not like, I was going through this phase of brushing my teeth. Or, Ed, there was this phase this year where I actually was wiping my butt, and then I just fell off the wagon. I stopped wiping my butt, guys. I smell like shit walking around, but I'm going to start again. I'm going to start wiping my butt. So Ed, imagine that if I was going through a no butt wiping phase and I was doing jujitsu with you, that would not be a good thing. And so Ed and I are both germophobic, so I can tell you from firsthand experience right now that if you don't wipe your butt, you are not allowed to roll with me on the mats, motherfuckers. All right, but hear me out on this. Like, fitness and health should not be a phase. It should just be a way of life. It should be a discipline. It should be a standard, right? And all joking aside, what do you do? Well, look, you no more on and off. No more on and off, just on, period. No more on and off. No more eating crap because it feels good, it fixes your emotions, it gives you that dopamine hit. Like, eat to fuel your body. Don't eat to feel good. Eat to fuel your body. Your body's a fucking machine, this beautiful, organic, perfect machine that has these capabilities and strengths of reaction and speed and strength, and your brain functions and thinks and processes and moves your limbs, and your organs are pumping and working and getting all that shit to digest and process and pee and poop the fucking the excrements out that you don't need. Like, you're this finely tuned, beautiful machine. Fuel it. Don't just punish it with junk, right? And then get rid of things like alcohol and weed and oh man, the vapes. These are all things that you use to escape. And when you start drinking and you start smoking so much weed and you start getting numb and you're escaping from your reality, that's how these phases of on and off begin, right? If it's poisonous to you and your brain and your body, you stop, period. And if you can prioritize your health and fitness, because here's why, man, your ability to attract someone, your ability to make money, your ability to have mental toughness, your ability to be resilient is all determined by your level of fitness and health, period. Like, how you maintain your body is a direct representation of how you will maintain a relationship. How you maintain your health is a direct representation of how you maintain your relationship. How you maintain your finances. How you maintain your mindset. How you maintain your environment. And so if your body looks like a sack of wet ricotta cheese that's been punched around 12 rounds by Mike Tyson, fuck, bro, do something about it. Prioritize your health and fitness, because when you do, you start raising your standards for all the other areas in your life, in your faith, in your family, in your fitness, in your finances. And then you're like, you know what? I'm not going to stand for shit anymore. I'm going to raise standards everywhere. But it starts with your health and fitness, because if you, this beautiful body that you're living in, if you're abusing it and trashing it like it's your mama's basement, damn, what else are you doing with the people around you? With the business opportunities that you have? With the people that you say that you love? You're neglectful of them, and we don't want that. Strategy number 5. In 2026, guys, I need you to develop emotional mastery over emotional crash outs. Grown-ass men on social media setting up their cameras in their cars and then emotionally crashing out is unnecessary. If you're a grown-ass man, fuck, grown-ass woman, anything, you're a fucking adult human. Imagine this. So you took the time, some disaster happened and you're crying all emotionally, and you took the time to set up your camera in the little fucking doohickey and then to make the lighting just right so there's no shadows or whatever. And then you start emotionally crashing out. So one, you're some kind of fucking sociopath, psychopath, narcissist. 2, you need so much attention and validation from others. You're thirst trapping everyone through your crash outs. And it may not even be for sexual gratification. It might just be for validation, to make you feel good about yourself. That's stupid, man. Like, stop it. Develop emotional mastery. The crash outs are unnecessary. On camera, they're unnecessary. In person, they're unnecessary. Like, actually start thinking through, like, all right, if I keep emotionally crashing out, what is the byproduct? Did someone say something that triggered a past event that I didn't feel good about? And so I'm really crashing out about a past event, but taking it out on this person? How is that fair to that person? Yeah, maybe they said something that wasn't appropriate, but is your level of emotional crash out way larger than it needs to be? Could you have just been, look, you really said something that offended me and hurt me. And right now, I feel like we can't talk, but I'd love to come back and have a discussion, and hopefully you can apologize for how you hurt me. And maybe that person's like, oh, fuck, I didn't even realize what I said. Let me fix this, right? So I share this with you because if you can develop emotional mastery to actually keep your shit in check, and that means you got to start doing the personal development work, the self-development work with a coach, a life coach, a therapist, work with someone who can help you emotionally regulate, heal from your traumas, get over your past insecurities and relationships that you've brought into this relationship, right? Or workplace or friendship. The crash outs end up happening everywhere. It ends up happening with yourself, by the way, too, in the form of self-sabotage. The worst emotional crash outs are to self. When you self-sabotage and you erode the quality of your life, your income, your relationship, your health by eating the wrong food and stopping workouts, that's an emotional crash out because you don't feel that you're deserving of that. You don't feel you're worthy of that level of love and connection or fitness and health or financial abundance. And so you emotionally crash out. Like, do the healing work, get over the traumas, develop emotional mastery, develop mental toughness, develop a level of stoicism. Like, ask ChatGPT exactly how would I develop emotional mastery and a stoic mindset. And then boom, you're going to get a list and execute that list in 2026, right? And finally, strategy number 6, ruthlessly upgrade your environment. Listen, you and I are a byproduct of our environment at any given time. Your environment conditions you, good or bad, every single day. That's it. Every single day. You are not the same person that left your house today. You're not. When you wake up and you leave your house, environment will mold you and will condition you, good or bad, positive or negative. You will come back as a different person, a better person, a more developed person, or a more toxic person, more broken person, more emotionally reckless person. And so you have to curate and ruthlessly upgrade your environment. What does this mean? Get rid of negative people. Get rid of negative people in relationships, in business partnerships, in friendships. There is a such thing as outgrowing people. And if you've outgrown someone, there is no reason to stick with them just because you have history with them, right? You have to edit and eliminate toxic relationships that you've outgrown. If you have this path and destination in mind where you're going to be this other person, and the guy or gal you're hanging out with doesn't have the same destination in mind, doesn't share the same values, isn't as motivated in terms of work ethic and focus and consistency, and they want to go out and party and drink every night. You're like, hey, I'm all about sleeping and getting rest and waking up early and dominating my day. You guys have outgrown one another. Let him or her go find someone that's better suited for them, and you are better off alone than with someone that is not compatible with you, that is not aligned with you, that doesn't share the same values as you anymore, right? So number one, like you have to, how do you curate your environment and upgrade to a better environment? Well, you get rid of the negative people around you. Edit or eliminate those people, right? Number two, stop with the vices and the escapes. That means booze, that means pornography, that means the screens like social media, television. How many TV shows are you going to binge watch? How many video games are you going to play and waste time? How much sports are you going to watch on a weekend and neglect your family and the people that you love and your health and your fitness and going out there and getting some sun and developing new friends and connections and relationships? So think about this. You have to change your environment, which means you have to get rid of the vices and the escapes. And those vices and escapes show up as alcohol, weed, screens of all types, pornography, vape pen, gambling, you name it. I know it's not easy. We've done a million episodes about how it's not easy to achieve what you want in life. It's simple, but it ain't easy. It's simple. You just stop doing the things that are bad for you and you start doing the things that are good for you. And you get rid of people around you who are doing those bad things so that you don't have their negative influence, and you surround yourself with people who will hold you accountable to the new and good things that you're doing in your life. Easy enough. It's simple, right? But you have to make that conscious decision. Going back to number one, you have to decide and do. If you don't, you're stuck, right? And so if you're not ruthlessly upgrading your environment at any given time, energy vampires, they got to go. Social media, I'm not saying turn off your social media. I'm saying turn off those notifications. I'm saying set a time, a window of time twice a day for 20 minutes I'm going to spend on social media, and I'm going to be a content creator and not a content consumer, right? Listen, everyone in this room right now has social media, but we are all creators of content. We are adding value. We are drumming up leads and sales. We are helping improve people's lives, and that feels good for us. That gives us meaning and purpose, right? Servitude. But if you're on there just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and brain rotting, oh my God, that's a vice. That's an escape. What are you escaping from? Stop and start journaling. What am I escaping from? Write that at the top of your fucking journal and start writing it all down. I'm escaping from my alcoholic dad. I'm escaping from my narcissist mom. I'm escaping from my childhood trauma that showed up this way. I'm escaping from this fucked up relationship that I was in that I haven't healed from because I haven't thought about. I just put away in my head. I'm escaping. Write it all down and then start systematically healing through each and every single one of these, man. Because I want to see you win. 2026 is your year, but not because a hope and dream is going to get you there. Hope is not a business plan. Hope is not a plan at all. And a dream just lives in your head. It becomes a plan when you start writing it out. You have these 6 steps and you start executing. You have a system of accountability. You hold yourself accountable. You have people around you who can hold you accountable. And you have people around you who share the same goals, dreams, visions, ambitions. And when you ruthlessly cut out the negative and toxic people and you surround yourself, even if it's only you and one other person, with people who are sharing the same values, you become a fucking unstoppable rocket ship. And that, my friend, is how you upgrade your life in 2026. You win big in 2026, and you end up developing massive momentum for 2027 down the road. Guys, I hope you got a lot of value from this episode. Wishing you all a very happy new year in 2026. Remember, you decide how the year looks. The government doesn't, the economy doesn't, the terrorists don't. We decide where we go in 2026. With that said, wishing you all a very happy new year. Much love and peace. And always remember this, that average is the enemy, success is your responsibility, and change can take place in an instant if you are willing to flip the switch. I'll see you next time.
back with another round here. Live.
Or if you like ASMR, maybe you like it this way. We're live.
We are live. Maybe that'll wake you up. Or this wakes people up.
This voice right here. This one usually does the trick. I think it makes me sound really weird if I'm not mistaken. Possibly. If I do remember that correctly. Hopefully you guys are having a good day. It's been great here. Across the board. Sit up a little bit in the chair there. Hold on a sec. Harlan. Alright. There we go. Working, rocking, we're rolling here. Anywho, hopefully you guys have had a good day so far.
Put the real mic back on there. Got filled there finally. Actually, it was funny. I stepped out of the office to eat some lunch just to step out. And I was like, well, if I get filled, I get filled. You know, it's 1,000 shares. There's no way it doesn't bounce somewhat up in that area. And I stepped out of the office and I just never got filled on any of my orders. I even had orders down to 1027. I want to say I had my lowest orders, 1037. I had a couple of orders that didn't get filled. And I only got filled 500. And I never, like, that was such a great feeling. I come back in here after scarfing down food in like 3 minutes. And I think I came back in, we're in this candle, if I'm not mistaken. Somewhere right around there, it may have been this. I think maybe it was one of these two candles right there is where I came back in. You can tell that's where I just started to scale out. It was in that downtrend. I was like, man, this could get a real hard slap back on down like it has before off of that downtrend. So there's a chance for it to break because it's multiple attempts to it. It just didn't do it right away. I was like, I'm going to go ahead and just sell this. And that's where you can see I just started selling it right there between about a 2-minute stretch there, almost. A little over 2-minute stretch, essentially, but 2 minutes and 12 seconds between my sell orders. So gave it a little bit of time. There's my first one. Didn't like it. I was hoping it would pop up. Was trying to get some exits in the 11, 20s, and 30s. It just never got filled there, unfortunately, and that's really all I really would have gotten anyway up until now. So would have been nice. Some ice there. Would have been nice to get filled full share size. Like a full 1,000 shares on that, you know, and all my orders got clipped because I would have saved probably I'd probably be at 750. Still holding 250 shares. Probably would have gotten out maybe a little better there, not trying to be so particular and just having a little more patience to get that order exit around the 11, 20s, and 30s that I know I could have gotten like right now is a prime example. But it's all good. You know, still a good trade. Even if I would have gotten filled more, you know, that turns in. I think at one point I was up $600-700, somewhere right around there max with the 500 share order, which is great, $600-700 on 500 shares. And if I would have been a little bit more particular about my exits, I probably would have gotten out, you know, in that area to make that $500-600. So essentially, you make $1 per share. So if you're in 500 shares, make $500. You're in 1,000 shares, you make $1,000. You're on 100 shares, you make $100. That's double home run. Even you get somewhere in between there. Depends on what your mindset is. To me, those are home runs. If I go into a play 500 shares and I make $500, that's a home run. That you've done really well for yourself. You know, you've gotten a good move. Now again, it depends on the move because you know the plays like this can move 50 cents to $1 real quickly. But still, nice good play. Finally got filled on a bounce play there on EKSO. Made a little change for the day. Hey, this is what's up, Kogu? What's up, brother? I think I'm saying that right, Kogu. It's not Kagu, and maybe it is Kagu, the correct way. If I look at your whole dang name now, Kagulantu. Oh, these are hard. Kagulantu. You got it. Okay, yeah. Okay, Kogu. And is that how you still even with your full name there, Kogu? It's just my brain the way it's. Like, it's, you know, it's like probably like CR Trader 2 as well. You know, of course, you've seen that over in the Discord. We want to be right. I want to pronounce it right. You know, I want to get the thing down correct, you know. And my brain just goes, I've got to learn this name. I've got to learn this. You know, I don't know why. That's just my brain. Got it right. Kogu. What's up, though, Kogu? Hey, this Kogu. What's up, new member from the Discord? Hey, I love it. Where'd you come from? How'd you find the Discord? Appreciate the large commentary throughout the day and hoping to work with you guys in the new year. Happy holidays. Yeah, happy holidays to you too, brother. how'd you find me? How'd you find us? I'm glad it's growing. We have a lot of good members across the board. You know, we got Love Chip CR Trader. There's Moali over there. I think Moali's in Arkansas like I am. A lot of people are like, where are you at? You're in Arkansas? My website, and I feel based in Dallas, Texas. We were there for a while, and that's when I first started everything. I was there. So, but yeah, man, love to have you guys. Love to have you guys. You know, anyone new, love it, you know. But yeah, how'd you find us if you're still around? How'd you find me? How'd you find us? Was it just a free day on a Friday or whenever I've been live here free for recently? Someone in chat spread the word, and you just because you know someone in chat. But yeah, man, love it. Came through. Oh, Veda, and love the guy. Yeah, Veda's cool. Yeah, I didn't know how. Yeah, I love that. I want that more. I love more of that. And I know that's how it's gonna be over time. You know, I've come from Tradecaster and, you know, hundreds of viewers or thousands or whatever, and he's built that up for such a long time. And, you know, I just was like the sidekick, you know, the right-hand guy over there, so to speak, which I grew really great on my own, did everything on my own. But, you know, now I have to start fresh, and, you know, there's really no promotion. So it's like, hey, now you have to do everything all on your own. And great start getting with TTP, with Trade the Pool. How funny and weird that's all happened because of CR Trader and another guy named Myron. You'll see Myron in chat. You'll see him on the live stream. He's been doing this for the longest time. When you see the name Myron, he's been doing this for a very long time, and he started with me over there and doing the morning alerts, and he had and still does to this day, about a 90% win rate trading with us and my alerts and levels, and ask me questions, you know, hey, what about this AK, blah, 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 blah. It's an honor, you know, but he's been doing it for like 40 years, he said, and he said, I'm the most accurate ever. And of course, now you get all these other traders that I'm teaching, so that's what I'm like, goofily, you know, I know you kind of just joined, but you'll see me say Avengers or X-Men. And that's what I'm trying to assemble. I'll be Professor X and trying to assemble all the X-Men, and then Avengers. I don't want to be what's his face, Samuel L. Jackson. He's the one that forms the Avengers. Like I can't be that guy. What's his name in the movies? Oh gosh. Anyway, I'm not him. I gotta be cooler than him. I always, you know, consider myself, because of the personality, and Avery would agree, my wife, you know, more like an Iron Man personality. So, but regardless, you know, just trying to get the team together, and the more we're trading alike, and it's just, you're gonna make money. You know, we're not all doing different things. We're doing different things, but a lot of us are trading similar. And that's what I've always wanted to teach, is figure out who you're gonna be as a trader and trade that, whether it's 3 times a day, 1 time a day, or 15 times a day. But find that edge. And so we're teaching the same edges, is my point. You know, like, here's how to sharpen this knife. Here's how to sharpen this blade. Here's how you trade this blade. You know, and that way you figure out which blades you can handle, so to speak, and then you go to battle, go to the market with those blades. So, but yeah, Veda's good. Done some one-on-ones with him. Of course, I just started doing all that stuff. It was just stuff I've always been that way. It's more of, it's really, you know, again, there is that's again going to look at the Tony Stark mentality. Very much at times can be a narcissist for sure, but it's in good quality. And especially as much as I care, and the thing is, I empathize. I'm always thinking, what do others want? What would they need? What would make them happy? What would make them a better trader? You know, what like, or even like, okay, if this is now moving, that one's probably, you know, stock wise, then what are traders thinking? You know, getting back to that, almost like that Professor X, because then that's why I likened to that. If I was an X-Men, that would probably be me. I'd be like Professor X. That real mental side of things overall, and wanting to connect with other humans or traders, that's huge for me. And that's when I first started this journey. I wanted to do one-on-ones, but they always were on Saturday and charging hundreds of dollars, and I could tell it was like more of this like boot campy, they're just going to talk and you're just going to have to sit back. And it was almost like they could have just fucking, it's like you're at work and they just put a DVD in, you know. You're just like, all right, sit back, class, and then, you know, your high school coach that taught history, how many times he probably just put something in, and he was like, all right, here's class today. And now because he didn't, anyway, you get my point though. You know, that's kind of like what I thought I was going to get, where I felt I was going to go somewhere, and they were just essentially just going to be, you know, almost where they're just press and play, and I sit back and listen, and they're just talking. And so I don't know if it's really something that they press play, or am I actually listening to someone live, you know? Because I wanted feedback. Darla's down here, our littlest dog. She's like 4.5 pounds. Emilio, stop it! Avery left to run errands, and so all the dogs are tripping. Like, Mom never leaves anymore. What is going on? When she leaves, what is going on? Anywho, so I wanted to do one-on-ones when I first started, and that amounted to no one did those, and literally hardly anyone, if they did them, they were that kind of boot campy type thing. And, you know, it was on a Saturday. It was not during market hours. It's not, and it was not to where I could ask questions. And so I eventually, when I got good enough, and it all kind of spawned where also too, which is kind of funny, the process where when I was almost going to give up maybe on this stock trading, And there was another guy, kind of like a Tim Sykes of guy that did, and I could probably find him. Sam Cook or something like that is his name. Guys, I can't have you all up here. Guys, you got to stop. They're all now wanting to get up here. Sam Cook. No, that's the badass. Sam Cook's the awesome old school artist. Sam, consultant guy, influencer. Sam Cushing. This guy right here. I saw this guy doing, I think it was this guy anyway, that was maybe consultant. It was anyway, I think his name was Sam. It kind of looks like him, but it kind of doesn't. But it was just kind of like handsome guy. He was in like some high rise. Hey, let me teach you that. It was some consulting thing. I was like, man, because my dad was in radio. And my dad would tell me about how when the consultants would come through, they would make like they'd make six figures, $150,000. And they're there for like a week. And they know how often they never even use their ideas. And their dad was just bitching one time, playing golf or whatever it was. And that hit my head then at that time, like, damn, it's a lot of money to go in somewhere. And I can see why this guy's, and so it was just like I'd get these still emails every once in a while about, hey, let's sign up for my master class. And it was thousands of dollars. And by the end of it, like, no offense, but like kind of like a Tim Sykes kind of shtick. And I was like, yeah, Josh, don't do that. I was like, do this and then eventually consult. And then it happened actually when I was in Dallas. It still wasn't that good yet, but someone hit me up on Instagram because they saw my stories and how much I was finally posting and on stories and then posts and tagging Deck right back in the Tradecaster. Well, it was Deckmar Trades, but I was tagging. But anyway, they were like, man, you're really good at the, and he wanted to, and he followed me, and we were kind of cool. He's like, he wanted to meet me at a Starbucks. He was going to pay me $100 an hour. We met at a Starbucks in downtown, and we were there for 2 hours, paid me $200. So dang, all right, there's my consulting, gig, so to speak. So that was in Dallas, and that still waited till 2021 until I opened up my website, got the LLC kind of stuff going. Of course, that comes with how much money you're making in the stock market, and that becomes more beneficial. And so I was doing things to help myself out on that end. But then, it's like, man, the traders, they're going to need one-on-ones. Like, I can tell, if you help someone, going live's huge, and being able to watch someone in a live stream or ask them questions and their thought process, and then watching even videos on YouTube or Instagram, watching these lessons over and over and over again. And that if there's a scale from 1 to 10, and 10's all the way to get you there, not that I don't think anything is that, but I would give going live and watching someone going live or watching their videos daily and then trying to learn and soak up stuff is about a 5, 6, maybe 7, maybe 7. Like 5, maybe 6, depends on how good the person is and how much you're getting from them. And to me, the other key component would be then doing actual one-on-ones with them, like where you're actually conversing with them through a Zoom, going over, like where you're going live with them, going over levels, going over charts, going over trades, going over thought processes, teaching them what they should be doing as things are actually happening, and then getting their thought processes and training them while they're right there in the battle. And that was, I realized, for a lot of traders is usually the key and so beneficial. Of course, even in person, even more so. If you can do, which I have, like the AKNRs that I have, where they're in-person seminars where you, like a lot of people are doing now, where you come watch me and I teach you in person. And those are even, just as much. But, that point being like the one-on-ones and that in-person teaching is more like an 8, maybe 7 or 8. Nothing's a 10. Tracking and journaling is a 7 or 8, but you add these 7 or 8s. I got to track and journal every single day, and then I'm going to back test some of this stuff that's really working and get it even better. Like I did with bounce plays in 2017 into 2018, and then just become like a master bounce trader, where I could just trade bounce plays all day long. If I find the right chart, just looking for it, and then watch. I will call it bounce play after bounce play. And so, but that just comes with the journaling, tracking, back testing, right? And then if you could have one-on-ones with, so we're watching, which helped me out, watching someone stream live every day, and then kind of getting your own thought process. Because I didn't really learn much from anyone I stream live. I mean, I learned the basics, like, the stop loss, cut losses quickly, the typical stuff you would normally teach, your kindergarten, grade school, 3rd grade, 6th grade stuff. But it wasn't, I didn't know how to do, I'll say algebra when we start doing that. Anyway, I didn't start doing the really hard trading and what to do, like as in how to set where the stop loss should be, where the target should be at, what bounce plays do look like, what is a chart that looks good and doesn't, what's the volume profile, level 2 and time and sales, which one or isn't anything even important really from those, when they're important. and understanding trends and how they work, how long they're going to last, and anticipating when the breakout's going to come, and it's got to come now or it's not going to, or it's getting really tight, it's going to squeeze, it's not going to squeeze, or it's going to squeeze or pop soon, right? Like we talking about, those things come with time, and I taught all myself that, because a lot of it, which I'm trying to now in the live stream and other live streams, just a lot of stuff's not taught or talked about. It's just the basic, and then, hey, watch me trade, and I banked in, haha, you hope you did, and look what I did, It's not a lot of training on the brain and what to really be doing, and that's what I've been trying to do, since, and anytime I've gone live, is getting that down for you guys of the why and doing it ahead of time, so that way when it happens, you can hopefully maybe be prepared, A, to take the trade or whatever setup I'm talking about down the line, and B, you grow more confident in the understanding of what you're learning, and that's the key for me in stock trading. You've got to understand what you're soaking in. If you don't understand what you're soaking in, you're just lost. You're a lost little puppy out there. Dogs are getting all antsy in the pantsy. Antsy in the pantsy with mom gone. Any questions you guys have? We'll break down some charts in a minute here. All right, so we have EKSO, great bounce play here. That might end up being the low bounce of the day. Beautiful trade right there. Again, now in the end, working out for any one of us that would have taken the trade. I got in, unfortunately, only 500 shares. Wish I would have gotten in more shares, and more of my orders would have been hit and clipped into that VWAP area. It just never got back to the VWAP today. And here she goes. Absolutely beautiful pop and push today. So we are going to have some troubles with 12. I talked about this, and I put that over in the Discord earlier. If this breaks the downtrend, I don't know if I put that over there. I don't think I copied and pasted that one, unfortunately. But I did say in a downtrend, if it broke the downtrend, it is pretty much a lock for 12, and there she goes. I know, your mom's on her way home, you big crybaby. You are a big old crybaby. I know. Ooh, ooh. Kogu, though, if you're still listening, thank you again for coming over. And anyone else that came over today, tomorrow, don't forget, all-day stream. You got me all day. There's no TTP. It's just the year-end confessional New Year's resolution. Doing 2 giveaways again. 6-pack of one-on-ones or 6 months of the live stream. You pick what you want, what you need most. You want live stream access, or do you want someone that can teach you to do one? The one-on-ones are crazy beneficial. I would say if you had to pick between the two, I would probably go 6-pack over the 6 months of live, but I get the 6 months of live. That's a long freaking time. 6 one-on-ones, only 6 at 6 hours. You get 6 hours of me within a day or two, right, of me going live. So I get it, but those one-on-ones are crazy beneficial. Just giving out something a little bit bigger and more than I usually did, which usually would just be one one-on-one or a month of the live stream. I figured, hey, holiday season, it's Christmas time. Let's give away some doozies. Petey, which bed are you going to try to steal? You got a couple open ones. Let's try not to steal somebody's. Nice move there. Love that dip buy. Like I was just putting over in the Discord, money if you got that dip at 1050 with me, could be the last dip. It could be the last dip and last time we see that price all day. Money. What's up, Saline girl? How we doing? Took a trade on SPY today and got 18 cents, and I'm trying to. There we go. Stop loss running and then walking away. Trust him. Yeah. Hey, look at this trade. I didn't even know I was filled. I just came in after I was filled. I got filled on this candle here on this dip. I came back in here. It was literally about 10 minutes, 15 minutes after I was filled. Didn't even know I was filled. That's how much I trusted the levels. Bothie, I think it was, maybe, or Mo Alley, someone over on the Discord the other day, I think it was early today, said, man, about the levels and whatever, put his line in, went to 11 the other night. I was like, man, that's what I've been preaching for the last however long. Put your lines in and trade them. But I had these orders in since the TTP stream. You know, and right now, you know, if you're talking about overall, we're, you know, from 1050, which I was filled at 1045, all the way. I mean, that's a $1.60, 70 move. Just money. It's how trustworthy I get with the levels and how I can trade them. And that's where I know we're trying to get to, you know, with all the traders. And that's what I'm, you know, myself, you know, CR traders trying to show you guys, right? How if you just find your lines and levels and stick to them. Now, I'm not a big fan of shorting the top. I've always been that way. Probably will continue to stay that way until I maybe do it more right, or my point being just get more consistency with it, because it's there. You just got to, you know, find that money line. It's all about the practice and repetition. Practice and repetition. Yeah, thanks for the love, though, Kogu. Love the community. That's what I'm trying to be. Love the community ever since. Love hearing that kind of stuff. 100% love hearing that shit. Good stuff. Very good stuff from again, just being able to build the community and let it grow as much as we possibly can is huge. Sharing, and then of course just sharing all the stuff that we learn across the way. Oh, hold on one sec. Avery's home, and I know the dogs are gonna go bonkers. So hold on one second. Give me 1 second. Back at it. All right, we're going to finish the day off. Not going to go live for too much longer here. There's really not a lot going on except for EKSO and AFJK. Really didn't get a lot of movement there from minutes or whatever it comes from the SPY. Just didn't get a lot of movement. Do what? I'm on the live stream, baby. GL, so that was one of she went to the Dollar Tree. She loves it. She loves the Dollar Tree. Her and Family Dollar. She's like, look at all this stuff I got, and that's what she was saying. I got all this for $15. Like, awesome. But from large cap plays, my point being, let me go through those real quickly. Not really seeing a lot of sexy large caps, and man, some of these plays that Amex did dump off today. AMIX, ASTI stood around all day long for small caps. BNAI kind of didn't really dump down. And CTX, the one that had the offering earlier, had the offering, came down, went right back on up, and it's like nothing ever happened. It's just right back at $3. Very odd. See that a lot, though, in the small cap sector. But for large caps, yeah, just not a lot of good movement today. Been that way recently, too, as well. Some days are okay, and then some days are just not that great. You're not getting that great of movement. Now, at the opening bell, we are seeing that from time to time, and that's why today we got that from Meta up and then Tesla down were the two good plays, but nothing too crazy. Tesla's been okay today. Pretty decent setups. Honestly, on Tesla, I do like Tesla for the day. SPY's been so choppy and trapped over the past 2 hours. I mean, oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Absolutely, last 2-3 hours, chop fest. Plays like Meta and Google, just nothing too as well in the last couple of hours. Pretty slow. Pretty darn slow when it comes to large caps going through those. Tesla's really been the better mover. I almost said boover, because mover and big movers when I was going to add together there. AFJK definitely on high watch here to continue its climb up. It could easily hit that 110 again. You know, it really could. It's got this higher low pattern to it too as well. On the way up now. It's broken that kind of downtrend. Any questions you guys want to go over, let me know. I'll stay around until about 30 after. So there's what I think about AFJK. It broke the daily downtrend there. That's what I was just kind of talking about on the TTP stream. See the downtrend and how tight that was getting. Beautiful squeeze and pop today. It was on my watch list, actually, and still is, from TTP. You know, should have talked about that maybe more in the morning alerts too as well, that this play is on high watch for the squeeze today. Finally, SPY. I was wondering if this was gonna, it was curling around, and a lot of time when you see this curl around, a lot of time you hear me say it's top heavy, it's getting archy, and then you'll finally get that leg down and move and essentially complete that inverse U. This is on high watch today. You can see the higher low pattern. Lows are higher along the way, higher lows. And then we also had, you know, the higher highs, not higher highs, didn't even say higher highs, but lower highs as of late. So it was really tight into a wedge. I can do this. All right. I'll do Tesla. Break down Tesla in a minute for a large cap play. If there's a mid cap play or another ticker out there that you're like, hey, I would like for you to chart this play. I need some help charting. Will you chart it? We'll go back. I'm going to do that in just a minute here to end the day off. I'll go till 30 after. I'm going to keep my eye here on AFJK. AFJK here on high watch. Hey, I missed what you said. Double top, so it may be dropping. Let's see. I missed what you said. Double top, so maybe dropping. No, EKSO. For EKSO, this is going to stay bullish all day for sure. 100%. 100%. Now, maybe if you were talking about the arch, maybe was it the archy look here that I was talking about, the drop here possibly? With the SPY, how it's getting archy and top heavy, as I would call it. Is that what maybe that was what was that what he was talking about? Maybe this is bullish though. This right here screams bullish. EKSL, like I talked about earlier in the TTP stream, when you get about an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours after the opening bell, and you're well above the VWAP, a lot of the time these plays tend to stay bullish and hold up. Not always, but they have a much higher chance to squeeze and go. And that's why I left my orders in, you know, from earlier and just left the room. You know, I was like, all right, cool, I'm going to eat some lunch. Hopefully I get filled here. Maybe I do. And then having that trust to come back like I was talking about and trust your levels, you know, what we were just talking about earlier. But this is huge. This is going to be on high watch. This to continue to squeeze not only in the rest of power hour, but after hours for sure. This has high watch to it. Just well above the VWAP yet again after we broke this kind of downtrend look to it. We squeezed up right there. Definitely on high watch-a-rooney, and so is AFJK. Again, we're holding up above the VWAP pretty much all day long, squeezing here into power hour, back up to highs or even new high of day. So no, EKSO, EXO, definitely beautiful. Beautiful today. EKSO, EXO. Let's see what she does here. That 81, 82 mark. If you can hold that 81, 82 mark, this thing is going to go, I think, in my opinion. I think this has a real high chance to go. So see here, we've had a little trouble today at that 80, 81, 82 mark. If this can get over that, or say it is obviously over that. If it can hold that is my point now, and we come down and even bounce off of it's fine. But this has a really good chance to squeeze and get up to that 110 mark. Again, just going back to the, let's go back as many days as we can. Yeah, that was an after hour. So the most recent run was right here. Thursday. What's that? Thursday before Christmas, right? Keep thinking Christmas for some reason all these times. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. And then I really think this can get up into that $100 mark. And maybe even up to that 110. Here she goes. What's that spread like? What's that spread like? Let's take a look at the spread there. Woo! About $2. So you if you're gonna trade this, you're going to want to get at least $6-7 worth of movement to make it worth it in the end because of that spread. I'd say at least a minimum of $5 to $6 worth of movement. That spread is a big gal. Sometimes those spreads are a little tighter. Now this is where that FOMO kind of just diminishes. Where if that spread was tighter, say 50, 75 cents, I'm trading AFJK right now. I probably would have jumped on that at the break in 90 here, because usually when you hit 90, it'll run its way up really close to 100. And so when that spread's 50, 75 cents, now we're up, we're good. Right now, see, that's the thing. See, that spread's so big, it's already right back down to, someone just sold, you can tell, and dropped it right back on down. You don't want to be in a play like that. And they're not selling but more than probably, a few hundred shares. And so it doesn't take much to push this dude around. That's also another reason why I can move up. And I was saying, said this can go with go capitalized. Because, boy, this can go. But, yeah, if the spread was tighter, I definitely would have went long on this probably next move up here. Because, usually you move to 100 here. You go in 100 shares. It's 50 to 75 cent spread. All you need is about $4, $5, $6. Next thing you know, you're up $500, $600, $700. It's happens a lot with just a small amount of shares for sure. Back to that 100 shares make $100. Oh, you can make $1,000 on 100 shares on a ticker like this. You're in at that break of 90 or whatever, and then boom, it explodes up. Sometimes it'll hit more than 100. It'll go to 110, or even earlier. Just say if you took that break of 80, or 85 for the move, you can get $5, $10 on these plays in a blink of an eye. And definitely on a play like AFJK, what has crazy spread. Boy, here goes EKSO. All right, so we got two plays here popping. Two plays here popping. Everything else is dropping. What we'll do right here, we'll give these plays a minute. I was trying to go over Tesla. May end up just not worrying about going over Tesla today. Of course, there's many charts I've gone over, but It's always nice to just give you guys a refresher and just again showing you how to put levels in, what to be looking for. EKSO 1270. We know AFJK's got essentially targets would be 100 and 110 from past chart history here. For EKSO, what do we have left on the docket? Oh, that's right. This is that one that really doesn't have a lot out there. This doesn't have a lot out there. Here's that $13 mic I talked about earlier. Over 13, you know, could get over 14.35. But this is kind of that strong resistance area is around the 1250 mark into 13. Over 13, this really can rip and roar up to 14.25. It might even see 15. And usually the gatekeeper, as I talked about earlier today on the live stream with TTP, 1250, and over 1250, a lot of the time you go to 15. Copying and pasting over here. Any questions you guys have? Anything in chat right now? I know there's not a lot of people here in the afternoon. It's a little bit slower as always in the afternoon from comments in the you guys in the community. I get it. We do have a couple of good spikers right here today. And again, if EKSO gets over 1250 and holds, this has a great chance to get to 15, especially in after hours where you can just skirt. I mean, just skirt. You're talking fast cars. Back when fast cars, 0 to 60 would be like in 5, 6, 7 seconds. That's so slow now. That's slow. Not that you don't need to get to 60 that quick, but a lot of cars, that's their thing these days. That's how they sell it. How they sell it to you, so to speak. Yeah, you know it. Skirt. This thing can fly. Same with AFJK. These are, and we have both the setups forming very similar as far as today's chart setup. With your above the VWAP holding in a kind of a bullish mannerism. Right here into this setup as we're moving into the closing or close to the closing bell. Same thing here with AFJK. And this bullish setup here as we're moving into the closing bell. Most times when you see that, it's next leg up. So want to just grab. I feel like I missed $10, $12, $15 though on AFJK. So want to grab though about 100 shares of it. I have a great feeling this thing is going to see like 120, 130 something. It's going to go over 110. A lot like earlier in the day, if you were watching the TTP stream when I was talking about this play right here on the way up, it was right in this bull flag. I was like, man, this thing's going to squeeze. That's when they asked me, hey Josh, whatever they asked me about. I was like, this is going to see 10. And right after I talked about that, in my head, I was like, just do it now. Go grab like 100 shares. And I was like, nah, man, no, let's be a big boss and show them how badass you are. I was like, go grab. And then that's why I debated too much, how many shares. I was like, just let it. And then I just let it go. And then right after it was like somewhere in this candle, because it was in this candle because we're in the 960s. And sure enough, we loaded and launched right after that. And that's what I feel AFJK is about to do. Or I want to get in so bad right now, 100 shares, because I think we're about to just go voof right on up to 110. But it's just up too much dollar-wise to where if I'm wrong, 100 shares, if you could, I'd be down as fast as I could be up 1,000, I could be down $1,000 because this could immediately sell off and right back down to 85. Building up a tight flag. Here we are. EKSO. putting it over in the Discord, so just let they know, anyone that is out there, just to get the good information. Yeah, AFJK, EKSO, both in very tight flags right here. Pop or drop, squeeze or sneeze incoming. And it could come, to me, prediction-wise, I would say they both go up. One could go up and one could go down. They both could go down. They both reek of go up, though. If you had to ask me, I'd say both reek of going up. Yeah, Sailing Go's so funny back in the day when you think, I didn't really, until I got into cars and then down the line, of course, finally driving like, the M Series BMW, I was just more like a Jeep Grand Cherokee guy, or Jeep Wrangler guy. Ferrari, yeah, like certain like 430s or whatever. But it wasn't like, I drove that M comp, or no, it wasn't comp, they didn't have comps back then. When I drove that M, here comes the move down. So when I drove that X5M in 2014, I was like, this is a 2011 vehicle. This vehicle is 3 years old, 25,000 miles on it, taken care of, looks fucking brand new, and it does what? And this is how big of a vehicle? And then it was and I just saw, because now of course your feed, especially on TikTok, will feed you the algorithm of watch a lot of its X5M competitions. And it was like one of the last ones just before going live here again was, if you want a supercar, if you're wanting a high performance Corvette, blah 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 blah, in an SUV, this is your. I'm like, it is. I mean, there's a few out there like that now, not as many, but it's crazy to think that even take that 2011 X5M, horsepower is probably like 500. I don't know. And now to where they got into now, where it's like 650 horsepower. They always lie. They say it's like 617. 617, what number is that? It ain't 6. It's probably like 650, 6 something. It's high. And how much faster they are now. But point being, you could take that 2011 X5M and roll back into like 2000 and challenge, like, speaking of Saleen, like that Saleen Ford, like the Saleen, whatever it was that Ford made, that badass one. Ferraris at the time, Lambos at the time. That X5M would stay with them and maybe even beat half of them. You know what I mean? Because I think 0 to 60 was like 4.4 on that first one I drove. That's crazy. And now what's crazy is the fact that I drive a Jeep Wrangler that they put a 392 in and tuned it, and they have the gearing right to where that thing 0 to 60 is best time I've ever got was that 4.344. A Jeep Wrangler. If someone would have told you in 2000, hey, a stock Jeep Wrangler will one day run mid fours, low fours at best, and beat that Ferrari and that Lambo, or at least run with it, maybe beat it half the wild bullshit. What, they gonna have a supercharger on? We'll have 1,000 horsepower? No, actually, just like 400. I think it's like 470. Most of the SRT V8 engines have 495, I want to say. But for the Jeep, and everyone's always like, why does it only have 470? All the other ones have 495. And it's the gearing, and they couldn't make it fully forward because of the gearing and shit. But it's crazy. You go back then, and I'll never forget, twin turbo, whatever, 215 horsepower, 0 to 60 in 7.2 seconds. Like, damn, I could take a whole nap. I think I ran my 40 times faster than that. Still, damn it. And there it goes. I told you, AFJK. I told you. Oh, I should have went in 100 shares. I had a feeling it was going to do that. There's that move. And again, with that spread, it would be hard to get you're probably up a couple $100 now, maybe 300-400 after you got out, maybe 500-600 if you're lucky with the spread. 296. Oh yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. How fast those have gotten, even Ferraris back in the day. I mean, they always have done well, slowly, keeping up with their times over the years. You look at BMWs for the most part, but still, it's just crazy how fast they are now compared to where back then they didn't increase too much. For the most part, it was. Most cars, even for, whatever Mustang there was, whatever Camaro there was, whatever Corvette they made, whatever Porsche was out there for the most part, Ferrari, Lambo, up and around 2000, 2002, 3, 4, they were all, it wasn't nothing that fast. I mean, some stuff was sub 4, but not a lot of stuff was sub 4, 0 to 60. Now, everything, that's like the thing, it has to be sub 4. Like, if it's sub 4, you're fast. Now, Back, and it kind of reminds me of the 40 time in football. Like, you have to run under a 4.4. Well, now 4.4 is kind of like, you know, you have to run 4.3. You know, it's like back then, like, you know, 400 horsepower was a lot. 0 to 60 in 5-6 seconds was a lot. You got at 4, you were going fast. And now, like, everything's 500, 400, 600, 700 horsepower. I mean, an SUV with 650 horsepower stock, you know, PSI at 25 pounds of boost. 25 pounds? Sailing is 2.8. S7 060 there. That's quick for back then. That's quick for back then. But that's what's crazy is now, like, a BMW M3 Competition X-Drive. That's its 0 to 60 stock. Like, that's what's crazy. Absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. Like, just the regular now is what, you know, now, like, back then it just wasn't. Cars were portrayed as fast, and they were not that fast. Now it's like every car is 0 to 60 and, like I said, under 4, under 3. They're just getting faster and faster. You know, like, 'cause remember when the Trackhawks first came out, the Jeep Trackhawks, I was like, and that was 0 to 60 in like 3 something. You know, oh my God, blah, blah, blah. Now, like, every SUV for the most part's in the 3s. You know, I say every. I should say every SUV. Every crazy sports badass. The badass Porsche, the badass BMW, the badass. They're all in the sub 4. Where back then, sub 4 was like, oh my God, you're fucking moving for an SUV. That's what I love, being in those big heavy vehicles and then being able to move like a car. Now again, that's where then you take it to that next level, and that's what I want, is then finally getting into a car full time again, which will have to wait till the next house for sure. I have to wait till the next house. And then finally get my car. I mean, I haven't had a car. Like, I have not owned a car. And my last car I owned. That would be a great question for a giveaway tomorrow. Ooh, so stay tuned tomorrow. What was the last car, like sedan car, not SUV, SAV, not truck? What was the last car I actually owned and drove? That one is gonna throw some people off. And then, what is the only truck I ever? And I've talked about that way more so. I should do that for the 2 giveaways. What was the only truck I ever had in my life? What was the make and model? Same with the vehicle. Or car. Same with the car. What was the last car I drove? Make and model. What was the last and only truck I've ever had? I don't know if I'll ever have a truck again. I like them and their uses for them. Just love SUVs. And then at the next house, I'm going to, like, 'cause every once a Wagoneer, like an old Wagoneer, like an old Jeep Wagoneer. I want to get a car. I just don't see a truck happening, honestly. All right, so we got the squeeze on AFJK, Sneegs on EKSO, squeeze here at EHL. See how we're always on the right tickers here? Got that 245 first of the day. Oh, and look at the bounce play. The bounce play of the day. Here's some music I got in the background. I'm going to go live a little bit longer here, see if we get a little bit more of a squeeze. I think the bigger squeeze, in my opinion, I'll go to 45 after. And I think it's going to come in after hours. All right, large caps. I'm going to do this real quickly for you guys while we give small caps, and then now really another large cap. Turning into that with AFJK, a little bit of time to pop again. Just go to Tesla real quickly and kind of show you what you guys need to be doing large cap, small cap wise if you see a ticker like this. And yeah, even a big sell off like that. Find where the trend begins, and it's not at the bottom. That's the reason why I want to do Tesla, because a lot of traders want to come in here and put a trend line up. I don't really get that. I never really did that, but some traders just for whatever reason will always want to start the trend lines from down here. It's not. This is the uptrend channel, right? You can totally tell this is where your uptrend channel should be at, right? Right. You know, something along those lines right there. And then if you want to, go in here and find your little intermediate lines of support and resistance, which I'd have one in about right there, right? We got one from previous that is working out perfectly today. This is from another area, another day that I did this, and you can see how well that worked out today. And then, you know, to continue through the day, you know, then you're just going to flip this around, in my opinion, really, you know, and come down about like that is what I'm guesstimating. You could say I've charted a few times before. I mean, literally, I can do that. I can flip a trend line, uptrend channel around to a downtrend, and eye out to where I really feel I think that's the angle of the downtrend. And then I just did that so much. This is the stuff that I used to do. Look how perfect that was. It was over here. I did it over here, and I was like, that's got to be it. Do this every day, and you'll be able to do that. If you go through and put lines in, and then you can do that. You can go, I bet that's going to be the downtrend, and then that's the fucking downtrend. Where's the downtrend support at? I'm going to start it from here, and why? Because there's just so many touches right through there-ish, right? That, to me, and it's parallel. Now, you might want to take for consideration, if you ever were trading this, that we do have this little hitch right here. There's a hitch, and there's a hitch. So if we do crack below it, know that there's still the hitch before we really hit the ditch. That makes sense? And don't go through there and try to start adding more horizontal and resistance support lines. You can have micro ones in there, right? If you want to add one in right here, I get it. That would be the only other one. You know, don't try to start adding more through here. I mean, I could maybe make one right here at 459. You can make a case for this if you wanted to. But don't try to keep adding lines. Find where you have the touches, where it makes sense, and add those lines. The next day, are they still working? Which ones are? Well, I've had this line in, and that's why I've left it in, because it's still working as of today. So like say tomorrow, I'll leave these lines in for now, right? And then if they're not working, they're starting to just blow through them or not bounce at them at all, and there's just make no rhyme or reason to have them up, then there's no rhyme or reason to have them up. So I have them up. Just makes sense on how to chart. I mean, this is what we need to be doing every day. And I know it takes me 2 seconds to do that. Some of you guys maybe would have taken you 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and that's fine. It doesn't matter how long it takes. What matters is you actually doing it. Because if you're not doing it, you're not going to get better at trading. You're not going to get better at charting. You're not going to understand what stocks are doing and where they can go to and from, or to and fro, whatever it is, right? You got to do this every day. Put the lines in. Where does it make sense? Where's your trend line at? Find your downtrend. Find your downtrend support. Find the hitches before you hit the ditches. Because snitches get stitches. And that it's just that over and over and over. Like I'm going to laser in another one. I think it actually bases off of this, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, so close. Yeah, but that, you know, you can see here if you zoom out, that's your uptrend channel right there. You know, if you go into a 5-minute time frame, it may clean that up even a little bit more, and you know, almost does. And so there's your uptrend. Would I have resistance to it? Yeah, I actually see something in here that makes sense. Right about right there. Fail, support, 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 fail, 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 fail. That's it. You know, if you want to have horizontal support resistance lines in, the only one would be right there at 1265. Right? Those are your, that would be your only line you want to have in for now. You don't need to have a lot of lines in. You need to understand and read that chart and where the supply. Now, again, if you want to have like a light line in it, you know, 1085, you know, kind of like the hitch before you hit the ditch, because this is the hitch right there that I got filled on finally earlier, and that major, most of the volume and support today would come out around 1090s. 1085, 1095, 11, if you want to call it that. Yeah, have a line there. That's it. Boom, boom, shakalaka, bam, bam. But this is the lines you need to have in. You know, you don't need to have in this line in down here anymore. You don't need to have that line in anymore down there. It's not coming back to that trend. This is your uptrend channel, right? You can right here cancel left extension. Like right there, right? We'll go right there, cancel left extension. Something like that. Boom, right? Boom. That's your chart. AFJK called this. There's your 110. So you need to practice more on marking up the chart. Yeah, oh yeah, it's just something I just became addicted to and became such a fan of. I fell in love with doing that more so than trading. You know, and of course I think that's where a lot of traders can see where I'm so reserved on my trading. I don't really, I trade, but it isn't like, the fun thing for me is just being, just I would say more because I'm that marks in my word, but alerting these levels day in, day out, and just being right at it, and then knowing that, okay, I'm seeing this right. The more I'm seeing this and the more I'm right, the more eventually I'll take advantage of it. Like going in 100 shares right there, and then now you're up $1,000. Like, all right, I'm going 1,000, 100 shares here when it was in this bull flag. And now with that spread, there's no way, no how you're not up, at least around 1,100 after you, probably if you want to market order out with that spread. And that's kind of what I was talking about, so to speak, with trusting what you see there when they have that chart that gets built up and then being able to trade that chart. And like me earlier with the bounce play there, this is a lot more risky, obviously. Maybe one of those things where you just at first go 10 shares just because you're not in love with or uncomfortable and tend to know you just want to practice, right? And you're not trying to worry about making a lot of money. Halted up. So this does have some spikeability left to it. As I talked about here earlier, is that in that setup over on the Discord. Sorry, I get to looking down and I realize how much dog hair is right below me. Oh man, oh man, oh. Here we go. AFJK halted up at 38.56. 38.56. 5-minute resumption would be 43.56, which we're at right now, essentially coming on up in about 10 seconds here. So AFJK, let's see if we go live here. Opened up right beside it. One of those signs that if you were in right now, like, me, if I was in this trade, I'm like, okay, I'm going to probably try to get out of this play pretty quickly. This thing's going to start going whipsaw all over the place. Could come all the way back down to 95, could shoot up, fly up, which I still feel 120 is probably going to be on lock right here, which we got the 110 mark. This looks like it could easily see the way this is moving, moves up to 120s, and over the 120 sees a move up to the 150s. So right now is why I have the time and sales up, because the chart on Thinkorswim is just not keeping up with it at all. And there we go, finally trying to catch back up. And there's that whipsaw. This is exactly what I was talking about. If I was still in that 100 shares, maybe I would have saved 10. I would have saved like maybe a little bit just to see if you're still a piece of the pie that you can make some money off of. But really just more so fun to see if you get to like 120s, 150s, and still being a part of the roller coaster. But yeah, definitely need to do that more often. Saline Girl, Aussie Chick, if you're listening. Kogu or anyone else still wallflowering out there. Maybe it's Cosmic Rays. I don't know, all my little wallflowers. But that you have to go through the charts every single day. Like I said, I just nerded out about that 2017. It came out of nowhere because I wasn't doing it. I just would be in chat or whatever you want to call it and around the computer in the office all day. I was never really doing the homework. It was one of those things where I feel I'd just show up to class and I was going to get it. And I realized, well, showing up to class is not getting it. And then I'm going to have to do more to get it. And that came with that $1,000 loss, like I said, in 2017 in August. I'll never forget that $1,000 loss, chasing the third halt up, and then finally went to tracking and journaling and back testing and etc. And then that just where I started to geek out. I'd say September, October in 2017, moving onward, is where the geekness started to really hit me. And I was like, damn, this is working, because I started to really fall in love with charting, and seeing like you guys are finally seeing when I tell you to do that, when old lines are working out again, whether it's resistance lines, support lines, and they continue, oh wow, that line still works, blah, 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 and it just blow your mind. Oh, look at that trend line, it came back and retested it and actually fell. Oh well, it's so crazy, so cool. That's the stuff that geeked me. I love that stuff. That's what really energized my second win, because first win was, I'm a stock trader. This is gonna be awesome. Deck's going live and going crazy and ripping his shirt off, and I'm a part of a community now, and everyone's friendly and like mind, whatever, right? And that excitement, like a lot of people have at first, is what is that first wave, that first win, so to speak. Then that dies out for a lot of traders because you lose your fun. Something happens, right? And you're like, okay, well, that died off, and then what hits you is, okay, I need to get this right. Am I going to continue to do this? I need to get this down, or I just need to stop doing this. And that's where it hit me. I need to start tracking and journaling and going over what I'm looking at every single day. And when I started doing that, and then I fell in love with charts, and then of course even leading to when I started streaming live for Tradecaster, and I was on there for Freaky Friday Take anyway, and I kept saying, I want to be the best charter ever. I kept saying that, I want to be the best charter ever, because I want to say, you give me a chart, any chart, give it to me, I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen, where this play is going to go, where support resistance is, all that good stuff. And that was the key. That was that second win for me, was falling in love and being a nerd of charting, and of course now being like a small cap analyst and just overall a stock chart analyst for Trade the Pool, and then flying me to the money show and paying me to be there, on top of the fact of flying me out there and paying for all the the meal, the badass suite that I had, the 2-bed or the 2-room suite. I mean, it was like, well, are you kidding me? Well, it all came back to that second win and me wanting to be a good charter and going over charts all day, every day, and really finding out what they're going to do the next day, because I went over and did my homework the night before and went over charts, or the day before, so it's just doing that over and over and over. See, I just took a small 10 share long on EKSO, bounced off upward trend line. There you go. Have target set at 12. So good job. All right. Well, it did just crack down a little bit more there. You had a good bounce. And now the sell-off came. Now crosses the bottom trend line channel. Should I exit early? Well, right here would be, I would wait for candlestick confirmation outside of this uptrend channel, Saline Girl. So depends on where you got in at. You said target set and soft like 11:26. You could stop yourself out, or you could just go to a candlestick confirmation. 3-minute, it did confirm. You'd get out of this trade, or if you want to wait for the 5-minute, you can wait for it. The 1 minute's too tight at this time to use the 1 minute for candlestick confirmation outside that trend. And again, maybe all in hindsight now, because you are now out of the trade. But that is the one thing, to keep your eye on later in the day. Get into a 3-minute, get to a 5-minute time frame, wait for candlestick confirmation, give this play a little bit of room to run, like I obviously did earlier when I wasn't even caring about looking at the chart for the trade in itself. Never mind, just stopped. Okay, well then there we go. Yeah, then I read the next one. Nice to see another lady who loves performance cars. Yes, it's funny. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you two girls would. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Like some cars. I like girls that like cars. Is what I guess my brain was thinking. Like some girls that like some cars. indicators. That's why I never have my phone. So a lot of time if I don't get back to you, again, to anyone that ever reaches out to me, I'm telling you right now, I am hardly ever on my phone. It's always my watch that I keep up with stuff. Yeah, that's why we're doing it. Well, it sucks to have a 2-car garage and you have X amount of cars. You know, like 4 or 3. 4 sucked. I'll say that. If you have a 2-car garage and you have 4 cars, because I ain't parking no cars on no street. Oh, that sucked. That sucked having 4 cars and only a 2-car garage. That's why the next house is gonna be 8, baby. 8-car garage, and I'm just thinking about that because I won't have 8 cars. We'll do probably 6 to be honest. You know, maybe 4. We'll get back up to 4 or 5. But some of those will sit, I won't drive them much because they'll be, I won't have my garage set up to where you can just get, because it'll be, two-car garages. That's big enough to have 4 deep. So 2-car garage, or you can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, because it's going to be that big. 2-car garage on each side, right? So 1, 2, and 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. But the 2 that are parked in, so to speak, that's going to be like the GT4 RS. That's not going to get out much. That's going to be like, because at first 4 is good, because then when we get to the 5th car, which will be like the GT4 RS that I won't drive much, that'll be the one that's parked in. Because if you have a 4-car garage that's deep enough for 8, you have 4 that you can get out at any time you want. That's nice. That's going to be fucking money to be able to get 4 cars out anytime you want. But having a 2-car and 4, oh, that sucks. That sucks when the 2 cars are in the garage and you got to move them around. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. That hell, too. I mean, we get here in Arkansas. Anywhere in the South, you get hell. Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Mississippi is going to be bad. Tennessee is going to be bad. Missouri is going to be bad. Kansas is going to be bad. Colorado's going to be bad still even, because it's all that cold air coming off the Rockies, hitting all that warm moisture air from the Gulf. That's what creates all the tornadoes too as well. But yes, trust me. I even got a hail protector that I never used, thank gosh, and I'm trying to sell it now. I got one of those inflatable hail protectors for the X3, and then, of course, when we had the X3M competition. But then I always just had the nicer vehicle that I wanted more. So funny. Do this for Avery real quickly. I just sent her something. She's asking me like a recipe on something we cook. I just sent her a picture of it. I've had planes and cars in that hangar. Yeah, I mean, planes are so... Hey, if I won the lottery, I definitely would. If I won that freaking... Although it really only would have been like 500 million we took away from 1.8 billion. Fuck the damn government. That would have been nice. 500 million. Trust me, because if I would have had that, I would have still built our house. And what I would have built, I would have built like another. I wouldn't buy properties all over. I might down the line as I invest and I turn that money into more money, and then I get a place in Colorado, maybe get like a place in New York, like a $5-10 million apartment. But that would be after I was making money off the investments and me, turning that money into more money. But I'd build our house now in like a ranch house. I'd go out somewhere in Arkansas, go buy like 50 acres, 30 acres, a lot of land. Build it like Avery would love it, like something you'd see in Colorado. Nice log cabin, huge, like 20-foot arch ceilings, even bigger than the ones we'll have at our house. I'd still build our house like as the daily home and like my home base. But what I would do is below the house, I would have them build like a Tony Stark garage. I don't know if you've ever seen Iron Man, and I'm going to show this off. Let's see if I can't show the movie because then they're going to kill me from rights. Iron Man garage. Not wallpaper. Oh, it is kind of like a wallpaper. Okay, so you can do a wallpaper. This. So like when you walk down that staircase, right? I don't know if you can see it come down the staircase. Well, I don't want that. I don't want any of this. But there was like, where Pepper would come down and there was like that little staircase there. I want that. I want, let's see if I can find it. Not wallpaper though. Iron Man Garage. Oh, there it is. See, this is kind of like it where you come down the staircase. So you'd come down the staircase. If you've seen the movie, Pepper Potts would always come down, right here. And then she'd see, and this is what I want, like a staircase that leads in like this. Move this out of the way. Something like this. Then you come down. And I'd have like a little office area, right, or whatever. And then that would then open up into something like, where was it at? That picture I just saw. Something like, oh gee golly, I don't want to show the video off. Like this though, like this, where it have a lit tunnel. So that would open up into something like this, right? So you'd come down the staircase, that would then open up into this, where I could have my cars all like backed in, GT4 RS, GT3 RS, 911 Turbo S, at least one Lambo. Definitely 2 or 3 Ferraris. At least 3 Ferraris to match the 3 Porsches. Because at our house, I just keep the SUVs up top. So in the garage, and I'd make it the 8-car garage, but have more toys up there, like your ATVs, maybe a bike or something. But have like the X5M competition. Avery wants the G63 AMG. The badass, essentially the G wagon. Have some Jeeps in there, but it'd be all SUVs up top. And then I would excavate down below our house, and below our house, this would go down like 20, 30 feet below the house, and be like also kind of like in there, maybe like a fallout shelter, which we'd have the tornado safe still room up top. But this would be like end of the world. We can go down here and hide out. But then also it had that cool long ass tunnel, if you do remember here, and it's like lit. See, if y'all remember this, and it's like lit up there at the end of the tunnel there, right? And so that then it's lit, and it's a long curve tunnel on the way up, and kind of sneaks its way out to the back side of the house. That if I won the lottery, I was doing that. I'm like thinking the night before. Literally, I was thinking like, if I win this, I'm gonna build the house, make it a little bigger. The house, make the house a little bigger, but underneath the house have like a 2,000, 3,000 square foot open, badass Tony Stark Iron Man garage, and then have like the Shelby 67 GT, have Eleanor down there, have the Ferraris, the Lambos, the Porsches, old school car, have like 15 cars down there, minimum 10 to 15. I would definitely would have spent 20 million to 30 million on cars. 100. If I win 500 million, I know I can turn, I'll invest 150 of that to 200 of that, and be able to make it and turn that into 500, right? So I'm going to go spend the house, the ranch house, and the cars 50 mil, right? And then I still got lots of money. Lots of money. I'm not doing all the crazy houses in different states. No. I'm not going to really travel. So the Tony Stark garage this was happening. That was happening. And then have the floor be all like marble or some shit, something super nice. Have it like marble, granite, I don't know, some beautiful color down there. Oh man, yeah. This is, I guess, like the green screen, or they can tell this is like actually, I guess, behind the scenes footage of the garage. Yeah, right. But this would be it. Tony Stark garage, baby. Everything. And then probably even, and no lie, just because I'd have so much money, I would buy me some Iron Man suits. Where I'd have me a couple of these back there. I'd have me a couple of them in the background, I'd have a couple in there. Tell me that garage is not the most sick garage you've ever seen. Oh, man, that would be just so dope. Have like 10, 15 cars down there. See, here's where Pepper comes down. See, there's that little staircase, see? And Avery can come down and say, what are we doing? Which code are you doing down here, Josh? Oh, my. Oh, gee, golly. Fucking dang it. Gosh, damn it. Dang it. I'd be like, coolest garage on earth. Coolest garage on earth. That'd be badass. Yeah, it would be. Oh, yeah. Cirrus Vision, El Jettle. There we go. Oh, my gosh. Yes. Yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, right. That'd be dope. Let's see, the 2004 Compo Orange Terminator Cobra. There we go. Oh, man, the Supercharger, 150 shot of nitrous, all the goodies. Missed that car. I bet you missed that car, Joe. I bet you missed that car. But yeah, that would, if I won that lottery. Oh, yeah. I mean, it just would have been, and then car, because I can read most of that, then those cars I'm getting, I could resell. But, oh my God. To go into the Porsche dealership like I would and go, I'm ordering, well, I couldn't order a GT4 RS anymore. I think they stopped, may have stopped the order books on those. I can't remember. Anyway, I would go in and order a Porsche 911 Turbo S. The first thing I would do, because we have a Porsche dealership here in town, the very first thing I would do would be going into the Porsche dealership and ordering custom, because Porsche is crazy. If you go custom, like on Porsches, you can, it's nuts. All the little fine things that you can go through when you custom, like make it, it's crazy. I would do a 911 Turbo S and a GT3 RS. I might even do 2 GT3 RSs out of the gate, because I know I can then go sell those at any time, and they'd go for more, because I'd be getting fucking like the whoo. Then I'd get a GT4 RS, so I'd have my 3 Porsche lineup there. Then I'd go over to the BMW dealership, order me an M3 Competition X Drive with all the goodies. They're right across from one another. I'd do it all in one day. I would order 3, well, with the 4 I could, but I'd order 4 for the 4 RS. I might even go ahead and get, because right after that, I don't know, I'm kind of like, do I want a new X5M Competition? I'm kind of tied with, I like my it's the 2023, so the new ones have the LCI and a little bit different. I think I like mine more. I don't know if I'd get a new one. I think I'd just keep mine. The point being, I would then go across the street. Again, actually, I'd probably stop at Mercedes first. So I'd go Porsche first. Then I'm going down to Mercedes after that, and I'm ordering a G63 AMG for Avery. Exactly how she wants it. I'll have her meet me there for her one car she wants to order. And then I'm going to BMW, because the other thing I'm going to order at BMW, actually, so that's 2 cars for sure, a GT3 RS and a 911 Turbo S I'd be ordering on the same day. I might even get 2 GT3 RSs, because I don't know which color I probably am going to want. And I'm going to want some cool exotic color. Like I would want one probably in a Comp Terminator orange color, right? Imagine a GT3 RS in that orange. Everybody in town. I don't want, and I said this, I don't want a head turner. I want a neck breaker, baby. I want a, oh, fuck! Fuck, did you just see that? Was that a 3RS? God, it was orange, wasn't it? Fuck, honey. Oh, like my little squish ball I have right here. I have it like that color. Anyway, I want a neck breaker, baby. I want someone to fucking break their neck when they see my rides. At least those. Anyway, so 3RS, a 911 Turbo S, AMG G63, M3 Competition X Drive. And then I don't know if I can order at the dealership, but here's what I'd order. This is what I want to order, and I would order this. I don't know how we can do it, but I know you can. But you can order these. I want one of these right here. I want this. I want a GT4. You can actually order these right here. You can actually buy this car. Yes, you can. Let's see here. How to buy. How to buy. Let's see here. There we go. See, you contact an authorized BMW M Motorsport dealer as they are sold through a specific network, blah, blah, blah. There you go. Oh, I want one of these so bad. I want one of these right here so bad. Are you kidding me? Oh, my God. Imagine having one of those in your garage. And these are not street legal. These are not street legal. You have to take this. So this is essentially, like what GT3 or GT4 RS. This is the BMW's version of that. So I'd order one of them. So on the same day, I mean, you got to imagine a 3RS, a 911 Turbo S, the AMG, that right there is already probably about $1 million between the 911 Turbo S and the GT3 RS and the AMG G63. Then the 2 BMWs, you're at another $500,000 somewhere in there. It's about $1.5 million in one day. That's nothing if you make 500. You have 500 million to go through. That would be done though. If I won that lottery, no lie, team. Porsche first, then Mercedes, and then BMW, and then I'd have what's that? 1, 2, minimum 2 cars with the 3R. Yeah, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 ordered that day. Might even go 6 with the 2 GT3 RS if I'm feeling naughty. Oh man, for sure. That would be. I'd have to wait for the house to get built, and then when it was really close with that badass Iron Man Garage. And then that's the day where I know we're very close to I can go to order them. And I would be ordering all of those right there on the same day. I think that's it. And then what I would do is go find the 4RS. I'd want a GT4 RS. So I'd get the GT4 RS. And then the other one I'd try to go find right out of the gate that I'd want is a Jeep. I'd want a Trackhawk. I want a Jeep Trackhawk to add to the stable. And I can do that locally. Then I'd have to go and I'd go to I'd want a Ferrari. I'm gonna figure out how I'm gonna get my first Ferrari. That would be next, is going to get Ferraris. And it sucks because I have to get used ones. So I would probably start with one used one, and then go in like, hey, I want to custom. Look at my stable. Look what I've got. I've got hundreds of millions of dollars. I know that means nothing to you guys. I have to start the whole Ferrari path with the used one, and I'd get a used one, and then eventually have like 2 or 3 of those and order them. Lambos would have to do that. So I'd probably essentially just make a trip to Dallas one day. Order, go to the Lambo, order anyway. Oh man. That would be it. Oh yes, the bomb dream car. Oh yeah, for sure. 911 Turbo S is badass. That's definitely those are beautiful and badass. I mean, they're all gorgeous. I mean, there's a lot of Ferraris like the 296, the F8. There's a few Ferraris that I if you said you have to pick one, I don't think I could. Honestly, to be honest, I don't think I could ever pick one car. Any of the Porsches, it'd be a Porsche or Ferrari, for sure. But I add any of those. But then you get my point. A Lambo, that would be like tier 2 for me. Lambo. BMW is right there with the tier 1, but it's just so much cheaper than Porsche and Ferrari is. But oh gosh, yeah. Any of those after driving that 911 Turbo, it wasn't the S, but it was a 911 Turbo. I was like, I can't imagine having the S. And of course, being in them when I went to the Porsche dealership, yeah, And I'm not a vet fan. I'm not an American car fan. It's funny you heard all those. I think about this. Because of those track times, I would go order a vet like the ZR1, whatever the one. I wouldn't. No offense. I wouldn't do the only Ford I'm getting. No offense. Sorry, Saline Girl. I ain't You get the hate on Fords. I hope you do anyway. I'd only get the old school Ford Mustangs. I wouldn't touch anything new. The GTD is my point. I wouldn't get the GTD. Between the two, I'm going with the ZR1. I'm going to go with the Corvette. And that would be the only American car I get. I wouldn't even get the Challenger, the Demon anymore. I want that same setup and same sound, but I can get it with all-wheel drive and a Jeep Trackhawk. My buddy has a red-eye Hellcat. From 0 to 50, you can't get on it. You because the rear-wheel drive and all that horsepower, you can't even get on it. No offense, like the Mustang drivers, there's so much horsepower in those rear-wheel drive cars that they don't know how to drive them. I mean, Mustang owners are in the ditch every other weekend. But there's so much horsepower going to those back wheels, and anyway. I wouldn't want that. I want that sound, and I want that power, big time. That is the one thing that I do love most about, say, Corvette Camaro or Corvette Camaros, which are kind of up there too. Mustangs, Challenger, Chargers, is the sound of the Challenger Chargers turbo. Exhaust probably goes to one of those other vehicles. Mustang sounds good, but the sound of that supercharger, on those Hellcat engines, that whine, oh my god. But yeah, no offense, Saline Girl. I'd get an old Saline. I want old Mustangs. I'm just not a big fan of the newer ones. I don't like the look of them. And I'm not a big fan of the new Corvettes, to be honest, the look of them. I don't mind the ZR, whatever, and the track one that they have out there. But the only reason I'd get it is because of the speed of it and what you get for the cost. And in Arkansas, because I do love that attention. I'll never forget this interview with Jack Black. He's with Kevin Nealon. Kevin Nealon, if you remember Kevin Nealon, the guy from the 90s SNL and all the Adam Sandler movies. He does like a podcast where he's out in, somewhere in LA and they're jogging through the beautiful foothills, or they're jogging, they're walking. All those beautiful walks you can see in Cali that Aussie chick gets to take part of. Through all the hills and the trees and the mountains, and it's beautiful out there. Well, there he's doing with Jack Black, and every person that passes, Jack, and Jack's like me. I want to talk. Oh, you love me, anyway. And then finally, Kevin's jokingly, and he's like, all right, I'm just leaving. I'm going. I'm tired of waiting on you. It's like 5 people in a row, and then Jack comes running back up, and he's like, I'm sorry. He's like, I love the attention. This is a good podcast, and It's just realistic. But he's like, I love the attention. Hey, he's like, hey, that's why we do this, right? That's why we're actors, because we love the attention. He's like, especially me. He's like, I love it. I love when people say, hey, that you get off on that. And I, same thing. If when people are like literally when I went and got my groceries yesterday, and I'm in, when I see the guy coming up in the BMW and he's like eyeing it down, then, hey, order. I'm like, yeah, for Smith. It's like, nice ride. You go, whatever he said. Anyway, Mint said something else too about it, when he's putting the groceries in. I was like, yeah, it's got 600 horsepower, so yeah, it's like, yeah. I mean, when you get that and they're loving your car and you kind of get the exhaust on it, and he's like, oh man, because these people, especially when you're at Walmart's or wherever of the world picking up groceries, where I was there before, and you just dreamed of getting those vehicles, and it like inspires them, and it's that cool connection of, yeah, I've got the cool car, yeah, that Tony Stark mentality, but it's also sharing with them of like, man, I used to be there. I used to be the poor motherfucker that had to work his ass off and only dreamed and hoped that he would get any of these rides. So it's cool to have that double edge, but that's it. If I had that Corvette, no offense, I'm sure too, if I had the Mustang, get my point, I'm sure they would be like, oh my God, this is the GTD. Yeah, they're badass cars. It's crazy what they're doing. Back to that, what they're doing with cars now. It's fucking nuts, just nuts. Making a Mustang, making a Corvette, which really has never been necessarily a track vehicle like a Porsche can make, etc. Now, like, hey, watch this. We're going to turn it into a track car. It's fucking cool. Oh yeah, for sure. That's what I love. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's like I said. I mean, those are the classics. I'm not big into American muscle. I was never an American muscle guy. I don't think I've really fit that genre though. You guys are like, yeah, Josh, you're not an American muscle guy. A Jeep guy. Well, you're definitely Eureka that you want fucking sexy, and it's sexy. It's got to be all fucking the shit, and it's top line, it's upper echelon European shit. I ain't messing with that American. But it was always funny too, seeing the South, because you always have the trucks. So you always had that between the Rams and all the Silverados and the F-150s. So like Fords and Chevys. That's what it usually was in the South for me. All the rednecks that I live around that were like, Ford sucks, Ram sucks, or Chevy sucks. I was never like that. I was like, oh, they're all good. Chevy makes some good fucking shit. Ford makes some good fucking shit. They all make good stuff. If you think about it, they all have a custom, like, classic vehicle. Silverado, F-150. F-150's been around fucking forever. Of course, so is Ford. Then you can talk about Camaros and whatever for Chevy with Corvettes. And then you got Mustangs. And then you got the Challenger Chargers, so they got the whatever trucks they got their staple SUVs. Ford, Explorer for the most part, I'd say, is their staple SUV. Of course, trying to bring back the Bronco, but then Ram doesn't really have anything. That's more like Dodge, Ram. I know it's kind of like a combo because it's like who owns them. It's like different entities, really. It's not like, it's a little different than Chevy, because Chevy is Chevy. It doesn't have like Dodge, Ram. Which one is it? Because Dodge is not, it used to be a Dodge Ram, so it was all Dodge stuff, but now Ram is its own entity, which is just so stupid. It's like, why don't we just call it a Dodge vehicle, because it was a Dodge Ram. And anyway, just goofy stuff. But I always thought it was funny when they always got into those little hiffy fits of which truck was better, and rednecks and this truck or that truck. I'm like, they're all good trucks. They all look a little different too, which I liked. Now they all, it kind of seems like a lot of stuff starts to look the same, but love my cars. Yeah, that would be the dream though. Boy, oh boy, winning that lottery and just being able to fucking go in and order this. And then I can't even imagine, like I was saying earlier on the live stream with Kevin, I can't imagine, for real, I can't imagine what that would like to. You're looking at the ticket and it's like you have the winning lottery ticket. You've got all the numbers right. You just won the 1.8 billion lottery. Even though you're only going to get whatever 500, 600, 700 million, you're going to get less than half. I can't imagine. Are you trembling? Are you freaking out and yelling and just fucking like you just won the Super Bowl? Do you faint? I can't. What do you do even? Do you call the number on the back? Like, what do I do? I got the big guy. Do I call the number and say, hey, I won. I got the ticket. Who do I meet? How do I verify this? I ain't going to no gas station with this ticket. This ticket ain't going nowhere outside of this house. This thing's about to go into a vault until, like, what do I do with the ticket? It's like, I just can't imagine. And then finally getting the money. Like, how does that happen? I know they always do those little, the people that aren't anonymous. Arkansas has that law where if you want to remain anonymous and not show your face or whatever, you can do that. But then some people do like the go up and hold the check and do the big whole hunky-dory glory. Hey, it's me. I won it. Take the picture with the big fake plastic wooden check. What are those things are made of? I don't ever know. I'd love to figure that out and hold one day. And then when does it come in? Does it come in a week? Does it come in a month? Does it come in 6 months? Can you quit your job right away? Because you're, and that's why, just all these things that my mind think about when I do finally think, actually do put effort into thinking about winning that lottery. Like, man, how does it all work? What's the process like? That would be, but the day, I can't imagine that is my point. Obviously, you get the lump sum. See, I would want to be anonymous and not ever tell my family or friends. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I think that's why most do that, because they don't want then your friends and family to then do that, annoy you, call you, beg you. Like I said on the stream earlier, I'm such an extrovert. There would be a good side of me that would want to say, nope, didn't win it. And I think I would stay that way until I started like everyone, you would get the signs. I wouldn't say, hey, I won the lottery, but I would be going to buy the cars and so doing stuff on social media. And you're like, I know Josh was doing good in stock market. Like, I kind of heard of this guy. If you haven't heard of me, the ones that have, like, I know he said he wanted to get a 4RS, but this motherfucker has a 3RS, a 4RS, a 911 turbo. He has, what did he just go do today? This is fake. Oh, no, this isn't fake. He told us he'd do this. That son of a bitch he won the lottery. So I probably would never tell anybody, but there would be, as they say, there would be signs. You go, this motherfucker just he got a Ferrari what? No, he didn't. He got a what? He didn't get a LaFerrari too. Those things go for $3 million. You're like, he just spent $10 million on cars in the past month and post about it? And now he's driving a couple of them? We don't want people, oh yeah, for sure, Sailing Girl, yeah. Well, that's why, you just go off and do your thing in the middle of nowhere. I wouldn't tell anybody I want it, but I would, my cars, you would see, yada, yada, yada. It wouldn't be like private jets and that kind of stuff, but I would be cars, my house would be gorgeous. We'd go ahead and get it built, probably build the ranch house at the same time, so we'd just get 2 going. I know Avery would love that, so she could just get out with the dogs every once in a while. Hey, I'm going to the ranch house, or whatever. And she had this little house, little getaway, kind of like a reminder, like she was in Colorado or something, which I know. But yeah, yeah, definitely wouldn't tell anybody. But I would be doing the nice thing where I'd figure out how to do it, but get like $1 million. Well, for at first, like for some of my family, like the ones that are still alive, because there's not many, like my parents, get like a briefcase, like do that. I'd want to do that with like my Aunt Vicky that's still alive, and my Uncle Mike. And then my parents, like Aunt Vicky and Uncle Mike do like $1 million briefcase. What's that show called? The briefcase, or what's his face? Howie Mandel. Is it Howie Mandel? Right? It's Howie Mandel, isn't it? Right? With all the models. What's that show called? With all of them, there's like 30 of them, and they got to guess the briefcase, and then they keep going back between the levels or whatever. I say levels, or they're like, make a deal. Let's make a deal. That's right, because they're in the end, because that person up top. Let's make a deal. I wouldn't do that. Let's make it, but I'd go in with like $1 million. I mean, where you see that in movies where they're like drug money or they're going to buy something, they come in with is it all here? Oh God, imagine that would be cool to get some cool briefcase and go to, Vicky's house one day. Well, what you doing? What's this surprise for? You said you wanted to come over. You never come over. What's wrong? What's going on, honey? Well, I brought you a briefcase, Aunt Vicky. And this briefcase contains a lot of love and joy. And I hope it brings you all the happiness and any happiness that you have left in your life. I think it's going to mean a lot to me, and I think it's going to mean a lot to you. And yeah, have her open up, and I can't imagine her face. Well, is this for you? Is this your money? So how'd you get it? You still a bit? I'm like, Aunt Vicky, calm down. I'm doing really well for myself. This is real money. It's not stolen. It's yours now. And then do like the same for Uncle Mike. They live not that far from one another. Because Aunt Vicky would probably be calling Uncle Mike, huh? He gave you $1 million? That son of a bitch ain't gave me shit yet. And I could just tell my Uncle Mike would say that verbatim to her. That little shit. And then, oh, where is that little shit? He better give me $1 million. Uncle Mike, yes, I'm sure that was Aunt Vicky, and yes, I can't even surprise you now. Here's your $1 million. All right. Well, damn, how'd you, and then it hit him. How'd you get this? What are we doing? You know, I'd start with my parents, though, for sure. I'm like, Mom, Dad, don't tell anybody about this. I don't, because I'm going to go do this to Aunt Vicky and Mike in a minute. So I'd give my parents $5 million. I don't think they need, plus with their savings, if I gave my parents $5 million, wow. They'd be like, well, you gave us $4 million too much. All we needed was one, probably, to live crazy and grand the rest of our lives on top of their savings, because I don't see my parents going crazy at that point anyway. But I'd give them 5, one to Uncle Mike, one to Aunt Vicky. I would, once I got it, I'd still kind of go live for you and whatever, and then I would do a giveaway one day where I would give away something crazy like Mr. Beast. And then do like I told you guys, the Damon Darling guy. You guys got to go watch him if you don't follow him on social media. I think it's Damon Darling, isn't that his name? Yeah, Damon Darling. Go follow this guy in the videos where he goes up to people.
Are you a Mimo?
Not yet. I hope
Not
they
yet.
give me some damn Mimo.
Well, you know what? I have my own coffee called Mimo Fuel. And it's at DamonDarling.com.
Oh, I'm so serious. I'm
Yeah.
gonna buy it.
Yeah, if you want, no pressure.
No, I am buying.
If you can use the money, then just use it. Use the money.
I'm gonna buy your coffee.
Are you sure?
You see this big ass thing of creamer?
Yeah. What are you paying for your groceries? Let me just
Food
pay for
stamp.
all of them. Oh, you got food? Do
Yes,
the food
I
stamp.
got food
Yeah,
stamp.
Save me some money. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, right. You got food stamps. Like, yeah, right. Save me some money. Like, if it's
Hey,
gonna be
love
free.
you.
But yeah, this guy just
Yeah,
goes
yeah.
through
I'm
and,
dating area.
and he'll pay for the
If they wanted to
groceries.
send you a thank you card.
Yeah. He don't want to commit.
This is what I would be doing. I'd be going around, you know, no offense, I'd stop streaming. Sorry, guys. I know Kevin Avery said he would. Listen, I got $500 million in the bank, even after I spend 50 on cars. I'm gonna do stuff like this. You know, I'll see you in your own hometown before you know, at your grocery store before you see me streaming live again. I would do some you know, fun streaming stuff. I'd do the social media stuff, like post all the time or stuff like this. But as far as like streaming live and talking stocks, that's gonna be out the window. I'm gonna go do stuff like this. I'm gonna make people happy like this.
Commit. Yeah, I'll commit for a day or two. Things like that. Hey, love you, bud.
Love you.
Care about these things.
Yeah, I mean, this would be. You saw that. You know Josh would love that. Feed that. Avery's like, oh, God, yeah, all these old ladies. And just like, oh, I follow. You're so sweet and cute. Thank you, sweet Meemaw, whatever we call them, Meemaws. But yeah, I would want to do that for sure. All right, guys, I'm going to step out for the week. Or not the week. We have tomorrow still yet. That's right. Come back tomorrow. Let's type that out there real quickly again. Come back tomorrow. Do not forget. Year in confessional with New Year resolutions. All and 2 big give. Oh, ain't nothing. Didn't win the lottery, so not that big, but they're still good giveaways. We'll go with the BOGO holiday sale. Info. We'll go details in the description of today's live stream. And last but not least, Daryl, you know it, Aussie chick. You know I just love that. I mean, I would, but it would be great. But that's the stuff I'd be doing. I just couldn't help it. Because I'd have so much money like he does. Whatever he's done in the past, I forgot. But I'd have so much money. I mean, imagine, again, you know, me and the discipline is my point, and how I am with money and frugal with my trades. I, again, might spend 50 mil, maybe 70 in the first year of me getting that. 500 million. And that's all I'm going to do with the rest of it. I'm going to invest, like I said, 100, 200 million of it in the stock market, etc. And then I'm going to have, and then that would still leave me with 200 million in the bank, 200 plus in the bank, essentially, to just do that kind of stuff with. You know, and kind of do a budget in my head and math. And of course I do that myself. I don't need to pay someone to do my fucking finances. I'm like, all right, Josh, 10,000 every month, about 120K a year is what you're going to give away, you know, for the most part, besides, and you'll do a couple big giveaways a year. So monthly giveaway, let's give about 10K a month. You know, however you want to disperse it, what you're going to do with that, but 10K a month, somewhere in there is what you'll give away. So 120K a year for the foreseeable future, right? So over 10 years, I'd give away $1 million. Besides the big giveaways, which I do some in there, not like my parents and family, but like, hey, 50K here, 100K there, something like that. But yeah, I mean, that's nothing. I mean, you kidding me? Especially the money on investing. Because imagine again if I put, which I could have earlier this year, which we'll have that chance again in the stock market. But imagine if I put $100 million on AMD, NVIDIA, Tesla, and every SPY or whatever when we had that market pullback earlier this year. Or if I had that money in 2022, of course I'm still in Amazon. But imagine if I put, again, $100 million in Amazon at, and which you couldn't do, but you get my point, at say that 90 mark that I'm in. You imagine how much money you're making. I mean, I would again invest 100. We'll just say keep it simple at the 100 mil. I would over time would invest and have 100 million in investments in the stock market, which would then in turn back over $100 million. And so I'd turn 100 million into 200 million is my point, if not more. See you guys back here tomorrow. Aussie Chick. Thanks at KF1. Yes, see you tomorrow. Aussie Chick, Sailing Girl, Joe. Any wallflowers out there? See you back here in the morning for another great day. You're in confessional, New Year's resolutions tomorrow. I'll throw some music on in for you guys here in after hours and get that going right now. Bang a ring, Lost Boys, Lost Girls. See you tomorrow.
great things in life. Look where we at now, guys. Now we on talking points, talking to AK-47, one of the GOATs, Caesar, one of the GOATs, Kev, one of the GOATs, and we're showing on what is possible in life. So don't ever in life doubt yourself, saying you can never make it in life. We just proved it on what's possible, man.
Speaking facts over there. Speaking facts.
Oh, man, that's awesome. Hey, J-Trades, I want to rewind time a little bit, though. I know talking about the time, you've been trading for a while, haven't you? I mean,
yeah.
I actually remember you. You don't remember me because I wasn't very active in the chat, but I was in the chat room you were in probably in 2016, and I do remember your name when Josh brought you up. I was like, I remember J-Trades, the active participant in this chat room I was in. So yeah, it's awesome to see you, man, and see the growth and the longevity, because certainly like longevity here. It's challenging, right? The sustainability, because traders want to, traders have that itch where they want to scratch an itch to get somewhere quicker, than maybe than today allows, right? You got to take what the market gives us ultimately, versus pushing, the speed limit kind of analogy we give. Don't go 75 and a 35. And just catching up on chat here. I'm the only one apparently wearing a costume. Josh, where's yours? I'm the idiot in here.
Not at all.
I love it. No, I was going to, and I looked around. I was like, man, I didn't have really anything. I was going to buy something, and my weeks always fly by. And I'm like, oh, fuck, here we are, ready to Friday. So I just sported the AK-47. I'm, sporting the brand today. I love that you went with Toad. You stayed with it, bro. I love it. The Toad is good. It fits you well. It almost looks like you're a chef, though. It almost looks like you're about to go cook something.
And
sous chef,
and Kev sees in AK-47. This is something that I go over. This is something that I created, which is called the Breaking Bad method. And this is for a lot of traders who go through a lot of, a lot of situations where, your weakness basically overshadows your strength. So these are the main things that I go over with a lot of traders, that, okay, this is what you need to work on to better yourself as a trader. So I'm like, one thing, and as I break down, I said, you need to, correct having the wrong mindset, not having a detailed plan, unstable work ethics, losing trade syndrome, losing money per trade. Now, losing money per trade is you have a game plan, and Caesar and Kev, y'all can agree with this, is that a lot of traders, they'll have the right mindset, but they procrastinate. They'll scare themselves out of initiating or executing on a trade, where they second guessing themselves. And when the trade does go their way, they're missing out on the opportunities. Now they're revenge trading. Now they're going against the grain. Now, instead of having, going into these areas where you have a good, a low risk area, but a high reward area, now you're putting yourself in a position to where now you're chasing. Now your risk level is over your reward. Now you're putting yourself in a dangerous position because you jumped ship from your initial game plans. And now, instead of going into the entry that you were supposed to go to, now you're putting yourself in more of a dangerous risk, because now the market is moving on up. Now you're chasing it. Now that you get into these tops and now the market is going against you, now you're cursing yourself out. Damn, why every time now when I get into the market hates me? Oh man, market watchers watching me. Every time when I get into a trade, it's going against me. Oh man, the market hate me. Oh man, and like every time when I do something, it never goes right. But what people are failing to do and failing to realize is you're going against your game plan. You second guess yourself. You did all the work to understand the necessary entries and your necessary exit, but you tricked yourself out of jumping in on the play when you needed to go in on this play. Now you're putting yourself in a position to chase it. And now, especially if you're going long, when you could have had the bottoms, you could have got in at the lowest areas where you had more reward than risk. Now the market is moving up to the upside. Now it's going into resistance. Now you're jumping into a wrong area. Now you're putting yourself in where you resist. Your risk is over your reward. Now when you're getting in, you're cursing yourself out. Now you're doubting yourself. Oh man, the market guards hate me. The market watchers are watching everything I'm doing. Every time I get in on it, it's do the opposite. Now you're having FOMO. Now your emotions are taking place. And these are the things that I break down. This is what I designed to help people get out of that. So you got to take a chance, guys. And these guys can agree with me. I mean, guys, every and what a lot of people have issues with is having an OCD complex. Not every entry is going to be perfect. Stop trying to get every penny on the penny. It may not go right. It's right down to your actual entry, and it may go against the grain a little bit. But you got to understand, because what a lot of people fail to realize is the market has pivot points. In other words, which creates a channel where you have a strong bottom, where you have majority of buyers sitting at, and you have an area where majority of sellers are sitting at, which is creating a range. So we know that, guys, all the market does is rotate. So if it's going towards an upper area where it has a lot of resistance, guys, you don't go long. You want to go, don't go against the grain. You want to go with the grain. So if you know based off the past, and the past has told you, okay, these are 9 times out of 10 where these sellers are going to come in at and yank the market down as we go down. Okay, we may go into a strong demand zone where buyers are sitting at. Okay, this may be an area we can go in for a call for the move to go right back on up. But a lot of people veer away from their original game plans because they second guess themselves. They don't want to press the button. They don't want to execute. Man, it's a risk that you have to take. But again, if you understand your patterns and you understand the support, you understand the resistance, man, execute on it. If you're afraid, go on with a small position. You don't have to put all your eggs in one basket. Go on with a small position to test that level. Because, okay, if it doesn't go your way, okay, you'll take a small loss to see, okay, if we're going to reclaim on this level where you can go back in and go for the necessary move on up. But a lot of people veer away from their game plans because they procrastinate themselves. They second guess themselves. Now they start to doubt themselves. Now it's nothing but emotions. Now they're blaming everybody else but themselves. It's everybody else's fault. It's the world's fault. It's the market's fault. But they don't take accountability for their own damn actions. And that's what a lot of people got to start doing, is taking accountability for your actions. If you're not pressing the button, that's on you. You can't blame me. You can't blame Caesar. You can't blame Kev and nobody else. If you know these positions and you know these price points, execute on that shit. You know, right. And again, if you're not confident with those levels, go in with a small position to test it to see if, okay, this level is going to work in your favor. If it goes up, okay, start adding in more shares and move up to the upside where it can benefit you. Now you have more reward than risk. And and I'm sorry for ranting. But so we go over there.
Ran away, baby. I feel like this has been pent up in you. Someone got to you. Like, what are you doing? You did it again. You did it again. I've been telling you so long.
I used to be like that. I mean, because I didn't know how to execute correctly on the market because I wasn't doing the necessary research. But again, thanks to you, Caesar, Kev, you guys taught me to be the trader that I am, where now I can help other traders as well. So also we go over, again, losing money per trade, lack of track, and the main weakness, patience. That's the main thing. Patience. Because you're not allowing the market to set itself up properly to the way it needs to set itself up. Okay, what about your long buys, but the market is dropping? We could be purposely pulling down to a certain price point to a strong demand zone where buyers can step back in and reverse right back on up. But a lot of people lose patience and then again they start to blame everybody else but themselves. Think about it. Just right here, for example, right here on my chart. Right here. I was yelling out this morning. I was talking to a few other traders. I said, guys, watch the 8250. Watch 8250. As long as 8250 holds, we can reverse back up to the upside. Look right here. 8250 held, red to green, sell it to buyers. Nice entry. Reverse right back on up from 8250 now to 84. Patience. You see what I mean?
Baby. Easy. All right, so Jay trades, we know he traded CRWV today. I want to do this down the line. Riggs, what'd you get today? Caesar, did you get any trading in today?
Yeah, actually, I caught a long on the NASDAQ and I caught a long on NVIDIA from 204.75 all the way up to 206.
Nice.
And I also caught some trades on gold.
Cool.
But mainly I focus on the NASDAQ, which is the tech sector.
Yeah.
So I caught a nice little, actually like nice 70 point off of it this morning.
Bet, yeah. And then Kevin, what'd you get today so far?
Pre-market DFSC for the fade. DF.
You can, if you want to show your chart to any of you guys that want to share your chart, just press the share button.
Yeah. Go ahead, boss. Yeah.
We're looking at J Trade. J Trade was sharing his chart this morning.
Yeah. Let me take my. Yeah, go ahead.
If you want to share your screen, Kev, Riggs, either.
Yeah, y'all got it. Go ahead, boss.
Oh yes. Okay. Sure. Just real quick here. Just type one. Share.
There we go.
All right, we live. Yeah. Just caught the DFSC. A nice little bear flag popped right back up towards resistance. Like J Trades is saying, guys, patience, uncommon patience. So, waiting for the entry, waiting for the ticker to come to you versus forcing. Forcing doesn't work well in trading. And then stabbing at it. Let's pop up towards multiple variables. I like multiple variables to lean into. So VWAP, prior resistance, the whole dollar area, these levels where oftentimes you'll see that break right up through the whole dollar and then it retrace back on down. Could be a decent risk for you. And then back on down to the bottom of this bear flag and for the fade unwind. So that one ended up being fruitful. Multiple points on these plays. I like them because there's less emotions involved. I have traded HKD today, and that one has been all over the place. And this one's more challenging, because it's just overcrowded, so it creates less edge. I did get it over 5, but it's just when there's so much volume on these tickers. I'm sure you guys have seen it too. Sometimes it's so overcrowded that it's hard. Some of these moves are just very manipulated. It's a market maker's paradise, and it becomes difficult. That's why I like those easier backside plays. But that's it for me. Those two.
Love it. And I got the question in chat. We want to make sure any questions you guys have, I'll make sure we get those answered today. And I'll start with you, Caesar. You've been around the longest. You're going to have the best intel. I know I'm decent at charts, and J-Trades is really good too with the large cap plays. I know for the most part, Kevin does stick in the small cap sector, but still want to start with you, Caesar. The legendary BM ask, what do each of you think about the market remaining bullish into next year? Are we all clear to keep steady climbing? Any thoughts? So go ahead, Caesar. What do you think about the market? What do we see, Caesar, over the next 6 months?
I'll share my screen as well. So for the market leading up into the end of the year, I still do see the market as bullish. We're going to remain so until the narrative changes. A few things that could have possibly derailed this uptrend would have been if the meeting between China and the US, which happened last night, if that didn't go well, we would have been dropping severely. So being that didn't happen, they're talking about, things went well. We got the rate cuts that the market wanted. So right now it's literally full steam ahead till the end of the year. And if we are to have a retracement, it's most likely going to be around the first quarter. Right. So there's a lot of layoffs going on. But as you can see, companies are beating earnings. Amazon beat their earnings, Apple as well. Was it Reddit? So being that we have good earnings, we have good trade deals, so it's going to be cheaper to borrow money because the rates are coming down. So it's just going to be a more influx of money coming into the market. And also a lot of these other countries are committing to investing in the US. So it's literally full steam ahead until the first quarter. And around the first quarter is where I am expecting to see some sort of correction, which is why as we lead up until the end of the year, I've started to downsize some of my long-term portfolios from AMD, Tesla, NVIDIA, even Intel. Like I've been holding Intel. Oh my God. Like if you guys remember, like some of the roundtables that we did in the past, I was like, Intel was one of the companies that was severely undervalued, right? And here and behold, this year we had the government investing $5 billion into it. NVIDIA invested $5 billion into it, which they're up almost 100% on that investment in a matter of a few months, which is absurd. So I even downsized on that position because I know that once we have a decent correction, all these tech companies are going to do a massive retracement. So at these highs, I'm selling into as we end up making more and more highs.
Love it. Good insight there. Jay, what do you think? Any insight?
And I agree with I agree with Caesar 110%. And Caesar, I want to ask you too, boss. Do you think a lot of conflict or a lot of and Kev, do y'all think a lot of conflict was coming from due to the shutdowns because we wasn't getting a lot of data coming out like we normally do? Because we all know that normally on the Thursdays we have jobless claims data, 8:30 and so forth. We know the routines, but due to the government shutdown, you think that was causing a lot of friction, was causing a lot of choppiness and a lot of consolidations due to the fact that we didn't have CPI data, PPI data, PCE data, GDPs and so forth. I mean, do y'all think that was causing a lot of strain in as far as the market? But I do agree with Caesar that I do still think that we have room to move up to the upside of things, especially if the buyers can recover these 680, 684, 685 levels, where we could push our way back into the 690s. But I definitely agree with Caesar that we could definitely see some upside after all of this clutter is out of the way and we start to get back to the normal basis.
Yeah, I mean, the lack of data being released is due to the fact that we're running up because we don't have contradicting data, right? So based off of everything that was released prior to the shutdown, so the shutdown is actually helping the market to push up because investors don't know. So if we don't know, we end up keeping with the same sentiment, which is forward. So once the government opens back up and we start getting the data, then yeah, we'll start having more volatility where, like, I mean, every dip has been getting bought up because the sentiment overall, and again, we're leading towards the end of the year, which we tend to have the Santa Claus rally, right? And every time I've seen it, it's usually around the first quarter where we get that correction. But the government shutdown is helping the market push forward.
Yeah, I agree. I just think it goes up. It's going to have pullbacks like it always has in the past, along the way. In my opinion, I don't see there's any stopping this. I think midterms, when I was at the Money Show, I forgot, of course, the guy that does Jeffrey Hirsch that does the Trader's Almanac every year, got those big wigs that have been doing this for 30, 40 years, and I think that's what they were talking about there. Something around midterms. It's a ways away. I don't see any part of the beginning of next year us going down anytime soon. And I say, yeah. And again, like we were talking about the data releases, that's usually can cause a lot of fluctuation. It's no data, no fluctuation. I kind of forgot about that this week. Imagine how crazy this week would have been if we had those data releases that we were supposed to have too, on top of the earnings report and FOMC. It would have been crazy. So yeah, I 100% agree as far as the market is concerned.
AK, if y'all don't mind, can I share my screen with you again?
No, you only get one share. You got your one share in. That was it. I'm kidding.
Don't do that. Okay, now what I want to share, I'm gonna show you my cheat sheet for SPY, and I'm gonna tell you on why. And again, why I agree with Caesar on why I think that the market is gonna go to the upside. This is my 5-year time frame. Let me move it over just a little bit over this way. Okay, so this is what I've been basically kind of utilizing or going off on as far as SPY, because okay, if you notice, guys, we've been in this range. We've been in this range since 2021, 2022. Now the last time we hit this red trend line was in 2021, crossing into 2022. That's what AK and Caesar. That's when we caught that major pullback going into 2022 when we fell from the 480s. All the way back down into the 360s, right? That's when we had that 2022 year pullback. So if you notice, every time we come around this trend line, we get a nice little bounce back on up. The year 2023, trend line, bounce right back on up. Still 2023, nice bounce back on up, going into 2024 to 2025. So if y'all notice the rotation, y'all going from this red trend line where those sellers came in, where we had that massive pullback. If y'all notice, we came right back down. That was at the I think the beginning of the year when we had that massive sell-off due to tariffs. Remember, we fell from 500 all the way back down to a price point. We pretty much fell all the way back down to the 480s. If y'all notice, look right across the board. Look what area that took you out between 2021, 2022, which is right here, 480, right? So that was the area that took you out in 2022. So we go back this way from 2024 to 2025. Where did we pull back down to? AK, Caesar, y'all can agree with this. 480, correct? Right. All we did was turn resistance now into support, which was why we had that massive pull all the way back down to 480 purposely, where we knew what buyers were going to see that. Look at this. Ever since 480, we've been on this nice consolidation right back on up. So if y'all notice, we held that trend line since 2021, 2023, 2022, 2023, 2024 into 2025. And notice the transition from this dump all the way down to 480, all the way back up towards these high price points. So that's why I agree with Caesar that we could see some move on up. As long as we can stay back above, the 470, 480 range, I do think that we could break out of this range finally into some new higher areas around the 700s. So if y'all notice, all we did was bounce off of this trend line multiple times. We bounced one. Let me draw it out real quick. Hold up. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about for those who don't see it. Let me go to Windows. Okay, right here. We bounced off that area once. We bounced off that area twice. We bounced off this area 3 times. Now going for a 4th bounce all the way back up towards this trend line right here. So if we can break above that price point, keep us in the 670s, 680s, we could see that possible area around 700. So I agree with y'all 110%. So that's why, guys, and for other traders, I mean, not y'all, because y'all got this down pat. For all these other traders who don't know, that's why, guys, you got to step outside of your 5-minute time frames. You got to step outside of your 15-minute time frames to get a bigger look of what the overall market is doing. And this is why I use these different areas, guys, to understand on what what is the full and what is the true direction of where the market is going. We already came on down from these levels here all the way back down towards, again, the 480s, which we rebound Now we're on this bullish rally. So again, why go against the grain if the market is literally telling you what it's doing? We're no longer on a bearish rally. Now, based off of this 480 level, now we're on a bullish rally, still continuing on up. So why would you go against the grain if the market is literally telling you what it's doing? Which is why I agree with Caesar 110%. I agree with AK and Kev 110% that as long as we hold these key levels between 670, 680s, we could push back up to the upside.
Charting, baby. Charting 101 right there is all it is.
There you go.
Yeah, you can make it. I mean, yeah, just like you said earlier, J Trades, though, it's just supply demand zones, guys. It's just trend line trading. You can make it as complicated or as simple as you want. I mean, looking at this, guys, does it look too complicated? No, it's just bouncing right off the trends. But like J Trades is saying, so many of us want to go against like the grain. We want to be contrarian traders and go against what the market's what is objective, what's right in front of us. React to what is happening, not trying to force what you want onto the market.
You just said it, Kev. Exactly. Yeah. Because a lot of traders want to go in and trade and do what they want the market to do what they want it to do. Yeah. But they have to understand the market doesn't care about your feelings. The market's going to move, regardless to whether what you want and what the market wants.
The ego's strong.
Always going to overshadow. And let me go to this real quick too. Let me go to my other breaking point. And I always tell a lot of traders. This is another thing that I broke down too. Right here, you have three players of the market. You have the small size traders, which are the retail traders, which is us. And then you have the medium sized traders, which are prop firms and so forth, that trade with between 50 million to 100 million. And you have the big size players, which trade between in the billions. So us being the small traders, do you really think the market care what the hell we want? No. We're the small fish in a big pond. In other words, like Kev is saying, it's not about what we want. You have to go about what the market is telling you what it's doing. If it's telling you, okay, we're moving up towards the upside, why the hell would you go against it? Why would you go in front of a moving why would you go in front of a moving train or a moving bus that's telling you, dude, we're going up? And as I stated on my chart, I mean, plain as day, right here, the market is telling you, okay, we came down as low as 480, which was 2022 level, right here, clear as day. They're telling you, this level here, we turn resistance now to support, now going up towards the upside. Why would you go against that if the market is telling you that we have not fell back above 480, we rebounded, going from this green trend line, now moving back up towards the uptrend? So that's telling you that the market is now bullish. Why would you go against that? I agree with Kev and season them 110%.
Love it, brother. Love it.
And the thing about it, AK, Kev, and Caesar, what a lot of traders do, especially these new traders, fail to do, go back to the past. Yeah. The past is telling you, literally, okay, areas of resistance, areas of support. So why would you go against that if right here, if the market is telling you right here where resistance is, you see you tested once, you see you tested twice right around the 610 level for a pull back down. It's telling you right here where sellers are sitting at. If you go back this way, okay, we done broke above 480 in 2022, 2021, 2022. Now going from resistance now to support. Why would you try to short it if this level is holding? You can see this trend line that's clearly telling you every time you come around the green trend line, buy you step in. 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 So it's telling you in reality the demand zone, and it's telling reality the supply zone. I mean, the market tells you everything that you want to know, but a lot of people don't want to do the research. What they want to do is they want to wait on us. They want to wait on AK. They want to wait on Kev. They want to wait on Caesar. They want to wait on us to give them the answers. Guys, how the hell do you think we got the answers? If we can do the research, guys, you can do the research too. Because what about we're not in the market or in a session to give you the answers that you need? Do the work your damn self. Because again, we were in a position where we leaned on people to give us the answers for the next day or the next week or the next month, and that person wasn't in, and we was in a state of confusion. We didn't know what to do. What do we have to do? Be our own traders. We had to understand, man, what are these guys seeing that we're not seeing? And that's why I give roses to AK, I give roses to Caesar, Kev, you two, boss, because you guys showed me that, man, how the hell are these guys finding the answers? What are they seeing that I'm not seeing? So what did I have to do? I had to make sacrifices. Over the weekends, I had to push back everything. Man, Netflix and the chilling, push that off to the side. WorldStar, push that. I had to focus on the market.
Yeah.
Because especially if I'm trying to turn this into a career, I have to make the sacrifices to put myself in a better position. So they're seeing something that I'm not seeing. What is it? And that's what I started to do. So I started to kind of put myself in a competitive mode with Caesar. I started to put myself in a competitive mode with AK because I want to be better than my mentors. I want to be better. I want to be on the level where above my teachers, because it's like if they can see something, then I can see it too. So and what I had to do was I had to make the sacrifice to see. Okay, now I see what they're seeing. Now I can call these plays because now I get it. Because now I see the patterns that they're looking at. Now I see the setups that they're looking at and why they're calling out these specific plays. If they're not, guys, and I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to these other traders. When AK, when Kev and Caesar are breaking out things, guys, they're not guessing these numbers. They're putting into work and putting in the work to understand these numbers, to understand because as I always break down in my live, guys, what did I always tell you? The market is 90% psychology, 10% strategy. So on a psychological basis, psychologically where buyers can step in at, and psychologically where sellers can step in at. It's a psychological play, and that's it. Take those numbers and take that into consideration and make the best of it, man. That's it.
Right.
Don't make trading hard for yourself. Again, you can turn it to a career, but you have to put in the work to get to the levels that we are. We had to make sacrifices. Kev they can speak on this. Caesar, AK-47, we all had struggles, in our trading careers where we did catch some downside and we did catch some levels where we lost confidence in ourselves. People didn't believe in us. People thought we were crazy. Now understanding that the market, especially if you start to better yourself as being a stock trader, to understand these levels that, man, this could be a life-changing career. This can change your life. This can get you away from a 9 to 5. We had to go through that, guys. So don't think that me, Kev, Caesar, AK-47, we were born with understanding the knowledge of the market. Hell to the no. And you can ask AK-47. Yeah. I had to put up, AK, you can vouch for this. How many indicators did I have before you broke it down to me? I had over 20 indicators. I had a 20 EMA, 9 EMA.
Yeah, I see
100 EMA.
The air traffic control chart. Yeah.
My chart looked like a rainbow fest because I didn't know how to read the market. But once I started to understand the realistic levels, man, I started to do away with a lot of these indicators. I got down now to 3 indicators. Out of 50 that I had, now I'm down to 3 because I had to put in the work to understand how the market works. It's guys, the market is beneficial and you can make it, again, it's a life-changing situation, but you have to put in the damn work, man. You can't always sit there waiting on a handout for Kev to give you an answer, for Caesar to give you an answer, AK to put in an answer. How do you think we are on the level that we at? Because again, we went through situations where we had to lean on ourselves, man. We had to believe in ourselves to get on these levels to put us to where we at now, to where we can now teach other people, to help people. Like, don't ever make the same mistakes that we make. Why do you think that we do these damn live streams? It's because we don't want you making the mistakes that we made, because we know what it costed. It costed us our time, our family's life, our lives. Well, we went through a lot of downfalls, man, but you got to make sacrifices to get to the levels that we at, man.
There's a corridor.
And y'all can agree with this, that what causes a lot of distraction on these days is this damn social media, man. People get caught up in technology. They so quick to run to Instagram, Facebook, all these other things that's outside of the market, instead of just pushing this off to the side to study the market. Because guys, you got to realize the past means something. The past tells you something. If it's a certain area that we came back down to, okay, that's telling you, okay, that level meant something to the market. That level meant something to these sellers because, okay, every time we go to this level, why the hell can we not break out? That means that psychologically, those sellers are holding a certain level that they're refusing to let the buyers break above. Now we're turning it back on down, vice versa. That's just like if we go down to lower areas that we can't crack. That means that level means something to the market where buyers are stepping in that in order for a reverse to happen. Guys, we just talked about it, about this. Kev, Caesar, didn't I just not say 480? If I take all of this off right now, and I just put one price point, I'll take it off right now. One price point. Everything is clear. What changed Spire from 2021, 2022 to 2025 where we at? Let's put the price point right now. What did we just talk about? One price point that psychologically reversed the. Was I lying? One price point.
Yeah.
Look at its psychological level. From 2021, 22 that held you down for damn near 2 years. You broke above 480, ran on up, and then pulled back down to what price point that got you that upside? 480. Guys, don't you do not see the psychological level? 480 was once resistance, not support. Look at this. When you were underneath 480, you pull back. Now above 480, you push back up. But you see on the psychological level how easy it is just to read these levels? It's not hard at all. Why do you think me, Kev, Caesar, and AK-47 are on the levels that we at? Because we understand it now.
Speaking of,
that's all I had to say. But I mean, I just have to just let people know that the market is not difficult like they make it. It's not, man. I had to learn from my mistakes. I had to learn and understand it. And respect
Well, the difficulty comes from within, right? It's within. It's not the market, because you're going to find, and I got it. My Zoom says I got less than a minute. I don't know if I'm about to get booted.
Yeah, well, I logged in finally. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. So yeah, I don't know what. I literally logged in during that meeting. That's why you didn't see the log in button anymore up there. I'm like, oh, let me log in so this can go longer. And I'll just text them all to join the meeting again here. I have no idea why that stopped, because I did log in, and I actually do have good Zoom. So hold on a sec. Just go back to same link. Go back to same link. Damn it, Zoom. Boom. We'll get them back over here in a second. Same link. We'll get them going again. The guys are hitting it all on the head, though. You know, they're definitely, I'm not going to do a lot of talking. I talk all the time. I know maybe some of you guys don't see my live stream, so I'll talk more right now while we wait for them to come back. But yeah, it's the same stuff we teach and preach all day, every day. You know, it's the stock market. You know, this is what you can expect. And overall, you got to make things easier on yourself instead of harder. Just everyone wants to make things harder on themselves for whatever reason. I don't really know. But that's just the way.
All right,
there we go. We're back. We're all back. We're all coming back.
Baby.
All right. Yes, sir. We're not all sick, but we
maybe
back.
It's the hat.
And like I was saying, guys, and I do apologize, man. I didn't mean to go on a rant, and I do apologize about that. But all I was just saying was, I mean, Caesar, AK-47, Kev, I mean, we all went through the struggles, guys. So, I mean, I'm talking about all these other traders, man. We went through the downfalls. We understood man, if we can fight this stubbornness that we do go through, that, man, we can make it. We can be as, be as successful as these other traders. If we can do it, guys, and we proved it, you guys can do it too. So that's why I give my roses to AK-47, to Caesar, to Kev. Look what we accomplished. Look where we at now. Yeah, right. We successful now helping you guys.
We're firing off some AK-47. This is what we're doing. You know?
Love the tee, bro. I love the merch.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So no, it's like I said, it's definitely one of the things where a lot of traders find that down the line. It's for us, we found it, within maybe a year or 2 or 3. It takes some time to, for each one of us. But it's just one thing that a lot of traders that finally get and understand is that, get your edge, trade your edge. And sometimes edges are going to, unfortunately, as much as you want to sharpen them, stock market's going to change, it's going to shift, and certain edges won't be as edgy as they were. And so it's the shifting of market, the shifting of change, and understanding that's going to happen where some setups aren't working as well as they were before. Now you've got new setups that are working better than they were previously. And so it's understanding that. It's understanding not getting in the way of a bus like we've talked about. It's the same stuff, that we can keep teaching and preaching over and over and over. But hopefully this, and like, the guys that have come over today, I appreciate you joining, and it's definitely helpful for you guys just to kind of reinforce the stuff that all of us say in all of our streams or out to public or other traders or what we've taught over the last few years. It's the same thing and maybe just different verbiage. What I teach and preach is pretty much the same thing Caesar's teaching, that Jay's teaching, that, Kevin's teaching. It's just in different verbiage, and then like CR, who was on earlier, like he's saying the same things that we're saying, right? So you start seeing this, and like when I was at the Money Show with all these guys that have billions or millions of dollars, and where their mindset's at, it's, of course, they've been doing it for 20, 30, 40 years. And one guy I talked to, 45 years he's been doing this, Keith Fitzgerald, which is nuts. And I'm like, God, you've been doing this longer than I've been alive. but they're all saying the same thing we're saying, you know, and essentially in their own verbiage.
Mm-hmm.
And it just blows my mind to see that from guys that have been doing it for 5 to 10 years or up to 15, you know, with like me, Jay, Caesar here, you know, all of us have been doing this for about 7, 8 years, if not, 15 like Caesar has, but that's a good amount of time. But then you see traders that have been doing it for 30, 45 years doing and saying the same thing. It blows my mind. So it's good to see and say, that's why I'm having these, and we'll continue to have these roundtable discussions at the end of every month. So you can get a little taste of what other traders are doing and saying. And we're all saying essentially the same thing. So please understand that if I'm saying it, he's saying it, they're saying it, she's saying it, you need to understand that and soak it in and start becoming, the trader that you can be and stop.
The love of the game sustains you.
Right,
I mean, for the ones that focus entirely money, it's going to backfire. Like money's a byproduct of trading well. And no matter what strategy you have, guys, I think everybody starts out with a million things on their chart because they think, more charting equals more profit.
Jay.
More arrows, more lines, equals more profit. It doesn't. And more trading doesn't equate to more profit either. It's uncommon patience that Jay was discussing earlier, and uncommon discipline that you have to experience.
And Kev, to piggyback on that, that's why a lot of traders fail at. Because like you were saying, boss, so many traders want to look at they want to overdo too many things. They want to look at damn near 10 stocks. They want to overdo it because while they're jumping on this stock, man, limit it down. Understand the certain stocks that's putting money in your pockets. Man, if you got to go down to 3, go down to 3 because every stock has a different personality. You have to understand it, especially on the blue chip stock, because as I was telling people in my live stream that with blue chip stocks, normally a lot of these stocks like to move by $2 increments. The only one that normally moves by $5 increments is Tesla, because you'll normally see 440, 445, 450, 455, and so forth. Majority of these other stocks like to move by $2 increments, but too many people like to put too many stocks under their belt, and they can't keep up with it. They have 10 stocks, so while they're looking at too many, it's always going to be one that's going to surpass them on, and they're taking focus on the one that they needed to look at. They could have put money in their pockets. But so what they have to do is they have to minimize that, man. Stop looking at damn near 10 to 20 stocks. Lower that crap down because you're only human. You can't look at every single stock. Look at the ones that's putting money in your pockets and understand on how it works. If it's NVIDIA, if it's Tesla, if it's Apple, whatever the case may be, because you got to look at it, especially if you're dealing with options. You're going to make money on both sides of things. You're going to make money on the downside. You're going to make money on the upside.
And they froze him. Zoom said we're cutting Jay off.
The market makers heard him. The market makers heard him.
They said we're not with it.
I want to ask this though for sure on
International Space Station ain't not good reception up there.
They're cutting him off. He's out in space. He's got bad reception. So I do want to ask this. Questions for at least this one was I was going to ask that your guys' thoughts on the SPY and where we see the market over the next 6 months into next year. That's always going to be a big topic for sure. The first roundtable had to get that asked, which someone asked it already. The other one I was going to ask, and of course I don't long win this essentially kind of podcast live stream today, but I do at least want to ask one more question before we kind of call it over here soon. You guys have one indicator to use for the rest of your trading journey. What indicator are you using? Caesar, we'll start with you.
EMAs.
Okay.
The exponential EMA. So it would be the 200 and the 50 and the 14 EMA.
Okay. Love it. And then how about next time, or if you want to now, if you can show your screen, how are you using those? Can you pull up, can you find like real quickly how you're using that?
Absolutely.
Let's do it. And then we'll get to you, Kevin. So Kevin, get ready for yours as well, bro.
Okay. You gotta allow me to share.
Yep, I got you. You're good to go.
Okay. All right. So here's my screen, right?
Yep, there we go.
So 15-minute time frame, 200 EMA. When we came this morning, I bought here anticipating we broke out. The first retest tends to be the highest probability winning trade. So I always take the first test. Second test, not so much, because then it's like the way I equate it is it's like taking a sledgehammer to a wall, right? The first time you hit a sledgehammer to the wall, you get the strongest bounce. After that, you might break through, or the bounce might be smaller, So that's how I use the EMAs on the 15, on the 1 hour. I mean, I could go back to where, again, let's go. Okay, example here. Price holding over the 50. We broke over the 50. Retest. Here's my entry long. Beautiful run up. Second time it comes back, generally I wouldn't take it. I would then look to either take it on the second one or the 200 EMA and then let it rock out. Oh my goodness, what is happening in the market right now?
Yeah, that's what they were just asking about too. They're like, we just got some huge volatile movement out of nowhere there. So
yeah, wicked.
I don't see anything.
Wicked.
Oh, we got the Bank of America CEO warns shutdown could slow economy. Economists see rising recession. So I don't know if that and Bloomberg, but the most recent thing was 37 after there with Bank of America CEO warns shutdown could slow economy. But that's the only thing I see on the news.
Yeah.
Nothing there I see major, but yeah, that is a huge sell-off right there.
But yeah. So this is how I rock out with it. So if I had one thing to choose, it would be that. I mean, I can enlarge the 1 hour time frame and show areas where, as long as price is over it, and again, some people, they'll talk smack about the EMAs. For example, pre-market, we got over the 200 EMA. That for me is a bullish indication where price is just going to continue to the upside. Some people will talk smack about EMAs or SMAs, but all these different indicators and strategies, they all work. It's just a matter of being patient and waiting for that entry or that setup to take place for you to then to take advantage of it.
Gotta get the edge. Once you get the edge, just keep sharpening the blade over and over and over.
Yeah.
Love it.
So
love it.
See how on a 15, second time it came down. This is why I never trust the second or the third. I like to stick with the first retest and then just go from there. If I miss it, I'll wait till the next day.
Right. Yeah. Boom. Bam. Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. Patience, discipline,
Yes,
and then
sir.
builds. I always say patience and discipline builds the confidence. And so if you can build the patience, you build the discipline along the line, the confidence grows. You take the trades. Kevin, what do you got? What's your one go-to if you had to do the rest of your journey? You're on a desert, or you're up in space with J Trades. You know, you're just deserted somewhere. What's your one go-to? I say set. I'm going to hangover. I'm going to your one indicator. If you're going to use one indicator, what's it gonna be?
Well, Caesar actually had it on his chart. I think I'm narrowing it into the previous close. That's very important for me, especially with the strategy I trade. I want to know, like, if I could only use one, I want to know. I guess I'm basing that off of, am I only seeing today and just the previous close yesterday? I want to know where we are today in relation to yesterday, essentially. That's the most important thing to me, percentage-wise, because I like to fade these names. The 200-day is very important for me as well. You know, I can't just give you one. VWAP, volume weight is, of course, another one. But I just want to emphasize to the traders out there, because we've been talking a lot about a lot of these patterns that we recognize. There's a lot of value in this, and when J Trades was talking, a lot of things were coming to my mind that it's like I struggled with early on, and I just wanted to share that with the traders. And a few of those are like, we have to ultimately, guys, we can have all the indicators in the world. We can narrow it into just a few, but what you want to avoid is the certainty of any of of relying on these with 100% certainty. And I know that sounds like, yeah, of course, Kevin, but I'm telling you, like, once we involve ourselves in the trade and the ego's involved, it is very difficult to break ourselves from these trades. And that's why I'm sharing that with you. If you can learn to create a state of mind that's unaffected by what the market does, your struggle will cease to exist. I can nearly give you that with certainty. Create a state of mind unaffected by what the market does. What does that mean? That means in the face of adversity as a trader, you are sure of what you're going to do regardless of what the market does. That takes so much of the fear out of it. There's 4 trading fears. Identify what yours is and make sure you don't create downhill habits for these uphill battles. That's what, first of all, that's what you want to do. But secondly, think of this. This is a little cringy analogy, but think of yourself as a bird on a branch. Do you trust the branch or do you trust your wings, right? And in trading, do we trust our indicators or do we trust ourselves to fly in case the stock market breaks, in case the branch breaks? I'm telling you, traders, if you can trust yourself in the face of adversity, regardless of what the market's going to do, the struggle will cease to exist ultimately. Of course, over time, you have to develop experience, and that's going to be your gut, which gives you, it pretty much tells you what's a good trade and what's a bad trade. But I'll tell you this, even my struggle these days, and that's why I said you never make it, you're always making it, regardless of the experience. Because I'll tell you guys, I've seen so many traders that I admire and that are good traders completely blow up because they have a lapse in judgment one time, and that one time takes all their progress away over the course of a year, 2 years, 3 years. So you are always making it. There's really no light at the end of the tunnel unless it's a train, is what I say. So just focus in on thinking with clarity in the face of adversity, because the market, like we saw with even this HKD today, this ticker was one that went up to 1,600 in times past, and QMMM recently, a few dollars up towards 200. So as certain as you are, I'll say this is my struggle here as well, is I like a setup almost too much where it is difficult. You know, the ego's there. It's difficult to walk away. It's like, man, this is for example, yesterday it was INTS. Yesterday I took a heavier loss on that trade than I should have, INTS, because I really like the chart. And then day one moves, I'm mainly short. I mainly short these plays, guys. And so I was short a little bit earlier than I should have been front side on that. But these plays provide a great backside opportunity, and that's the hangover I've gone over many times now. If you guys just take a look at INTS, today I shorted that one out of the gates. I may have failed to mention that earlier, but against pretty much that previous close line, $1.32. These things often second day, without the momentum, they bleed out, they profit take and fade, and that's one of my favorite edges and setups, just because there's great reward to risk, and it's less emotional. These things, they're just very clear. It's a ride or ride out kind of trade. It's either going to work or it's not. But that's my encouragement to you guys on your trading journey. You're going to develop experience over time. Just really hone in on what you're going to do, regardless of what the market does, because as our good friend Mark Douglas says, the market can be irrational longer than we anticipate, really. And you got to know your response to that.
All right, guys. My mother is coming by here in 5 minutes to see me before she heads out of town. My mom, I'm her only son, so she's going to come. Her and Dad are heading down to DFW to see some friends. So I've got 5 minutes to wrap up before I know she texts me and said, I'm on my way. I said, oh, I'm finished with the round table. I'll be out at 11. You know, I love my moms. You know we love our moms.
I love AK. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I love AK.
So I'm just truthful about it. I'm just like, I got to get out to moms. I cannot let mom sit out in my driveway. You know, you can't do that to mom. All right,
and guys, I do apologize, man. My internet went out. It's like,
we know you're out in space, brother. If you weren't on the if you weren't on the International Space Station up there, you know, get out of the damn space station. Get back to Earth over here. You're hanging out with Thanos. You know, you're hanging out with my dude. Come back to Captain America, brother. Come back down to Earth. All right, let's do this. Let a little fun. I don't want to finish on anything stocks. We'll get long-winded. Let's go straight to Halloween and candy. I'm going to go to each one of you. We're going to start with top left-hand corner, Caesar, then go to Kevin, then finish with Jay. All right. What was your favorite Halloween costume growing up if you had one? Like if you had a certain year, and then what is your favorite candy? Caesar, favorite candy, your favorite Halloween costume in the past?
Favorite candy, Snickers. Favorite Halloween costumes, don't have one.
All right. That's good. All right, Kevin, what do we got?
I mean, I remember I was a little young and dressing up like Michael Myers, so that was kind of creepy.
My favorite little killer.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Michael Myers.
So Mike Myers, and what's the candy?
I may still be dressing up like him tonight.
Okay, all right. Yeah, scaring the kids.
Yeah, exactly. Chasing down and getting my candy. I don't know, Cowtails I really liked when I was growing up. I really don't eat much of that stuff these days, but I recall those Cowtails.
Love it. All right, Jay, let's go back nostalgia. What do we got? Favorite costume, favorite candy?
Ooh, I'm gonna lie. My grandma designed all the costumes. I used to be a Batman fanatic, so she made Batman and Ninja Turtles for me back in the day. Favorite horror, like I said, killer. Like I agree with Kev, Michael Myers, but candy wise, I gotta go with Twix and Kit Kats.
Okay.
Twix.
Those
Yeah,
are
Twix
good.
good.
Those are good. Snickers good too. I love a Snickers. I love Skittles.
Well, let's go
too.
get them.
I love Skittles. I've always been a Skittles guy too.
Yeah, my G.
and then my favorite one as a kid, I never forget. Got one of those nice. Well, it was right when Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles came out, and I actually got one of those nice ones that were like came with the shell. You know, had the sword. I got Leonardo. I had to get the sword. and then I was big on that, and the next year I dressed up as a ninja. And that, so like back-to-back years, I must have been really big into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I thought I was gonna be a ninja when I grew up. Because yeah, it was Leonardo, and then the next year or the year before that, I was a ninja, and yeah, that was like my favorite. And I'll tell you, how about this? Did you guys do this as kids? One last thing, did y'all sell the chocolate bars? Did your school have the big boxes and you had to do the chocolate bars?
Oh yeah.
Yes,
Definitely
sir.
did.
Yeah.
Oh, the ones with the almonds in them.
Yeah.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh
Good
no!
stuff.
Hey, Kev, AK-47 in season. Y'all remember? Because I know y'all by 80 and 90s babies. Don't y'all remember back in the day when we used to I guess read a certain amount of books where you could get that free pizza from Pizza Hut.
Yes.
You got videotape, VHS.
Yes. Oh man, those are the glory days. You got the little personal pizza. It was like that, this big or whatever, you know. Yes. All right, boys, I got to go here in the next minute to get out to my mom. Caesar, Kevin.
All right, fellas, it was a pleasure.
Oh, that was awesome. We got to do it again, man. Let's do it again.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to happen again. Us four on the stream coming up soon again. I can't thank you guys enough. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled Halloween.
And before you head out, AK, like I said, man, again, I want to give y'all roses, man. AK-47, Kev, Caesar, man, thank y'all. And I want to thank y'all for being my heroes, man. Thank y'all for changing my life where I can help other people, man. So I definitely want to give y'all roses, give y'all shout outs because y'all helped pave the way for me. And it goes to show y'all that, man, when you have great mentors, you have great leaders in your lives, man, on how things can work out for the best, man. But I thank y'all for help saving my life and saving my family's life. So thank y'all. Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all.
All right.
Appreciate you.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Love you guys.
Take
Have
care,
a good
guys.
one.
You too.
All right, there they go. My boys, the gents, there they go.